Recorded Books Incorporated presents an unabridged recording of The Cat Who Walks Through Walls by Robert A. Heinlein, narrated by George Wilson. This work is copyrighted 1985 by Robert A. Heinlein. This recording is copyrighted 1999 by Recorded Books Incorporated. Dr. Richard Ames, ex-military man, sometime writer, and unfortunate victim of mistaken identity. Soon he will find himself thrown into danger, intrigue, and other dimensions, reluctantly involved in a daring plot to rescue the sentient computer known as Mike, in an attempt to change the course of all human history. And now, The Cat Who Walks Through Walls.
Book 1. Indifferent Honest. Chapter 1. Whatever you do, you'll regret it. Alan MacLeod Gray. We need you to kill a man. This stranger glanced nervously around us. I feel that a crowded restaurant is no place for such talk, as a high noise level gives only limited privacy. I shook my head. I'm not an assassin. Killing is more of a hobby with me. Have you had dinner? I'm not here to eat. Just let me... Oh, come now. I insist. He had annoyed me by interrupting an evening with a delightful lady. I was paying him back in kind. It does not do to encourage bad manners. One should retaliate, urbanely, but firmly. That lady, Gwen Novak, had expressed a wish to spend a penny, and had left the table, whereupon Herr Nameless had materialized and sat down uninvited. I had been about to tell him to leave when he mentioned a name. Walker Evans. There is no Walker Evans. Instead, that name is, or should be, a message from one of 6 people, 5 men, 1 woman, a code to remind me of a debt. It is conceivable that an installment payment on that ancient debt could require me to kill someone. Possible, but unlikely. But it was not conceivable that I would kill at the behest of a stranger merely because he invoked that name. While I felt obliged to listen, I did not intend to let him ruin my evening. Since he was sitting at my table, he could bloody well behave like an invited guest. Sir, if you don't want a full dinner, try the after-theater suggestions. The lapin ragout on toast may be rat rather than rabbit, but this chef makes it taste like ambrosia. But I don't want... Please. I looked up, caught my waiter's eye. Morris? Morris was at my elbow at once. 3 orders of lapin ragout, please, Morris, and ask Hans to select a dry white wine for me. Yes, Dr. Ames. Don't serve until the lady returns, if you please. Certainly, sir. I waited until the waiter had moved away. My guest will be returning soon. You have a brief time to explain yourself in private. Please start by telling me your name. My name isn't important. Come, sir, your name, please. I was told simply to say Walker Evans. Good, as far as it goes, but your name is not Walker Evans, and I do not traffic with a man who won't give his name. Tell me who you are, and it would be well to have an ID that matches your words. But, Colonel, it's far more urgent to explain who must die and why you are the man who must kill him. You must admit that. I don't have to admit anything. Your name, sir, and your ID. And please, do not call me Colonel. I am Dr. Ames. I had to raise my voice not to be drowned out by a roll of drums. The late evening show was starting. The lights lowered, and a spotlight picked out the master of ceremonies. All right, all right. My uninvited guest reached into a pocket, pulled out a wallet. But Tolliver must die by noon Sunday, or we'll all be dead. He flipped open the wallet to show me an ID. A small dark spot appeared on his white shirt front. He looked startled, then said softly, "I'm very sorry," and leaned forward. He seemed to be trying to add something, but blood gushed from his mouth. His head settled down onto the tablecloth. I was up out of my chair at once and around to his right side. Almost as swiftly, Morris was at his left side. Perhaps Morris was trying to help him. I was not. It was too late. A 4-millimeter dart makes a small entry hole and no exit wound. It explodes inside the body. When the wound is in the torso, death follows abruptly. What I was doing was searching the crowd. That, and one minor chore. While I was trying to spot the killer, Morris was joined by the head waiter and a busman. The three moved with such speed and efficiency that one would have thought that having a guest killed at a table was something they coped with nightly. They removed the corpse with the dispatch and unobtrusiveness of Chinese stagehands. A fourth man flipped up the tablecloth, removed it and the silver, was back at once with a fresh cloth, and laid 2 places. I sat back down. I had not been able to spot a probable killer. I did not even note anyone displaying a curious lack of curiosity about the trouble at my table. People had stared, but when the body was gone, they quit staring and gave attention to the show. There were no screams or expressions of horror. It seemed as if those who had noticed it thought that they were seeing a customer suddenly ill, or possibly taken by drink. The dead man's wallet now rested in my left jacket pocket. When Gwen Novak returned, I stood up again, held her chair for her. She smiled her thanks and asked, "What have I missed?" "Not much. Jokes old before you were born, others that were old even before Neil Armstrong was born." "I like old jokes, Richard. With them I know when to laugh." "You've come to the right place." I, too, like old jokes. I like all sorts of old things. Old friends, old books, old poems, old plays. An old favorite had started our evening. Midsummer Night's Dream, presented by Halifax Ballet Theatre, with Luana Pauline as Titania. Low-gravity ballet. Live actors and magical holograms had created a fairyland Will Shakespeare would have loved. Newness is no virtue. Shortly, music drowned out our host's well-aged wit. The chorus line undulated out onto the dance floor, sensuously graceful in half-gravity. The ragout arrived, and with it the wine. After we had eaten, Gwen asked me to dance. I have this trick leg, but at half G, I can manage the classic slow dances, waltz, frottage, glide, tango, and so forth. Gwen is a warm, live, fragrant bundle. Dancing with her is a sybaritic treat. It was a gay ending to a happy evening. There was still the matter of the stranger who had had the bad taste to get himself killed at my table, but since Gwen seemed not to be aware of the unpleasant incident, I had tabled it in my mind, to be dealt with later. To be sure, I was ready any moment for that tap on the shoulder, but in the meantime I enjoyed good food, good wine, good company. Life is filled with tragedy. If you let it overwhelm you, you cannot enjoy life's innocent pleasures. Gwen knows that my leg won't take much dancing. At the first break in the music, she led us back to our table. I signaled Morris for the check. He produced it out of mid-air. I dialed my credit code into it, set it for standard gratuity plus half, added my thumbprint. Morris thanked me. "A nightcap, sir, or a brandy? Perhaps the lady would enjoy a liqueur. Compliments of Rainbow's End." The owner of the restaurant, an ancient Egyptian, believed in good measure, at least to his regulars. I'm not sure how tourists from Dirtside were treated. "Gwen?" I queried, expecting her to refuse. Gwen's drinking is limited to 1 glass of wine at meals. 1.
A Cointreau would be pleasant. I would like to stay and listen to the music a while.
Cointreau for the lady, Morris noted. Doctor?
Mary's tears and a glass of water, please, Morris.
When Morris left, Gwen said quietly,
I needed time to speak with you, Richard. Do you want to sleep at my place tonight? Don't be skittish. You can sleep alone.
I am not all that fond of sleeping alone. I clicked over the possibilities in my mind. She had ordered a drink she did not want in order to make me an offer that did not fit. Gwen is a forthright person. I felt that had she wished to sleep with me, she would have said so. She would not have played get-away closer about it. Therefore, she had invited me to sleep in her compartment because she thought it to be unwise or unsafe for me to sleep in my own bed. Therefore, you saw it.
From a distance, so I waited until things quieted down before returning to the table. Richard, I'm not sure what happened, but if you need a place to lie doggo, be my guest.
Why, thank you, my dear. A friend who offers help without asking for explanations is a treasure beyond price. Whether I accept or not, I am in your debt. Gwen, I too am unsure what happened. The total stranger who gets himself killed while he's trying to tell you something. A cliché, a tired cliché. If I plotted the story that way today, my guild would disown me. I smiled at her. In its classic form, you would turn out to be the killer, a fact that would develop slowly while you pretended to help me search. The sophisticated reader would know from Chapter 1 that you did it, but I, as the detective, would never guess what was as plain as the nose on your face. Correction, on my face.
Oh, my nose is plain enough. It's my mouth that men remember. Richard, I am not going to help you hang this on me. I simply offered you a hideout. Was he really killed? I couldn't be sure.
Eh? I was saved from answering too quickly by Morris's arrival with our liqueurs. When he left, I answered. I had not thought about any other possibility. Gwen, he was not wounded. Either he was killed almost instantly, or it was faked. Could it be faked? Certainly. If shown on holo, it could be done in real time with only minor props. I mulled it over. Why had the restaurant staff been so quick, so precise in covering it up? Why had I not felt that tap on the shoulder? Gwen, I'll take you up on that offer. If the Proctors want me, they'll find me. But I would like to discuss this with you in greater detail than we can manage here, no matter how carefully we keep our voices down.
Good.
She stood up.
I won't be long, dear.
She headed for the lounges. As I stood up, Morris handed me my stick, and I leaned on it as I followed her toward the lounges. I don't actually have to use a cane. I can even dance, as you know. But using a cane keeps my bad leg from getting too tired. When I came out of the gentleman's lounge, I placed myself in the foyer and waited. And waited. Having waited long past what is reasonable, I sought out the maître d'hôtel. Tony, could you please have some female member of your staff check the ladies' lounge for Mistress Novak? I think that it is possible that she may have become ill or be in some difficulty. Your guest, Dr. Ames? Yes. But she left 20 minutes ago. I ushered her out myself. So? I must have misunderstood her. Thank you, and good night. Good night, Doctor. We look forward to serving you again. I left Rainbow's End, stood for a moment in the public corridor outside it. Ring 30, half gravity level, just clockwise from radius 270 at Petticoat Lane, a busy neighborhood even at 1 in the morning. I checked for proctors waiting for me, halfway expecting to find Gwen already in custody. Nothing of the sort. A steady flow of people, mostly groundhogs on holiday by their dress and behavior, plus pullers for grimp shops, guides and ganders, pickpockets and priests. Golden Rule Habitat is known system-wide as the place where anything is for sale, and Petticoat Lane helps to support that reputation insofar as flesh pots are concerned. For more sober enterprises, you need go only clockwise 90 degrees to Threadneedle Street. No sign of proctors. No sign of Gwen. She had promised to meet me at the exit. Or had she? No, not quite. Her exact words were, "I won't be long, dear." I had inferred that she expected to find me at the restaurant's exit to the street. I've heard all the old chestnuts about women and weather, La Donna e Mobile, and so forth. I believe none of them. Gwen had not suddenly changed her mind. For some reason, some good reason, she had gone on without me, and now would expect me to join her at her home. Or so I told myself. If she had taken a scooter, she was there already. If she had walked, she would be there soon. Tony had said 20 minutes ago. There is a scooter booth at the intersection of Ring 30 and Petticoat Lane. I found an empty, punched in Ring 105, radius 135, 6/10 gravity, which would take me as close as one can get by public scooter to Gwen's compartment. Gwen lives in Gretna Green, just off Appian Way, where it crosses the yellow brick road, which means nothing to anyone who has never visited Golden Rule Habitat. Some public relations expert had decided that habitants would feel more at home if surrounded by place names familiar from Dirtside. There is even, don't retch, a house at Pooh Corner. What I punched in were coordinates of the main cylinder, 105, 135, 0.6. The scooter's brain, off somewhere near Ring 10, accepted these coordinates and waited. I punched in my credit code and took position, crouched against acceleration pads. That idiot brain took an insultingly long time to decide that my credit was good, then placed a web around me, tightened it, closed the capsule, and woof, bing, bam, we were on our way. Then a fast float for 3 kilometers from Ring 30 to Ring 105, then bam, bing, woof, I was in Gretna Green. The scooter opened. For me, such service is well worth the fare. But the manager had been warning us the past 2 years that the system does not pay its way. Either use it more or pay more per trip, or the hardware will be salvaged and the space rented out. I hope they work out a solution. Some people need this service. Yes, I know Laffer theory will always give 2 solutions to such a problem, a high and a low, except where the theory states that both solutions are the same and imaginary, which might apply here. It may be that a scooter system is too expensive for a space habitat at the present state of engineering art. It was an easy walk to Gwen's compartment, downstairs to 7/10 gravity, 50 meters forward to her number. I rang. Her door answered.
"This is the recorded voice of Gwen Novak. I've gone to bed, and am, I hope, happily asleep. If your visit is truly an emergency, deposit 100 crowns via your credit code. If I agree that waking me is justified, I will return your money. If I disagree, laugh, chortle, chuckle, I'll spend it on gin and keep you out anyhow. If your call is not an emergency, please record a message at the sound of my scream."
This was followed by a high scream, which ended abruptly, as if a hapless wench had been choked to death. Was this an emergency? Was it a 100-crown emergency? I decided that it was not any sort of emergency, so I recorded, "Dear Gwen, this is your fairly faithful swain, Richard, speaking. Somehow we got our wires crossed, but we can straighten it out in the morning. Will you call me at my digs when you wake up? Love and kisses, Richard the Lion-Hearted." I tried to keep my not inconsiderable irk out of my voice. I felt badly used, but underlying it was a conviction that Gwen would not intentionally mistreat me. It had to be an honest mix-up, even though I did not now understand it. Then I went home. Woof, bing, bam, bam, bing, woof. I have a deluxe compartment with bedroom separate from the living room. I let myself in, checked for messages in the terminal, none, set it for sleep conditions, both for door and terminal, hung up my cane, and went into the bedroom. Gwen was asleep in my bed. She looked sweetly peaceful. I backed out quietly, moved noiselessly in undressing, went into the fresher, closed the door, soundproof. I said it was a deluxe setup. Nevertheless, I made as little noise as possible in refreshing myself for bed, as soundproof is a hope rather than a certainty. When I was as sanitary and odorless as a male hairless ape can manage, short of surgery, I went quietly back into my bedroom and got most cautiously into bed. Gwen stirred, did not wake. At some hour when I was awake in the night, I switched off the alarm, but I woke up about my usual time, as my bladder can't be switched off. So I got up, took care of it, refreshed for the day, decided that I wanted to live, slid into a coverall, went silently into the living room, and opened the buttery, considered my larder. A special guest called for a special breakfast. I left the connecting door open so that I could keep an eye on Gwen. I think it was the aroma of coffee that woke her. When I saw that her eyes were open, I called out, "Good morning, beautiful. Get up and brush your teeth. Breakfast is ready."
I did brush my teeth an hour ago. Come back to bed.
Nymphomaniac. Orange juice or black cherries or both?
Both. Don't change the subject. Come here and meet your fate like a man.
Eat first.
Coward. Richard is a sissy. Richard is a sissy.
An utter coward. How many waffles can you eat?
Decisions. Can't you unfreeze them one at a time?
These are not frozen. Only minutes ago they were alive and singing. I killed 'em and scun 'em myself. Speak up or I'll eat all of them.
Oh, the pity and the shame of it all. Turned down for waffles. Nothing left but to enter a monastery. 2.
3. You mean nunnery.
I know what I mean.
She got up, went into the refresher, was out quickly, wearing one of my robes. Pleasant bits of Gwen stuck out here and there. I handed her a glass of juice. She paused to gulp twice before she spoke.
Gurgle, gurgle. My, that's good. Richard, when we're married, are you going to get breakfast for me every morning?
That inquiry contains implied assumptions I am not willing to stipulate.
After I trusted you and gave all.
But without stipulation, I will concede that I would just as lief get breakfast for 2 as for 1. Why do you assume that I'm going to marry you? What inducements do you offer? Are you ready for a waffle?
See here, mister. Not all men are fussy about marrying grandmothers. I've had offers. Yes, I'm ready for a waffle.
Pass your plate. I grinned at her. Grandmother, my missing foot. Not even if you had started your first child at menarche, then your offspring had whelped just as promptly.
Neither one, and I am so. Richard, I am trying to make 2 things clear. No, 3. First, I'm serious about wanting to marry you if you'll hold still for it, or if you won't, I'll keep you as a pet and cook breakfast for you. Second, I am indeed a grandmother. Third, if, despite my advanced years, you wish to have children by me, the wonders of modern microbiology have kept me fertile as well as relatively unwrinkled. If you want to knock me up, it should not be too much of a chore.
I could force myself. Maple syrup in that one, blueberry syrup in this. Or maybe I did so last night.
Wrong date by at least a week. But what would you say if I had said jackpot?
Quit joking and finish your waffle. There's another one ready.
You're a sadistic monster. And deformed.
Not deformed, I protested. This foot was amputated. I wasn't born without it. My immune system flatly refuses to accept a transplant, so that's that. One reason I live in low gravity. Gwen suddenly sobered.
My very dear, I wasn't speaking of your foot. Oh, heavens, your foot doesn't matter, except that I'll be more careful than ever not to place a strain on you, now that I know why.
Sorry, let's back up. Then, what is this about me being deformed? At once she was again her merry self.
You should know. When you've got me stretched all out of shape and no use to a normal man, and now you won't marry me. Let's go back to bed.
Let's finish breakfast and let it settle first. Have you no mercy? I didn't say I wouldn't marry you, and I did not stretch you.
Oh, what a sinful lie. Will you pass the butter, please? You're deformed, all right. How big is that tumor with the bone in it? 25 centimeters, more? And how big around? If I had seen it first, I would have never risked it.
Oh, piffle. It's not even 20 centimeters. I didn't stretch you. I'm just middling size. You should see my Uncle Jock. More coffee?
Yes, thank you. You surely did stretch me. Is your Uncle Jock actually bigger than you are? Locally?
Much.
Ah. Where does he live?
Finish your waffle. Do you still want to take me back to bed, or do you want a note to my Uncle Jock?
Why can't I have both? Yes, a little more bacon, thank you. Richard, you're a good cook. I don't want to marry Uncle Jock. I'm just curious.
Don't ask him to show it to you unless you mean business, because he always means business. He seduced his scoutmaster's wife when he was 12, ran away with her, caused considerable talk in southern Iowa because she didn't want to give him up. That was over 100 years ago when such things were taken seriously, at least in Iowa.
Richard, are you implying that Uncle Jock is over 100 and still active and virile?
116, and still jumping his friends' wives, daughters, mothers, and livestock, and has 3 wives of his own under the Iowa Senior Citizen Cohabitation Code, one of them, my Aunt Sissy, being still in high school.
Richard, I sometimes suspect that you are not always entirely truthful. A mild bent toward exaggeration.
Woman, that is no way to talk to your future husband. Behind you is a terminal. Punch it for Grinnell, Iowa. Uncle Jock lives just outside. Shall we call him? You talk to him real pretty, and he might show you his pride and joy. Well, dear?
You are just trying to get out of taking me back to bed.
Another waffle?
Quit trying to bribe me. A half, maybe. Split one with me?
No, a whole one for each of us.
Hail, Caesar! You're the bad example I've always needed. Once we're married, I'm going to get fat.
I'm glad you said that. I had hesitated to mention it, but you are a bit on the skinny side. Sharp corners, bruises. Some padding would help. I'll omit what Gwen said next. It was colorful, even lyrical, but, in my opinion, unladylike. Not her true self, so we won't record it. I answered, "Truly, it's irrelevant. I admire you for your intelligence and your angelic spirit, your beautiful soul. Let's not get physical." Again, I feel that I must censor. "All right," I agreed. "If that's what you want, get back into bed and start thinking physical thoughts. I'll switch off the waffle iron." Somewhat later, I said, "Do you want a church wedding?"
Coo! Should I wear white? Richard, are you a church member?
"No."
Neither am I. I don't think you and I really belong in churches.
"I agree. But just how do you want to get married? So far as I know, there isn't any other way to get married in the Golden Rule. Nothing in the manager's regulations. Illegally, the institution of marriage does not exist here."
But Richard, lots of people do get married.
"But how, dear? I realize they do, but if they don't do it through a church, I don't know how they go about it. I've never had occasion to find out. Do they go to Luna City or down Dirtside? How?"
Whatever way they wish. Hire a hall and get some VIP to tie the knot in the presence of a crowd of guests with music and a big reception afterwards, or do it at home with just a few friends present, or anything in between. It's your choice, Richard.
Not mine. Yours. I simply agreed to go along. As for me, I find that a woman is at her best if she is a bit tense through being unsure of her status. Keeps her on her toes. Don't you agree?
Hey, stop that. Then stop trying to get my goat. If you don't want to sing soprano at your own wedding...
You do that once more, and there ain't a-gonna be no wedding. Dear one, what sort of a wedding do you want?
Richard, I don't need a wedding ceremony. I don't need witnesses. I just want to promise you everything a wife should promise.
You're sure, Gwen? Aren't you being hasty? Confound it. Promises a woman makes in bed should not be binding.
I am not being hasty. I decided to marry you more than a year ago.
You did? Well, I'll be... Hey, we met less than a year ago at the Day One ball, July 20th, I remember.
True.
Well?
Well, what, dear? I decided to marry you before we met. Do you have a problem with that? I don't. I didn't.
I'd better tell you some things. My past contains episodes I don't boast about. Not exactly dishonest, but somewhat shady. And Ames is not the name I was born with.
Richard, I will be proud to be addressed as Mrs. Ames or as Mrs. Campbell. Colin?
I said nothing, loudly. Then added, "What more do you know?" She looked me firmly in the eye, did not smile.
All I need to know. Colonel Colin Campbell, known as Killer Campbell to his troops, and, in the dispatches, a rescuing angel to the students of Percival Lowell Academy. Richard, or Colin, my oldest daughter, was one of those students.
I'll be eternally damned.
I doubt it.
And because of this, you intend to marry me?
No, dear man. That reason sufficed a year ago, but now I've had many months to discover the human being behind the storybook hero. And I did hurry you into bed last night, but neither of us would marry for that reason alone. Do you want to know about my own tarnished past? I'll tell.
No. I faced her, took both her hands. Gwendolen, I want you to be my wife. Will you have me as your husband?
I will.
I, Colin Richard, take thee, Gwendolen, to be my wife, to have and to hold, to love and to cherish, as long as you will have me.
I, Sadie Gwendolen, take thee, Colin Richard, to be my husband, to care for and love and cherish for the rest of my life.
Phew. I guess that does it.
Yes, but kiss me.
I did. When did Sadie show up?
Sadie Lipschitz, my family name. I didn't like it, so I changed it. Richard, the only thing left to make it official is to publish it. That ties it down. And I do want to tie it down while you're still groggy.
All right. Publish it how?
May I use your terminal?
Our terminal. You don't have to ask to use it.
Our terminal. Thank you, dear.
She got up, went to the terminal, keyed for directory, then called the Golden Rule Herald, asked for the society editor.
Please record. Dr. Richard Ames and Mistress Gwendolyn Novak are pleased to announce their marriage this date. No presents, no flowers. Please confirm.
She switched off. They called back at once. I answered and confirmed. She sighed.
Richard, I hurried you, but I had to. Now I can no longer be required to testify against you in any jurisdiction anywhere. I want to help in any way that I can. Why did you kill him, dear? And how?
Chapter 2. In waking a tiger, use a long stick. Mao Zedong. I stared thoughtfully at my bride. You are a gallant lady, my love, and I am grateful that you do not want to testify against me, but I am not sure that the legal principle you cited can be applied in this jurisdiction.
But that's a general rule of justice, Richard. A wife can't be forced to testify against her husband. Everyone knows that.
Now, the question is, does the manager know it? The company asserts that the habitat has only one law, the Golden Rule, and claims that the manager's regulations are merely practical interpretations of that law, just guidelines subject to change. Change right in the middle of a hearing, and retroactive, if the manager so decides. Gwen, I don't know. The manager's proxy might decide that you are the company's star witness.
I won't do it. I won't.
Thank you, my love. But let's find out what your testimony would be were you to be a witness in, what shall we call it? Suppose that I'm charged with having wrongfully caused the death of Mr. X. Mr. X being the stranger who came to our table last night when you excused yourself to visit the ladies' lounge. What did you see?
Richard, I saw you kill him. I saw it.
A prosecutor would require more details. Did you see him come to our table?
No. I didn't see him until I left the lounge and was headed for our table, and was startled to see someone sitting in my chair.
All right, back up a little and tell me exactly what you saw.
I came out of the ladies' room and turned left toward our table. Your back was toward me, you'll remember.
Never mind what I remember. You tell what you remember. How far away were you?
Oh, I don't know. 10 meters, maybe? I could go there and measure it. Does it matter?
If it ever does, you can measure it. You saw me from about 10 meters. What was I doing? Standing, sitting, moving?
You were seated with your back to me.
My back was toward you. The light wasn't very good. How did you know it was I?
Why, Richard, you're being intentionally difficult.
Yes, because prosecutors are intentionally difficult. How did you recognize me?
It was you. Richard, I know the back of your neck just as I know your face. Anyhow, when you stood up and moved, I did see your face.
Was that what I did next, stand up?
No. I spotted you at our table. Then I stopped short when I saw someone seated across from you, in my chair. I just stood there and stared.
Did you recognize him?
No, I don't think I ever saw him before.
Describe him.
I can't very well.
Short, tall, age, bearded, race, how dressed?
I never saw him standing up. He wasn't a youngster, but he wasn't an old man either. I don't think he wore a beard.
Mustache?
I don't know.
I did know. No mustache. Age about 30. Race?
White. Light skin, anyhow, but not blonde like a Swede. Richard, there wasn't time to catch all the details. He threatened you with some sort of weapon, and you shot him, and you jumped up as the waiter came over, and I backed up and waited until they took him away.
Where did they take him?
I'm not sure. I backed into the ladies' lounge and let the door contract. They could have taken him into the gentleman's room just across the passage, but there's another door at the end of the passage marked Employees Only.
You say he threatened me with a weapon?
Yes. Then you shot him and jumped up and grabbed his weapon and shoved it into your pocket, just as our waiter came up on the other side.
Oh, ho. Which pocket did I put it in?
Let me think. I have to turn myself that way in my mind. Your left pocket, your left outside jacket pocket.
How was I dressed last night?
Evening dress. We had come straight from the ballet. White turtleneck, maroon jacket, black trousers.
Gwen, because you were asleep in the bedroom, I undressed last night here in the living room and hung the clothes I was wearing in that wardrobe by the outer door, intending to move them later. Will you please open that wardrobe, find the jacket I wore last night, and get, from its left outside pocket, the weapon you saw me place in it?
But...
She shut up and, solemn-faced, did as I asked.
This ends side 1 of cassette 1. Please turn the cassette over and start side 2 at the same point.
In a moment she returned.
This is all there was in that pocket.
She handed me the stranger's wallet. I accepted it. This is the weapon with which he threatened me. Then I showed her my right forefinger, bare. And this is the weapon I used to shoot him when he pointed this wallet at me.
I don't understand.
Beloved, this is why criminologists place more faith in circumstantial evidence than they do in the testimony of eyewitnesses. You are the ideal eyewitness, intelligent, sincere, cooperative, and honest. You have reported a mixture of what you did see, what you thought you saw, what you failed to notice although it was in front of you, and what your logical mind fills in as necessities, linking what you saw and what you thought you saw. This mixture is now all solidly in your mind as a true memory, a first-hand eyewitness memory. But it didn't happen.
But, Richard, I did see.
You saw that poor clown killed. You did not see him threatening me. You did not see me shoot him. Some third person shot him with an explosive dart. Since he was facing you and it hit him in the chest, that dart must have come right past you. Did you notice anyone standing?
No. Oh, there were waiters moving around and busmen and the maitre d' and people getting up and sitting down. I mean, I didn't notice anyone in particular. Certainly not anyone shooting a gun. What sort of a gun?
Gwen, it might not look like a gun. A concealed assassin's weapon capable of shooting a dart short range. It could look like anything as long as it had one dimension about 15 centimeters long. A lady's purse, a camera, opera glasses, an endless list of innocent-appearing objects. This gets us nowhere, as I had my back to the action and you saw nothing out of the way. The dart probably came from behind your back. So forget it. Let's see who the victim was, or whom he claimed to be. I took out everything from all the pockets of that wallet, including a poorly concealed secret pocket. This last held gold certificates issued by a Zurich bank, equivalent to about 17,000 crowns, his getaway money it seemed likely. There was an ID of the sort the Golden Rule issues to each person arriving at the Habitat's hub. All it proves is that the identified person has a face, claims a name, has made statements as to nationality, age, place of birth, etc., and has deposited with the company a return ticket, or the equivalent in cash, as well as paying the breathing fee 90 days in advance, these latter two being all the company cares about. I do not know as certainty that the company would space a man who, through some slip, has neither a ticket away nor air money. They might let him sell his indentures, but I would not count on it. Eating vacuum is not something I care to risk. This company ID stated that the holder was Enrico Schultz, age 32, citizen of Belize, born Ciudad Castro, occupation accountant. The picture with it was that of the poor slob who got himself killed through bracing me in too public a place, and for the 100th time I wondered why he hadn't phoned me, then called on me in private. As Dr. Ames, I am in the directory, and invoking Walker Evans would have got him a hearing, a private hearing. I showed it to Gwen. "Is that our boy?"
"I think so. I'm not sure."
I am sure, as I talked to him face to face for several minutes. The oddest part about Schultz's wallet was what it did not contain. In addition to the Swiss gold certificates, it held 831 crowns and that Golden Rule ID. But that was all. No credit cards, no motor vehicle pilot's license, no insurance cards, no union or guild card, no other identification cards, no membership cards, nit. Men's wallets are like women's purses. They accumulate junk, photos, clippings, shopping lists, etc. without end. They need periodic house cleaning. But in cleaning one out, one always leaves in place the dozen odd items a modern man needs in order to get by. My friend Schultz had nothing. Conclusion, he was not anxious to advertise his true identity. Corollary, somewhere in Golden Rule Habitat there was a stash of his personal papers, another ID in a different name, a passport, almost certainly not issued by Belize, other items that might give me a lead to his background, his motives, and possibly how he had invoked Walker Evans. Could these be found? A side issue niggled at me. That 17,000 in gold certificates, instead of its being getaway money, could he have expected to use so fiddlin' a sum to hire me to kill Tolliver? If so, I was offended. I preferred to think that he hoped to persuade me to make the kill as a public service. Gwen said, "Do you want to divorce me?" "Eh?" "I hustled you into it. My intentions were good, truly they were, but it turns out I was stupid." "Oh, Gwen, I never get both married and divorced on the same day. Never. If you really want to shuck me off, take it up with me tomorrow. Although I think that, to be fair, you ought to try me out for 30 days, or 2 weeks at least, and permit me to do the same. So far, your performance, both horizontally and vertically, has been satisfactory. If either becomes unsatisfactory, I'll let you know. Fair enough?"
"Fair enough, although I may beat you to death with your own sophistries."
Beating her husband to death is every married woman's privilege, as long as she does it in private. Please, pipe down, dear. I've got troubles. Can you think of any good reason why Tolliver should be killed?
Ron Tolliver? No, although I can't think of any good reason why he should be allowed to live, either. He's a bore.
He's that, all right. If he were not one of the company partners, he would have been told to pick up his return ticket and leave long ago. But I didn't say Ron Tolliver. I just said Tolliver.
Is there more than one? I hope not.
We'll see. I went to the terminal, punched for directory, cycled to T. Ronson H. Tolliver. Ronson Q. That's his son. And here's his wife, Stella M. Tolliver. Hey, it says here, see also Taliaferro.
That's the original spelling, said Gwen. But it's pronounced Tolliver just the same.
Are you sure?
Quite sure, at least south of the Mason-Dixon line back dirt side. Spelling it Tolliver suggests po-white trash who can't spell. Spelling it the long way and then sounding all the letters sounds like a Johnny-come-lately damn Yankee whose former name might have been Lipschitz or such. The authentic plantation-owning, nigger-whupping, wench-humping aristocrat spelled it the long way and pronounced it the short way.
I'm sorry you told me that.
Why, dear?
Because there are 3 men and 1 woman listed here who spell it the long way, Taliaferro. I don't know any of them, so I don't know which one to kill.
Do you have to kill one of them?
I don't know. Time I brought you up to date. If you are planning to stay married to me at least 14 days, are you?
Of course I am. 14 days plus the rest of my life. And you are a male chauvinist pig.
Paid up lifetime membership.
And a tease.
I think you're cute, too. Want to go back to bed?
Not until you decide whom you intend to kill.
That may take a while. I did my best to give Gwen a detailed, factual, uncolored account of my short acquaintance with the man who had used the name Schultz. And that's all I know. He was dead too quickly for me to learn more, leaving behind him endless questions. I turned back to the terminal, keyed it to shift to word processing mode, then created a new file, as if I were setting up a potboiler. The Adventure of the Misspelled Name. Questions to be answered. Number 1. Tolliver or Taliaferro? Number 2. Why does Tolliver have to die? Number 3. Why would we all be dead if Tolliver is not dead by noon Sunday? Number 4. Who is this corpse who called himself Schultz? Number 5. Why am I the logical hatchet man for Tolliver? Number 6. Is this killing necessary? Number 7. Which one of the Walker Evans Memorial Society sicked this thumb-fingered bubblehead on me, and why? Number 8. Who killed Schultz, and why? Number 9. Why did the staff of Rainbow's End move in and cover up the killing? Number 10. Omnibus. Why did Gwen leave before I did, and why did she come here instead of going home? And how did she get in?
Do we take them in order?
Asked Gwen.
Number 10 is the only one I can answer.
That one I just chucked in, I answered. Of the first 9, I think that if I find answers to any 3, I could then deduce the rest. I went on putting words up on the screen. Possible actions. When in danger or in doubt, run in circles, scream and shout.
Does that help?
Asked Gwen. Every time. Ask any old military man. Now, let's take it one question at a time. Question 1. Phone each Taliaferro in the directory. Learn preferred pronunciation of name. Strike out any who use the every letter pronunciation. Question 2. Dig into background of whoever is left. Start with the Herald back files. Question 3. While checking question 2, keep ears spread for anything scheduled or expected for noon Sunday. Question 4. If you were a corpse arriving at Golden Rule space habitat and you wanted to conceal your identity but had to be able to get at your passport and other documents for departure, Where would you stash them? Hint. Check when this cadaver arrived in Golden Rule. Then check hotels, lockers, deposit box services, poste restante, etc. Question 5. Postpone. Question 6. Postpone. Question 7. Reach by phone as many of the Walker-Evans Oath group as possible. Keep going till one spills. Note. Some jelly brain may have talked too much without knowing it. Question 8. Morris, or the maitre d', or the busman, or all of them, or any two, knows who killed Schultz. One or more of them expected it. So we look for each one's weak point. Liquor, drugs, money, sex, comme ci ou comme ça. And what was your name back dirtside, chum? Any paper out on you somewhere? Find that soft spot. Push it. Do this with all three of them. Then see how their stories check. Every closet has a skeleton. This is a natural law. So find it in each case. Question 9. Money. Conclusive assumption until proved false. Query. How much is all this going to cost me? Can I afford it? Counter-query. Can I afford not to pursue it?
I've been wondering about that, said Gwen. When I poked my nose in, I thought you were in real trouble, but apparently you are home free. Why must you do anything, my husband?
I need to kill him.
What? But you don't know which Tolliver is meant, or why he should be dead, if he should be.
No, not Tolliver, although it may develop that Tolliver should be dead. No, dear, the man who killed Schultz. I must find him and kill him.
Oh. I can see that he should be dead. He's a murderer. But why must you do it? Both are strangers to you, both the victim and whoever killed him. Actually, it's not your business, is it?
It is my business. Schultz, or whatever his name is, was killed while he was a guest at my table. That's intolerably rude. I won't put up with it. Gwen, my love, if one tolerates bad manners, they grow worse. Our pleasant habitat could decay into the sort of slum L5 is, with crowding and unmannerly behavior and unnecessary noise and impolite language. I must find the oaf who did this thing, explain to him his offense, give him a chance to apologize, and kill him. Chapter 3. One should forgive one's enemies, but not before they are hanged. Heinrich Heine. My lovely bride stared at me.
You would kill a man? For bad manners?
Do you know of a better reason? Would you have me ignore rude behavior?
No, but I can understand executing a man for murder. I'm not opposed to capital punishment. But shouldn't you leave this to the proctors and the management? Why must you take the law into your own hands?
Gwen, I haven't made myself clear. My purpose is not to punish, but to weed, plus the aesthetic satisfaction of retaliation for boorish behavior. This unknown killer may have had excellent reasons for killing the person who called himself Schultz, but killing in the presence of people who are eating is as offensive as public quarreling by married couples. Then this oaf capped his offense by doing this while his victim was my guest, which made retaliation both my obligation and my privilege. I went on. The putative offense of murder is not my concern, but as for proctors and the management taking care of that matter, do you know of any regulation forbidding murder?
What? Richard, there must be one.
I've never heard of one. I suppose the manager might construe murder as a violation of the Golden Rule.
Well, I would certainly think so.
You do? I'm never certain what the manager will think. But Gwen, my darling, killing is not necessarily murder. In fact, it often is not. If this killing ever comes to the manager's attention, he may decide that it was justifiable homicide, an offense against manners, but not against morals. But, I continued, turning back to the terminal, the manager may already have settled the matter, so let's see what the Herald has to say about it. I punched up the newspaper again, this time keying for today's index, then selecting today's vital statistics. The first item to roll past was Marriage, Ames, Novak. So I stopped it, punched for amplification, keyed for printout, tore it off, and handed it to my bride. Send that to your grandchildren to prove that Granny is no longer living in sin.
Thank you, darling. You're so gallant. I think.
I can cook, too. I scrolled on down to the obituaries. I usually read the obituaries first, as there is always the happy chance that one of them will make my day. But not today. No name I recognized, especially no Schultz, no unidentified stranger, no death in a popular restaurant, nothing but the usual sad list of strangers dead from natural causes and one by accident. So I keyed for general news of the habitat, let it scroll past. Nothing. Oh, there were endless items of routine events, from ship's arrivals and departures to the biggest news, an announcement that the newest edition, Rings 130 to 140, was being brought up to spin, and if all went by schedule, would be warped in, and its welding to the main cylinder started by 0800 on the 6th. But there was nothing about Schultz, no mention of any Tolliver or Taliaferro, no unidentified cadaver. I consulted the paper's index again, punched for next Sunday's schedule of events, found that the only thing scheduled for noon Sunday was a panel discussion assembled by Hollow from The Hague, Tokyo, Luna City, L4, Golden Rule, Tel Aviv, and Agra. Crisis in Faith, the Modern World at the Crossroads. The co-moderators were the president of the Humanist Society and the Dalai Lama. I wished them luck. So far, we have zip, zero, nit, swabo, and nothing. Gwen, what is a polite way for me to ask strangers how they pronounce their names?
Let me try it, dear. I'll say, Ms. Tolliver, this is Gloria Meade Calhoun from Savannah. Do you have a cousin Stacy May from Charleston? When she corrects my pronunciation of her name, I apologize and switch off. But if she, or he, accepts the short form but denies knowing Stacy May, I say, I wondered about that. She said it Talia-I-Faro, but I knew that was wrong. What then, Richard? Work it up onto a date or switch off by accident?
Make a date, if possible.
A date for you or for me?
For you, and then I'll go with you, or keep the date in your place. But I must first buy a hat.
A hat?
One of those funny boxes you sit on the flat part of your head, or would if you were dirt side.
I know what a hat is, but I was born dirt side, same as you were. But I doubt if a hat has ever been seen off Earth. Where would you buy one?
I don't know, best girl, but I can tell you why I need one, so that I can tip my hat politely and say, Sir or Madam, pray tell me why someone wishes you dead by noon Sunday? Gwen, this has been worrying me. How to open such a discussion? There are accepted polite modes for almost any inquiry, from proposing adultery to a previously chaste wife to soliciting a bribe. But how does one open this subject?
Can't you just say, don't look now, but somebody's trying to kill you?
No, that's the wrong order. I'm not trying to warn this bloke that someone is gunning for him. I'm trying to find out why.
when I know why I might approve so heartily that I would just sit back and enjoy it, or even be so inspired by the purpose that I would carry out the intent of the late Mr. Schultz as a service to mankind. Contrariwise, I might disagree so bitterly that I would enlist for the duration, volunteer my life and my services to the sacred cause of keeping this assassination from happening. Unlikely if the intended target is Ron Tolliver. But it's too early to choose sides. I need to understand what is going on. Gwen, my love, in the killing business one should never kill first and ask questions afterwards. That tends to annoy people. I turned back to the terminal, stared at it without touching a key. Gwen, before we make any local calls, I think I should place 6 time delay calls, 1 to each of the friends of Walker Evans. That's my basic clue, anyhow. That Schultz could mention that name. Some one of that 6 gave him that name, and that one should know why Schultz was in such a sweat. Time delay? Are they all out far? I don't know. 1 is probably on Mars. 2 others may be in the belt. Could even be 1 or 2 dirt side, but if so, under phony names just as I am. Gwen, the debacle that caused me to give up the merry profession of arms and caused 6 of my comrades to wind up as my blood brothers, well, it smelled nasty to the public. I could say that media reporters who didn't see it happen could not possibly understand why it happened. I could assert truthfully that what we did was moral in context, that time, that place, those circumstances. I could... Never mind, dear. Let it stand that my band of brothers are all in hiding. Tracing them all down could be a tediously long chore. But you want to talk to just one, don't you? The one who was in touch with this Schultz? Yes, but I don't know which one that is. Richard, would it be easier to backtrack Schultz to find that one than it would be to locate 6 people all in hiding, some under assumed names, and scattered all over the solar system, or even outside it? I stopped to consider it. Maybe, but how do I backtrack Schultz? Do you have an inspiration, my love? No inspiration, but I do remember that when I arrived here in Golden Rule, they asked me at the hub not only where I lived, and checked it against my passport, but also where I had come from that trip, and checked that against my visa stamps. Not just that I had come from Luna, almost everyone arrives here from Luna, but how I got to Luna. Weren't you asked that? No, but I was carrying a Luna-Free State passport, showing that I was born in the moon. I thought you were born on Earth. Gwen, Colin Campbell was born dirtside. Richard Ames was born in Hong Kong, Luna. It says here. Oh. But attempting to backtrack Schultz is indeed something I should try before I try to locate all 6. If I knew that Schultz had never been out far, I would look first close to home, Luna and dirtside, and all habitats ballistically coupled to Terra or Luna, not the asteroid belt, or even on Mars. Richard, suppose that the purpose is to... No, that's silly. What's silly, dear? Try it on me anyhow. Suppose this, whatever it is, conspiracy, I suppose, isn't aimed at Ron Tolliver or any other Tolliver, but is aimed at you and your 6 friends, the Walker Evans people. Could the purpose be to get you to take strong measures to get in touch with all the others, and thereby get you to lead them, whoever they are, to all 7 of you? Could it be a vendetta? Could whatever happened cause a vendetta against all 7 of you? I had a cold feeling at the pit of my stomach. Yes, that could be. Although not, I think, in this case, as it would not explain why Schultz was killed. I said it was silly. Wait a moment. Was Schultz killed? Why, we both saw it, Richard.
Did we? I thought I saw it, but I admitted that it could have been faked. What I saw appeared to be death by explosive dart, but two simple props, Gwen. One makes a small dark spot appear on Schultz's shirt. The other is a small rubber bladder he holds in his cheek. It contains fake blood. At the right instant, he bites the bladder. Blood comes out of his mouth. The rest is acting, including the strange behavior of Morris and the other staff members. That dead body has to be removed quickly, through that employee's only door, where he is given a clean shirt, then hustled out the service door.
You think that is the way it happened?
No, damn it, I don't. Gwen, I've seen many deaths. This one happened as close to me as you are this minute. I don't think it was acting. I think I saw a man die. I fumed to myself. Could I be mistaken on such a basic point? Of course I could be. I'm no super genius gifted with psi powers. I could be as wrong as an eyewitness quite as easily as Gwen could be. I sighed. Gwen, I just don't know. It looked to me like death by explosive dart, but if the intention was to fake it, and if it was well prepared, then of course it would look like that. The planned fakery does not account for the swift cover-up. Otherwise, the behavior of the staff of Rainbow's End is almost unbelievable. I brooded. Best girl, I'm not sure of anything. Is somebody trying to drive me out of my skull? She treated my question as rhetorical, which it was, I hope.
Then what do we do?
We try to check on Schultz, and not worry about the next step until we have done that.
How?
Bribery, my love, lies and money, lavish lies, and a parsimonious use of money, unless you were wealthy. I never thought to ask before I married you.
Me?
Gwen's eyes went wide.
But Richard, I married you for your money.
You did? Lady, you've been swindled. Do you want to see a lawyer?
I suppose so. Is that what they call statutory rape?
No. Statutory rape is carnal knowledge of a statute. Although why anyone should care, I have never understood. I don't think it's against regulations here. I turned back to the terminal. Do you want that lawyer, or shall we look for Schultz?
Richard, we're having a very odd honeymoon. Let's go back to bed.
Bed can wait. But you can have another waffle while I try to look up Schultz. I keyed the terminal again for directory, scrolled for Schultz. I found 19 listings for Schultz, but no Enrico Schultz. Small wonder. I did find Hendrik Schultz, so I keyed for amplification. The Reverend Dr. Hendrik Hudson Schultz, B.S., M.A., D.D., D.H.L., K.G.B., past Grand Master, Royal Astrological Society. Scientific horoscopy at moderate prices. Weddings solemnized, family counseling, eclectic and holistic therapy, investments advice, bets accepted at all hours at track odds, Petticoat Lane at Ring 95, next to Madame Pompadour. Over this was his picture in hollow, smiling and repeating his slogan, I'm Father Schultz, your friend in need. No problem too large, no problem too small. All work guaranteed. Guaranteed to be what? Hendrik Schultz looked just like Santa Claus, minus the beard, and not at all like my friend Enrico, so I keyed him out, reluctantly, as I felt kinship with the Reverend Doctor. Gwen, he is not in the directory, or not in it by the name on his Golden Rule ID. Does that mean he was never in it, or that his name was removed last night before his body was cold?
Do you expect an answer, Or are you thinking aloud?
Neither one, I guess.
Our next move is to query the hub, right?
I checked the directory, then called the Office of Immigration at the hub.
This is Dr. Richard Ames speaking. I'm trying to locate a habitant named Enrico Schultz. Can you give me his address? Why don't you look him up in the directory?
She sounded just like my third-grade teacher. Not a recommendation. He's not in the directory. He's a tourist, not a subscriber. I just want his address in Golden Rule. Hotel, pension, whatever.
Tut-tut. You know quite well that we don't give out personal information, even on marks. If he's not listed, then he paid fair and square not to be listed. Do unto others, doctor, lest ye be done unto.
She switched off.
Where do we ask now? Inquired Gwen.
Same place, same seat warmer, but with cash and in person. Terminals are convenient, Gwen, but not for bribery in amounts of less than 100,000. For a small squeeze, cash and in person is more practical. Coming with me?
Do you think you can leave me behind? On our wedding day? Just try it, Buster.
Put some clothes on, maybe?
Are you ashamed of the way I look?
Not at all. Let's go.
I give in. Half a sec while I find my slippers. Richard, can we go via my compartment? At the ballet last night, I felt very chic, but my gown is too dressy for public corridors at this time of day. I want to change.
Your slightest wish, ma'am. But that brings up another point. Do you want to move in here?
Do you want me to?
Gwen, it has been my experience that marriage can sometimes stand up against twin beds, but almost never against twin addresses.
You didn't quite answer me.
So you noticed. Gwen, I have this one nasty habit. Makes me hard to live with. I write. The dear girl looked puzzled.
So you've told me, but why do you call it a nasty habit?
Gwen, my love, I am not going to apologize for writing, any more than I would apologize for this missing foot. And in truth, the one led to the other. When I could no longer follow the profession of arms, I had to do something to eat. I wasn't trained for anything else, and back home some other kid had my paper route. But writing is a legal way of avoiding work without actually stealing, and one that doesn't take any talent or training. But writing is antisocial. It's as solitary as masturbation. Disturb a writer when he is in the throes of creation, and he is likely to turn and bite right to the bone, and not even know that he's doing it, as writers' wives and husbands often learn to their horror. And attend me carefully, Gwen. There is no way that writers can be tamed and rendered civilized, or even cured. In a household with more than one person, of which one is a writer, the only solution known to science is to provide the patient with an isolation room where he can endure the acute stages in private, and where food can be poked into him with a stick. Because if you disturb the patient at such times, he may break into tears or become violent, or he may not hear you at all. And if you shake him at this stage, he bites. I smiled my best smile. Don't worry, darling. At present, I am not working on a story, and I will avoid starting one until we arrange such an isolation chamber for me to work in. This place isn't big enough, and neither is yours. Even before we go to the hub, I want to call the manager's office and see what larger compartments are available. We'll need 2 terminals also.
Why 2, dear? I don't use a terminal much.
But when you do, you need it. When I'm using this one in word processing mode, it can't be used for anything else. No newspaper, no mail, no shopping, no programs, no personal calls, nothing. Believe me, darling, I've had this disease for years. I know how to manage it. Let me have a small room and a terminal. Let me go into it and seal the door behind me. And it will be just like having a normal, healthy husband who goes to the office every morning and does whatever it is men do in offices. I've never known and have never been much interested in finding out.
Yes, dear. Richard, do you enjoy writing?
No one enjoys writing.
I wondered. Then I must tell you that I didn't quite tell you the truth when I said that I had married you for your money.
And I didn't quite believe you. We're even.
Yes, dear. I really can't afford to keep you as a pet. Oh, I can't buy you yachts, but we can live in reasonable comfort here in Golden Rule, not the cheapest place in the solar system. You won't have to write.
I stopped to kiss her, thoroughly and carefully. I'm glad I married you, but I will indeed have to write.
But you don't enjoy it, and we don't need the money. Truly, we don't.
Thank you, my love. But I did not explain to you the other insidious aspect of writing. There is no way to stop. Writers go on writing long after it becomes financially unnecessary, because it hurts less to write than it does not to write.
I don't understand.
I didn't either when I took that first fatal step. A short story it was, and I honestly thought I could quit any time. Never mind, dear. In another 10 years you will understand. Just pay no attention to me when I whimper. Doesn't mean anything. Just the monkey on my back.
Richard, would psychoanalysis help?
Can't risk it. I once knew a writer who tried that route. Cured him of writing all right, but did not cure him of the need to write. The last I saw of him, he was crouching in a corner, trembling. That was his good phase, but the mere sight of a word processor would throw him into a fit.
That bent for mild exaggeration?
Why, Gwen, I could take you to him, show you his gravestone. Never mind, dear. I'm going to call the manager's housing desk. I turned back to the terminal just as the darn thing lit up like a Christmas tree and the emergency bell chimed steadily. I flipped the answer switch. Ames here. Are we broached? Words sounded while letters streamed across the face of the CRT, and the printer started a printout without my telling it to. I hate it when it does that. Official to Dr. Richard Ames. The management finds that the compartment you now occupy, designated 715301 at 6515.4, is urgently needed. You are notified to vacate at once. Unused rent has been applied to your account, plus a free bonus of 50 crowns for any inconvenience this may cause you. Order signed by Arthur Middlegaff, manager's proxy for housing. Have a nice day.
This ends side 2 of cassette 1 of The Cat Who Walks Through Walls. Please fast forward to the end before loading cassette 2. The Cat Who Walks Through Walls, cassette 2.
Chapter 4. I go on working for the same reason a hen goes on laying eggs. H.L. Mencken. My eyes grew wide. Oh, goody, goody cheesecakes! 50 whole crowns! Golly! Gwen, now you can marry me for my money.
Do you feel well, dear? You paid more than that for a bottle of wine just last night. I think it's perfectly stinking, insulting.
Of course it is, darling. It is intended to make me angry, in addition to the inconvenience of forcing me to move. So I won't.
Won't move?
No, I'll move at once. There are ways to fight City Hall, but refusing to move is not one of them. Not while the manager's proxy can cut off power and ventilation and water and sanitary service. No, dear, the intention is to get me angry, ruin my judgment,
and get me to make threats that can't be carried out. I smiled at my darling. So I won't get angry, and I'll move right out of here, meek as a lamb, and the intense anger that I feel down inside will be kept there, out of sight, until it's useful to me. Besides, it changes nothing, as I was about to apply for a larger compartment. One more room, at least, for us. So I'll call him back. Dear Mr. Middlegaff, I mean. I keyed for directory again, not knowing offhand the call code of the housing office. I punched the execute key, and got a display on the screen of terminal out of service. I stared at it while I counted 10, backwards, in Sanskrit. Dear Mr. Middlegaff, or the manager himself, or someone, was trying hard to get my goat. So above all, I must not let it happen. Think calm, soothing thoughts, suitable for a fakir on a bed of nails. Although there did not seem to be any harm in thinking about frying his gonads for lunch, once I knew who he was, with soy sauce, or just garlic butter and a dash of salt. Thinking about this culinary choice did calm me a bit. I found myself unsurprised and not materially more annoyed when the display changed from terminal out of service to power and power-dependent services will terminate at 1300. This was replaced by a time display in large figures, 1231, and this changed to 1232 as I looked at it. Richard, what in the world are they doing? Still trying to drive me out of my skull, I surmise, but we won't let them. Instead, we'll spend 28 minutes, no, 27, clearing out 5 years of junk. Yes, sir. How can I help? That's my girl. Small wardrobe out here, big one in the bedroom. Throw everything on the bed. On the shelf in the big wardrobe is a duffel bag, a big jump bag. Stuff everything into it as tightly as possible. Don't sort. Hold out that robe you wore at breakfast and use it to make a bundle out of anything that you can't jam into the duffel bag. Tie it with its sash. Your toilet articles? Ah, yes. Plastic bag dispenser in buttery. Just dump them into a bag and shove them in with the bundle. Honey, you're going to make a wonderful wife. You are so right. Long practice, dear. Widows always make the best wives. Want to hear about my husbands? Yes, but not now. Save it for some long evening when you have a headache and I'm too tired. Having dumped 90% of my packing onto Gwen, I tackled the hardest 10%, my business records and files. Writers are pack rats mostly, whereas professional military learn to travel light, again, mostly. This dichotomy could have made me schizoid, were it not for the most wonderful invention for writers since the eraser on the end of a pencil. Electronic files. I use Sony mega wafers, each good for 500,000 words, each 2 centimeters wide, 3 millimeters thick, with information packed so densely that it doesn't bear thinking about. I sat down at the terminal, took off my prosthesis, peg leg if you prefer, opened its top. Then I removed all my memory wafers from the terminal selector, fed them into the cylinder that is the shin bone of my prosthesis, closed it, and put it back on. I now had all the files necessary to my business. Contracts, business letters, file copies of my copyrighted works, general correspondence, address files, notes for stories to be written, tax records, etc., and so forth ad nauseum. Before the days of electronic filing, these records would have been 1.5 tons of paper in 0.5 ton of steel, all occupying several cubic meters. Now, they massed only a few grams and occupied space no larger than my middle finger, 20 million words of file storage. The wafers were totally encased in that bone, and thereby safe from theft, loss, and damage. Who steals another man's prosthesis?
How could a cripple forget his artificial foot? He may take it off at night, but it is the first thing he reaches for in getting out of bed. Even a hold-up man pays no attention to a prosthesis. In my case, most people never know that I'm wearing one. Just once have I been separated from it. An associate, not a friend, took mine away from me and locking me up overnight. We had had a difference of opinion over a business matter. But I managed to escape, hopping on one foot. Then I parted his hair with his fireplace poker and took my other foot, some papers, and my departure. The writing business, basically sedentary, does have its brisk moments. The time on the terminal read 12:54, and we were almost through. I had only a handful of books, bound books, with words printed on paper, as I did my research, such as it was, through the terminal. These few Gwen stuffed into the bundle she had made from my robe. "What else?" she demanded. "I think that's all. I'll make a fast inspection, and we'll shove anything we've missed out into the corridor, then figure out what to do with it after they turn out the lights." "How about that bonsai tree?" Gwen was eyeing my rock maple, some 80 years old and only 39 centimeters high. "No way to pack it, dear. And besides, it requires watering several times a day. The sensible thing is to will it to the next tenant." "In a pig's eye, Chief. You'll carry it by hand to my compartment while I drag the baggage along behind." I had been about to add that the sensible thing has never appealed to me. "We're going to your compartment." "How else, dear? Certainly we need a bigger place, but our urgent need is any sort of roof over our heads, as it looks like snow by sundown." "Why, so it does. Gwen, remind me to tell you that I'm glad I thought of marrying you." "You didn't think of it. Men never do." "Really?" "Truly. But I'll remind you anyhow." "Do that. I'm glad you thought of marrying me. I'm glad you did marry me. Will you promise to keep me from doing the sensible thing from here on?" She did not commit herself, as the lights blinked twice, and we were suddenly very busy. Gwen in putting everything out into the corridor, while I made a frantic last go-around. The lights blinked again. I grabbed my cane and got out the door just as it contracted behind me. Phew! "Steady there, boss. Breathe slowly. Count 10 before you exhale, then let it out slowly." Gwen patted my back. "We should have gone to Niagara Falls. I told you so. I told you." "Yes, Richard. Pick up the little tree. At this G I can handle both the bag and the bundle, one in each hand. Straight up to 0G?" "Yes, but I carry the duffel bag and the tree. I'll strap my cane to the bag." "Please don't be macho, Richard. Not when we're so busy." "Macho is a put-down word, Gwen. Using it again calls for a spanking. Use it a third time, and I beat you with this here cane. I'll damn well be macho any time I feel like it." "Yes, sir. Me, Jane, you, Tarzan. Pick up the little tree, please." We compromised. I carried the duffel bag and used my cane to steady myself. Gwen carried the bundle with one hand, the bonsai maple with the other. She was unbalanced and kept shifting sides with the bundle. Gwen's proposed arrangement was, I must admit, more sensible, as the weight would not have been too much for her at that acceleration, and it fell off steadily as we climbed up to 0G. I felt sheepish, a touch ashamed, but it is a temptation to a cripple to prove, especially to women, that he can do everything he used to do. Silly, because anyone can see that he can't. I don't often give in to the temptation. Once we were floating free at the axis, we moved right along, with our burdens tethered to us, while Gwen guarded the little tree with both hands. When we reached her ring, Gwen took both pieces of luggage, and I did not argue. The trip took less than a half hour. I could have ordered a freight cage, but we might still be waiting for it. A labor-saving device often isn't. Gwen put down her burdens and spoke to her door. It did not open. Instead, the door answered,
Mistress Novak, please call the manager's housing office at once. The nearest public terminal is at ring 105, radius 135 degrees, acceleration 6/10 gravity, next to the personnel transport facility. That terminal will accept your call free of charge, courtesy of Golden Rule.
I cannot say that I was much surprised, but I admit that I was dreadfully disappointed. Being homeless is somewhat like being hungry, maybe worse. Gwen behaved as if she had not heard that dismal announcement. She said to me,
Sit down on the duffel bag, Richard, and take it easy. I don't think I'll be long.
She opened her purse, dug into it, came up with a nail file and a bit of wire, a paper clip, I believe. Humming a monotonous little tune, she started to work on the compartment's door. I helped by not offering advice. Not a word. It was difficult, but I managed it. Gwen stopped humming and straightened up.
There,
she announced. The door opened wide. She picked up my bonsai maple, our bonsai maple.
Come in, dear. Better leave the duffel bag across the threshold for now, so that the door won't pucker up. It's dark inside.
I followed her in. The only light inside was from the screen on her terminal. All services suspended. She ignored it and dug into her purse, brought out a finger torch, then used its light to get into a drawer in her buttery, took out a long, slender screwdriver, a pair of auto-lock tweezers, a nameless tool that may have been homemade, and a pair of high-pot gloves in her slender size.
Richard, will you hold the light for me, pretty please?
The access plate she wished to reach was high up over her microwaver and was locked and decorated with the usual signs warning tenants against even looking cross-eyed at it, much less touching it, with incantations of danger, do not tamper, call maintenance, etc. Gwen climbed up, sat on the oven top, and opened the access plate with just a touch. The lock apparently had been disabled earlier. Then she worked very quietly, save for that monotonous little hum, plus an occasional request for me to move the torchlight. Once she produced a really spectacular fireworks display, which caused her to cluck reprovingly and murmur,
Naughty, naughty, mustn't do that to Gwen.
Then she worked most slowly for a few more moments. The compartment's lights came on, accompanied by that gentle purr of a live room, air, micromotors, etc. She closed the access plate.
Will you help me down, dear?
I lifted her down with both hands, held on to her, claimed a kiss for payment. She smiled up at me.
Thank you, sir. My, I had forgotten how nice it is to be married. We should get married more often.
Now?
No, lunchtime now. Breakfast was hearty, but it is now past 14. Feel like eating?
It's good exercise, I assented. How about the Sloppy Joe on Appian Way near Ring 105? Or do you want oat cuisine?
A Sloppy Joe is okay. I'm not a fussy eater, dear. But I don't think we should go outside for lunch. We might not be able to get back in.
Why not? You do a slick job of bypassing a change in a door combo.
Richard, it might not be that easy again. They simply haven't noticed, as yet, that locking me out didn't work. But when they do, they can weld a steel plate across the doorway if that's what it takes. Not that it will, as I shan't fight being moved any more than you did. Let's eat lunch. Then I'll pack. What would you like?
It turned out that Gwen had salvaged from my buttery gourmet items I had in freeze or in sterile pack. I do stock unusual viands. How can you know ahead of time when you're working on a story in the middle of the night that you are going to suffer a craving for a clam sundae? It is merely prudent to have materials on hand. Otherwise, You could be tempted to stop work and leave your monastic seclusion in order to find an item you must have. And that way lies bankruptcy. Gwen laid out a buffet of her supplies and mine, ours, I should say, and we ate while discussing our next move. For move we must. I told her that I intended to call dear Mr. Middlegaff as soon as we finished lunch. She looked thoughtful. I had better pack first. If you wish, but why? Richard, we have leprosy, that's evident. I think it must be connected with the killing of Schultz, but we don't know. Whatever the cause, when we stick our heads outside, I had better have my things ready just as yours are. We may not get back in. She nodded at her terminal, still shining with the message, all services suspended. Putting that terminal back into service would be more than a matter of wheedling a few solenoids, since the computer itself is elsewhere. So we can't beard Mr. Middlegaff from this compartment. Therefore, we must do everything we need to do here before we go out that door. While you pack, I can duck out to call him. Over my dead body. Huh? Gwen, be reasonable. Reasonable I emphatically am. Richard Collin, you are my brand new bridegroom. I intend to get years and years of wear out of you. While this trouble is going on, I am not letting you out of my sight. You might disappear like Mr. Schultz. Beloved, if they shoot you, they are going to have to shoot me first. I attempted to reason with her. She put her hands over her ears. I won't argue it. I can't hear you. I'm not listening. She uncovered her ears. Come help me pack, please. Yes, dear. Gwen packed in less time than I had taken, yet my help consisted mostly of keeping out of her way. I'm not too used to living with females. Military service is not conducive to home life, and I had tended to avoid marriage, aside from short-term contracts with Amazon comrades, contracts automatically canceled by orders for change of duty. After I reached field grade, I had had female orderlies a couple or 6 times, but I don't suppose that relationship is much like civilian marriage either. What I'm trying to say is that despite having written many thousands of words of love confession stories under 100-odd female pen names, I don't know much about women. When I was learning the writing scam, I pointed this out to the editor who bought from me these sin, suffer, and repent stories. The editor was Evelyn Fingerhut, a glum middle-aged man with a bald spot, a tic, and a permanent cigar. He grunted, "Don't try to learn anything about women. It would handicap you." But these are supposed to be true stories, I objected. They are true stories. Every one of them is accompanied by a sworn statement. This story is based on fact. He jerked a thumb at the manuscript I had just brought in. You've got a fact slip clipped to that one. Are you trying to tell me it ain't so? Don't you want to get paid? Yes, I wanted to be paid. To me, the acme of prose style is exemplified by that simple, graceful clause, pay to the order of. I answered hastily, well, as a matter of fact, that story is no problem. I didn't actually know the woman, but my mother told me all about her. It was a girl she had gone to school with. This girl did indeed marry her mother's younger brother. She was already pregnant when the truth was discovered, and then she was faced with that horrible dilemma just as I've told it, the sin of abortion or the tragedy of an incest baby with a possibility of 2 heads and no chin. All fact, Evelyn, but I trimmed it a bit in telling it. It turned out that Beth Lou was no blood relation to her uncle, and that's the way I wrote it. But also her baby was no relation to her husband. That part I left out. So, write it again and leave that part in and the other part out. Just be sure to change the names and places. I don't want any complaints. At a later time, I did so, and sold that version to him also, but never did get around to telling Fingerhut that it hadn't happened to a schoolmate of my mother, but was something I had cribbed from from a book belonging to my Aunt Abby, The Librettos of the Ring Cycle by Richard Wagner, who should have stuck to composing music and found himself a W.S. Gilbert to write his librettos. Wagner was a terrible writer, but his preposterous plots were just right for the true confessions trade. Toned down a little, not quite so hardcore, and of course different names and locales. I didn't steal them, or not quite. They are all in the public domain today, copyrights expired, and besides, Wagner stole those plots in the first place. I could have made a soft living on nothing but Wagnerian plots, but I got bored with it. When Fingerhut retired and bought a turkey ranch, I quit the confession business and started writing war stories. This was more difficult. For a time, I almost starved, because military matters I do know something about, and that, as Fingerhut had pointed out, is a handicap. After a while, I learned to suppress what I knew, not let it get in the way of the story. But I never had that trouble with confession stories, as neither Fingerhut, nor I, nor Wagner knew anything at all about women. Especially about Gwen. Somewhere I had acquired the conviction that women need at least 7 pack mules to travel, or their equivalent in big suitcases, and of course women are by nature disorganized. So I believed. Gwen moved out of her compartment with just one large case of clothes, smaller than my duffel bag, with every garment neatly folded, and one smaller case of, well, non-clothes, things. She lined up our chattels, duffel bag, bundle, large case, small case, her purse, my cane, bonsai tree, and looked at them. "I think I can work out a way," she said, "for us to handle all of them at once." "I don't see how," I objected. "With only 2 hands apiece, I had better order a freight gauge." "If you wish, Richard." "I will." I turned toward her terminal and stopped. Gwen gave full attention to our little maple tree. I repeated. "Gwen, you're going to have to loosen up. I'll slide out and find that nearest terminal booth, then come back." "No, Richard." "Huh? Just long enough to—" "No, Richard." I heaved a sigh. "What's your solution?" "Richard, I will agree to any course of action that does not involve us being separated. Leave everything inside this compartment and hope that we can get back in. That's one way. Place everything just outside the door and leave it while we go to order a freight cage and call Mr. Middlegaff. That's another way." "And have it all disappear while we are gone? Or are there no 2-legged rats in this neighborhood?" I was being sarcastic. Every habitat in space has its night walkers, invisible habitants who cannot afford to remain in space, but who evade being returned to Earth. In Golden Rule, I suspect that the management spaced them when they caught them, although there were darker rumors, ones that caused me to avoid all sorts of ground pork. "There is still a third way, sir, adequate for moving us as far as that terminal booth, that being as far as we can go until the housing office gives us a new assignment. Once we know our new address, we can call for a cage and wait for it." "The booth is only a short distance. Sir, earlier you said you could carry both your bag and your bundle with your cane strapped to your bag. For this short distance, I agree to that. I can carry both my cases, one in each hand, with the strap of my purse let out so that I can sling it over my shoulder. The only problem then is the little tree. Richard, you've seen pictures in National Geographic of native girls carrying bundles on their heads?" She didn't wait for me to agree. She picked up the little potted tree, placed it atop her head, took her hands away, smiled at me, and sank down, bending only her knees, spine straight and bearing erect, picked up her 2 cases. She walked the length of her compartment, turned, and faced me. I applauded.
"Thank you, sir. Just one thing more. The walkways are sometimes crowded. If someone jostles me, I'll do this."
She simulated staggering from being bumped, dropped both cases, caught the bonsai as it fell, put it back on top her head, again picked up her luggage.
Like that.
And I'll drop my bags and grab my cane and beat him with it, the jerk who jostled you. Not to death, just a reprimand. I added, assuming that the miscreant is male and of mature years. If not, I'll make the punishment fit the criminal.
"I'm sure you will, dear, but truly I don't think anyone will jostle me, as you will be walking in front of me, breaking trail. All right?"
All right, except that you should strip to the waist.
"Really?"
All pictures of that sort in National Geographic always show the women stripped to the waist. That's why they print them.
"All right, if you say to, although I'm not really endowed for that."
Quit fishing for compliments, monkey face. You do all right, but you're much too good for the common people, so keep your shirt on.
"I don't mind, if you really think I should."
You're too willing. Do as you please, but I am not, repeat, not, urging you to. Are all women exhibitionists?
"Yes."
The discussion ended because her door signal sounded. She looked surprised. I said, "Let me," and stepped to the door, touched the voice button. Yes?
"Message from the manager."
I took my finger off the voice button, looked at Gwen. Shall I open up?
"I think we must."
I touched the dilator button. The door spread open. A man in a proctor's uniform stepped inside. I let the door snap back. He shoved a clipboard at me.
"Sign here, Senator."
Then he pulled it back.
"Say, you are the senator from Standard Oil, ain't you?"
Chapter 5. He is one of those people who would be enormously improved by death. H. H. Munro. I said, "You have that backwards. Who are you? Identify yourself."
"Huh? If you ain't the senator, forget it. I got the wrong address."
He started to back out and bumped his behind against the door, looked startled, and turned his head, reached for the dilator button. I slapped his hand down. "I told you to identify yourself. That clown suit you're wearing is no identification. I want to see your credentials. Gwen, cover him."
"Right, Senator."
He reached for a hip pocket, made a fast draw. Gwen kicked whatever it was out of his hand. I chopped him in the left side of his neck. His clipboard went flying, and down he went, falling with the curiously graceful leisureliness of low gravity. I knelt by him. "Keep him covered, Gwen."
"1 second, Senator. Watch him."
I pulled back and waited. She went on.
"Okay now. But don't get in my line of fire, please."
Roger Wilco. I kept my eyes on our guest, collapsed loosely on the deck. His awkward posture seemed to say that he was unconscious. Nevertheless, there was a chance that he was shamming. I had not hit him all that hard. So I applied my thumb to the left lower cervical pressure point, jabbing hard to cause him to scream and claw at the ceiling if he were awake. He did not move. So I searched him, first from behind, then I rolled him over. His trousers did not quite match his tunic, and they lacked the braid down the sides that a proctor's uniform trousers should have. The tunic was not a good fit. His pockets held a few crowns in paper, a lottery ticket, and 5 cartridges. These last were Skada 6.5 millimeter longs, unjacketed, expanding, used in pistols, Tommies, and rifles, and illegal almost everywhere. No wallet, no IDs, nothing else. He needed a bath. I rocked back and stood up. "Keep your gun on him, Gwen. I think he's a night walker."
"I think so, too. Please look at this, sir, while I keep him covered."
Gwen pointed at a pistol lying on the deck. Calling it a pistol dignifies it more than it deserves. It was a lethal weapon, homemade, of the category known traditionally as rumble gun. I studied it as thoroughly as I could without touching it. Its barrel was metal tubing, so light in gauge that I wondered whether or not it had ever been fired. The hand grip was plastic, ground or whittled to conform to a fist. The firing mechanism was concealed by a metal cover held in place by, believe me, rubber bands. That it was a single-shot weapon seemed certain, but with that flimsy barrel it could turn out to be a one-shot as well. It seemed to me to be almost as dangerous to the user as to his target. "Nasty little thing," I said. "I don't want to touch it. It's a built-in booby trap." I looked up at Gwen. She had him covered with a weapon quite as lethal, but embodying all the best in modern gunsmith's art, a 9-shot Miyako. "When he pulled a gun on you, why didn't you shoot him? Instead of taking a chance on disarming him, you can get very dead that way."
"Because."
"Because what? If someone pulls a gun on you, kill him at once if you can."
"I couldn't. When you told me to cover him, my purse was way over there, so I covered him with this."
Something suddenly glinted in her other hand as she appeared to be a two-gun fighter. Then she clipped it back into her breast pocket. A pen.
"I was caught flat-footed, boss. I'm sorry."
"Oh, that I could make such mistakes. When I yelled at you to cover him, I was simply trying to distract him. I didn't know you were healed."
"I said I was sorry. Once I had time to get at my purse, I got out this persuader, but I had to disarm him first."
I found myself wondering what a field commander could do with 1,000 like Gwen. She masses about 50 kilos and stands not much over 1.5 meters high, say 160 centimeters in her bare feet. But size has little to do with it, as Goliath found out a while back. On the other hand, there aren't 1,000 Gwens anywhere. Perhaps just as well. "Were you carrying that Miyako in your purse last night?" She hesitated.
"If I had been, the results might have been regrettable, don't you think?"
"I withdraw the question. I think our friend is waking up. Keep your gun on him while I find out." Again I gave him my thumb. He yelped. "Sit up," I said. "Don't try to stand up. Just sit up and place your hands on top of your head. What's your name?" He urged on me an action both unlikely and lewd. Now, I reproved him. "Let's have no rudeness, please. Mistress Hardesty," I went on, looking directly at Gwen. "Would you enjoy shooting him just a little bit? A flesh wound, enough to teach him to be polite?"
"If you say so, Senator. Now?"
"Well, let's allow him that one mistake, but no second chance. Try not to kill him. We want him to talk. Can you hit him in the fleshy part of a thigh, not hit the bone?"
"I can try."
"That's all anyone can ask. If you do hit a bone, it won't be out of spite. Now let's start over. What is your name?"
Bill."
"Bill. What is the rest of your name?"
Just Bill. That's all the name I use."
Gwen said,
"A little flesh wound now, Senator, to sharpen his memory?"
"Perhaps. Do you want it in your left leg, Bill, or your right?"
"Neither one. Look, Senator, Bill actually is all the name I've got. And make her not point that thing at me, will you, please?"
"Keep him covered, Mistress Hardesty. Bill, she won't shoot you as long as you cooperate. What happened to your last name?"
"I never had one. I was Bill number 6 at the Holy Name Children's Refuge. Dirtside, that is, New Orleans."
"I see. I begin to see. But what did it say on your passport when you came here?"
"Didn't have one. just a contractor's work card. It read William No Middle Name Johnson, but that was just what the labor recruiter wrote on it. Look, she's wiggling that gun at me.
Then don't do anything to annoy her. You know how women are.
I sure do. They ought not to be allowed to have firearms.
An interesting thought. Speaking of firearms, that one you were carrying, I want to unload it, but I'm afraid that it might explode in my hand. So we will risk your hand instead. Without getting up, turn around so that your back is toward Mistress Hardesty. I am going to push your zap gun to where you can reach it. When I tell you to, not before, you can take your hands down, unload it, then again put your hands on your head. But listen closely to this. Mistress Hardesty, when Bill turns around, take a bead on his spine, just below his neck. If he makes one little suspicious move, kill him. Don't wait to be told. Don't give him a second chance. Don't make it a flesh wound. Kill him instantly.
With great pleasure, Senator.
Bill let out a moan. All right, Bill. Turn around. Don't use your hands. Just willpower. He pivoted on his buttocks, scraping his heels to do so. I noted with approval that Gwen had shifted to the steady two-handed grip. I then took my cane and pushed Bill's homemade gun along the deck to a point in front of him. Bill, don't make any sudden moves. Take your hands down. Unload your pistol, leave it open with its load beside it. Then put your hands back on your head. I backed up Gwen with my cane and held my breath while Bill did exactly what I had told him to do. I had no compunction about killing him, and I felt sure that Gwen would kill him at once if he tried to turn that homemade gun on us. But I worried over what to do with his body. I didn't want him dead, unless you are on a battlefield or in a hospital. A corpse is an embarrassment, hard to explain. The management was bound to be stuffy about it. So I breathed a sigh of relief when he finished his assigned task and put his hands back on his head. I reached out with my cane, reversed, and dragged that nasty little gun and its one cartridge toward me, pocketed that cartridge, then ground a heel down onto its tubing barrel, crushing the muzzle and ruining the firing mock-up, then said to Gwen, "You can ease up a little now. No need to kill him this instant. Drop back to flesh wound alert."
Aye, aye, Senator. May I give him that flesh wound?
No, not if he behaves. Bill, you're going to behave, aren't you?
Ain't I been behaving? Senator, make her put the safety on that thing at least.
Now, yours didn't even have a safety, and you are in no position to insist on terms. Bill, what did you do with the proctor you slugged?
Huh?
Oh, come now. You show up here in a proctor's tunic that does not fit you, and your pants don't match your coat. I ask to see your credentials, and you pull a gun, a rumble gun, for the love of Pete. And you haven't bathed in... how long? You tell me. But tell me first, what you did with the owner of that tunic. Is he dead, or just sapped and stuffed into a closet? Answer quickly, or I'll ask Mistress Hardesty to give you a memory stimulant. Where is he?
I don't know. I didn't do it.
Now, dear boy, don't lie to me.
The truth. On my mother's honor, it's the simple truth.
I had doubts about his mother's honor, but it would have been unmannerly to express them, especially in dealing with so sorry a specimen. Bill, I said gently, you are not a proctor. Must I explain why I am certain? Chief Proctor Franco is a system-class martinet. If one of his stooges had shown up for morning roll call looking and stinking the way this poor slob did, the delinquent would have been lucky merely to have been shipped dirt-side. I will if you insist. Did you ever have a pin stuck under a fingernail, then the outer end of the pin heated? It improves one's memory. Gwen said eagerly,
A bobby pin works better, Senator. More mass to hold the heat. I've got one right here. Can I do it to him? Can I?
You mean, may I, do you not? No, dear girl. I want you to continue to keep Bill under your sights. If it becomes necessary to resort to such methods, I won't ask a lady to do it for me.
Aw, Senator, you'll get soft-hearted and let up on him just when he's ready to spout. Not me. Let me show you. Please? Well... Keep that bloodthirsty bitch away from me!
Bill's voice was shrill. Bill, you will apologize to the lady at once. Otherwise, I will let her do to you whatever she wishes. He moaned again.
Lady, I apologize. I'm sorry, but you scare it right out of me. Please, don't use a bobby pin on me. I seen a guy once that had that done to him. Oh, it could be worse,
Gwen assured him pleasantly.
12-gauge copper wire conducts the heat much better, and there are interesting places in the male body to use it. More efficient, quicker results, she added thoughtfully. Senator, I've got some copper wire in my small case. If you'll hold this pistol for a moment, I'll get it for you.
Thank you, my dear, but it may not be needed. I think Bill wants to say something.
It's no trouble, sir. Don't you want me to have it ready?
Perhaps. Let's see. Bill, what did you do with that Proctor?
I didn't. I never saw him. Just two skins said they had a cash job for me. I don't make 'em, never seen 'em, they ain't with it. But there are always new ones, and Fingers said they passed.
Hold it. Who is Fingers?
He's mayor of our alley, okay?
More details, please. Your alley?
Man's got to sleep somewhere, ain't he? VIP like you has got a compartment with his name on it. I should be so lucky. Home is where it is, right?
This ends side 1 of cassette 2. Please turn the cassette over and start side 2 at the same point.
I think you're telling me that your alley is your home. Where is it? Ring, radius, and acceleration.
That's not exactly how it is.
Be rational, Bill. If it's inside the main cylinder, not off in one of the appendages, its location can be described that way.
Maybe so, but I can't describe it that way because that's not how you get there. And I won't lead you the way you have to go because...
His face screwed up in utter despair, and he looked about 10 years old.
Don't let her hot-wire me, and don't let her shoot me a little bit at a time. Please. Just space me and get it over with. Okay? Senator?
Yes, Mistress Hardesty.
Bill's afraid that if you hurt him enough, he will tell you where he hides to sleep. Other night walkers sleep there, too. That's the point. I suspect that the Golden Rule isn't big enough to hide him from those others. If he tells you where they sleep, they'll kill him. Probably not quickly.
Bill, is that why you're being stubborn?
Talked too much already. Space me.
Not while you're alive, Bill. You know things I need to know, and I intend to squeeze them out of you if it takes copper wire and Mistress Hardesty's most whimsical notions. But I may not need the answer to the question I asked you. What happens to you if you tell me or show me where your alley is? He was slow in answering. I let him take his time. At last he said in a low voice, Nosy's caught a skin 6-7 months ago. Cracked him open. Not from my alley, thank Jesus. His alley was a maintenance space near 110 and down at full G. So the Nosies gassed it, and a lot of skins died. But this skin they turned loose. Cold help that was to him.
He hadn't been walking 24 hours when he was grabbed and locked in with rats. Hungry ones.
I see. I glanced at Gwen. She gulped and whispered,
Senator, no rats. I don't like rats. Please.
Bill, I withdraw the question about your alley, your hideout, and I won't ask you to identify any other Nightwalker. But I expect you to answer anything else fully and quickly. No more stalling. No waste of time. Agreed?
Yes, sir.
Go back. These two strangers offered you a job. Tell me about it.
They tell me just a few minutes of razzle-dazzle, nothing to it. They want me to wear this jacket, make like a nosy, bong the door here, ask for you. Message from the manager, that's what I have to say. Then the rest like we did, you know. When I say, hey, you ain't the senator, or are you? They are supposed to close in and arrest you.
Bill looked at me accusingly.
But you messed it up. You fouled it, not me. You didn't do anything like you was supposed to. You clamped the door on me, and you shouldn't have, and you turned out to be the senator after all, and you had her with you.
His voice was especially bitter when he referred to Gwen. I could understand his resentment. How is a sincere criminal, trying hard, going to get ahead in his profession if his victim fails to cooperate? Almost all crime depends on the acquiescence of the victim. If the victim refuses his assigned role, the criminal is placed at a disadvantage, one so severe that it usually takes an understanding and compassionate judge to set things right. I had broken the rules. I had fought back. You've certainly had a run of bad luck, Bill. Let's check this message from the manager you were supposed to deliver. Keep him covered, Mistress Hardesty.
Can I take my hands down?
No. The clipboard was still on the deck between Gwen and Bill, but a bit toward me. I could reach it without crossing her line of fire. I picked it up. Clipped to the board was a receipt form for messages, with a place for me, or someone, to sign. Clipped beside it was the familiar blue envelope of Mackay 3 planets. I opened it. The message was in 5-letter code groups, about 50 of them. Even the address was in code. Written in longhand above the address was, Senator Cantor, Standard Oil. I tucked it into a pocket without comment. Gwen queried me with her eyes. I managed not to see it. Mistress Hardesty, what shall we do with Bill?
Scrub him.
Eh? Do you mean waste him? Or are you volunteering to scrub his back?
Heavens, no. Both, neither. I am suggesting that we shove him into the refresher and leave him there until he's sanitary. Bathed, hot water, and lots of suds, hair shampooed, clean fingernails and toenails, everything. Don't let him out until he whiffs clean.
You would let him use your fresher?
Things being the way they are, I don't expect to use it again. Senator, I'm tired of his stink.
Well, yes, he does put one in mind of rotten potatoes on a hot day in the Gulf Stream. Bill, take off your clothes. The criminal class is the most conservative group in any society. Bill was as reluctant to strip down in the presence of a lady as he had been to divulge the hideout of his fellow outcasts. He was shocked that I would suggest it, horrified that a lady would go along with this indecent proposal. On the latter point, I might have agreed with him yesterday, but I had learned that Gwen was not easily daunted. In fact, I think she enjoyed it. As he peeled down, Bill gained a bit of my sympathy. He looked like a plucked chicken, with a woebegone expression to match. When he was down to undershorts, gray with dirt, he stopped and looked at me. "All the way," I said briskly. "Then duck into the fresher and take the works. If you do a poor job, you'll do it over. If you stick your nose outside in less than 30 minutes, I won't bother to check you. I'll simply send you back in. Now get those drawers off. Fast. Bill turned his back to Gwen, took off his shorts, then scuttled sideways to the refresher in a futile effort to retain a fraction of his modesty. He sealed the door behind him. Gwen put her pistol into her purse, then worked her fingers flexing and extending them.
I was getting stiff from holding it. Beloved, may I have those cartridges?
Eh?
The ones you took from Bill. 6, wasn't it? 5 and 1?
Certainly, if you wish. Should I tell her that I, too, had use for them? No, data of that sort should be shared only on a need-to-know basis. I got them out, handed them to her. Gwen looked them over, nodded, again took out her sweet little pistol, slid out its clip, loaded the 6 confiscated rounds into it, replaced the clip, jacked one into the chamber, locked the weapon, and returned it to her purse. "Correct me if I'm wrong," I said slowly. "When I first called on you to back me, you covered him with a pocket pen. Then, after you disarmed him, you held him with an empty gun. Is that correct?"
Richard, I was taken by surprise. I did the best I could.
I was not criticizing. On the contrary.
There never seemed to be a good time to tell you. She went on. Dear, could you spare a pair of pants and a shirt? There are some right on top in your duffel bag.
I suppose so. For our problem child?
Yes. I want to shove his filthy clothes down the oubliette, let them be recycled. The stench won't clear out of here until we get rid of them.
So let's get rid of them. I shoved Bill's clothes down the chute, all but his shoes, then washed my hands at the Buttery's fountain. Gwen, I don't think I have anything more to learn from this lunk. We could leave him some clothes and simply leave, or we could leave right away and not leave him any clothes. Gwen looked startled.
But the Proctors would pick him up at once.
Exactly. Dear girl, this lad is a born loser. The Proctors will grab him before long anyhow. What do they do with night walkers today? Have you heard any gossip?
No, nothing with the ring of truth.
I don't think they ship them down to Earth. That would cost the company too much money, thus violating the golden rule the way it is interpreted here. There is no jail or prison in golden rule. That limits the possibilities. So? Gwen looked troubled.
I don't think I like what I'm hearing.
It gets worse. Outside that door, perhaps not in sight, but somewhere near, are a couple of hoodlums who mean us no good, or who mean me no good, at least. If Bill leaves here, having flubbed the job he was hired to do, what happens to him? Do they feed him to the rats? Yes, My uncle used to say, never pick up a stray kitten unless you've already made up your mind to be owned by it. Well, Gwen? She sighed.
I think he's a good boy. Could be. I mean, if anyone had ever bothered with him.
I echoed her sigh. Just one way to find out. Chapter 6. Don't lock the barn after it is stolen. Hartley M. Baldwin. It is difficult to punch a man in the nose through a terminal. Even if one does not intend to use such direct persuasion, discussion via computer terminal can be less than satisfactory. With the flick of a key, your opponent can shut you off or turn you over to a subordinate. But if you are physically present in his office, you can counter his most reasonable arguments simply by being more stupidly stubborn than he is. Just sit tight and say no, or say nothing. You can face him with the necessity of either assenting to your oh-so-reasonable demands or having you thrown out bodily. The latter probably will not fit his public persona. For these reasons, I decided to skip calling Mr. Middlegaff or anyone at the housing office and went directly to the manager's office, in person. I had no hope of influencing Mr. Middlegaff, who clearly had had a policy handed to him, which he was now carrying out with bureaucratic indifference. Have a nice day, indeed. I had little hope of getting satisfaction from the manager, but at least if the manager turned me down, I would not have to waste time going higher. The Golden Rule, being a privately owned company not chartered by any sovereign state, i.e., being itself sovereign, had no authority higher than the manager. God Almighty himself was not even a minority partner. Decisions by the managing partner might be utterly arbitrary, but they were utterly final. There was no possibility of years of litigation, no way a higher court could reverse his decision. The law's delays that so blemished the workings of justice in democratic states down Dirtside could not exist here. I recalled only a few capital cases in the 5 years I had lived here. But in each case the manager had sat as magistrate. Then the condemned had been spaced that same day. In such a system, the question of miscarriage of justice becomes moot. Add to that the fact that the profession of law, like the profession of prostitution, is neither licensed nor forbidden. And the result is a judicial system having little resemblance to the crazy ziggurat of precedent and tradition that passes for justice Dirtside. Justice in the Golden Rule might be astigmatic, if not totally blind. It could not be slow. We left Bill in the outer foyer of the manager's offices with our baggage, my duffel bag and bundle, Gwen's cases, the bonsai maple, watered before we left Gwen's compartment, with instructions to Bill to sit on the duffel bag, guard the bonsai with his life, Gwen's phrasing, and watch the rest. We went inside. There we each, separately, left our names at the reception desk, then found seats. Gwen opened her purse, got out a Casio game board. "What'll it be, dear? Chess, cribbage, backgammon, go, or what?" "You're expecting a long wait?" "Yes, I am, sir, unless we build a fire under the mule." "I think you're right. Any ideas about how to build that fire? Without setting fire to the wagon, I mean." "Oh, what the devil. Go ahead and set fire to the wagon." "But how?" "We could use a variation on the old standard. My husband knows all, or your wife has found out. But our variation would have to be quite novel, as the basic ploy has long white whiskers." She added, "Or I could go into labor pains. That is always good for attention." "But you don't look pregnant." "Want to bet? So far no one has taken a good look at me. Just give me 5 minutes alone in that ladies' lounge across there, and you'll be certain I'm 9 months gone. Richard, this ploy I learned years ago when I was a claims investigator for an insurance company. It will always get one inside, anywhere." "You tempt me," I admitted, "as it would be such fun to watch you work it. But the ploy we use not only has to get us inside, but also must keep us inside under circumstances in which the bloke will listen to our arguments." "Dr. Ames." "Yes, Mrs. Ames?"
"The manager isn't going to listen to our arguments."
"Please amplify."
"I applauded your decision to go straight to the top because I saw that it would save time and tears to get all the bad news at once. We have leprosy. What has already been done to us makes that clear. The manager intends not merely to force us to move, he means to kick us right out of Golden Rule. I don't know why, but we don't have to know why. It simply is so. Realizing that, I am relaxed to it. Once you realize it too, dear man, we can make plans. To go Dirtside, or to Luna, or to Promised Land, L4, Ceres, Mars, wherever you wish, beloved. Whither thou goest."
to Luna.
Sir?
For now, at least. Luna Free State isn't bad. Currently, it is moving from anarchy to bureaucracy, but it is not yet completely muscle-bound. It still has quite a lot of freedom for people who know how to deal with it pragmatically, and there is still elbow room on Luna, and in Luna. Yes, Gwen, we must leave. I suspected it earlier, and know it now. Save for one thing, we could go straight to the spaceport. I still want to see the manager. Damn it, I want to hear it from his own lying lips. Then with a clear conscience, I can turn on the poison.
You intend to poison him, dear?
A figure of speech. I plan to place him on my list. Then quick karma will do him in.
Oh, perhaps I can think of a way to help it along.
Not necessary. Once on the list, they never last long.
But I would enjoy it. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. But the revised version reads, Vengeance is Gwen's. Then mine only if Gwen leaves me any.
I clucked at her. Who was saying that I should not take the law into my own hands?
But I was talking about you, sir. I didn't say a word about me. I delight in making quick karma even quicker. It's my pet hobby.
My darling, you are a nasty little girl, I am happy to say. Going to kill him with hives or with hangnails? Maybe hiccups?
I'm thinking of keeping him awake till he dies. Lack of sleep is worse than anything you listed, dear, if pushed far enough. The victim's judgment goes to pieces long before he stops breathing. He hallucinates, including all his worst phobias. He dies in his own private hell and never escapes from it.
Gwen, you sound as if you had used this method. Gwen did not comment. I shrugged. Whatever you decide, let me know how I can help.
I will, sir. I think highly of drowning in caterpillars, but I don't know how to get that many caterpillars other than by having them shipped up from Earth. Except, well, one can always arrange for them through the insomnia method. Toward the end, you can cause the condemned to create his own caterpillars just by suggesting it to him.
She shivered.
Schrecklich! But I won't use rats, Richard. Never rats. Not even imaginary rats.
My sweet and gentle bride, I'm glad to know you draw the line at something.
Certainly I do. Beloved, you startled me with the notion that bad manners could be judged a hanging offense. My own concern is for evil rather than for bad manners. I think evil deeds should never go unpunished. God's arrangements for punishing evil are too slow to suit me. I want it done now. Take hijacking. Hijackers should be hanged on the spot as soon as they are caught. An arsonist should be burned at the stake on the site of the fire he started, if possible before its ashes grow cold. A rapist should be killed by...
I did not learn, then, what complex way of dying Gwen favored for rapists, because a polite bureaucrat, male, gray, dandruffy, built-in rhesus, stopped in front of us and said, Dr. Ames? I am Dr. Ames. I am Mungerson Fitz, Assistant Deputy Administrator for Supererogatory Statistics. I'm helping out. I'm sure you understand how terribly busy the manager's office is just now with the new addition being brought up to spin, all the temporary relocations that have to be made, and all the disruptions to routine that have to be accommodated before we can all settle down in a larger and greatly improved golden rule. He gave me a winning smile. I understand you want to see the manager. That's right. Excellent. Because of the present emergency, I am helping here in order to maintain the proud quality of Golden Rule service to our guests during alterations. I have been fully empowered to act for the manager. You can think of me as his alter ego, because, to all intents and purposes, I am the manager. This little lady, she is with you? Yes. Honored, ma'am? Delighted. Now, friends, if you will please come with me. No. Excuse me? I want to see the manager. But I explained to you. I'll wait. I don't think you understood me. Please come with... No. At this point, Fitz should have grabbed me with a come-along and tossed me out on my ass. Not that it is easy to do this to me. I trained with the Dorsi. But that is what he should have done. However, he was inhibited by custom, habit, and policy. Fitz paused and looked baffled. But you must, you know." "No, I don't know." "I'm trying to tell you. I want to see the manager. Did he tell you what to do about Senator Cantor?" "Senator Cantor? Let me see. He's the senator from... If you don't know who he is, how do you know what to do about him?" If you will just wait a moment while I consult. You had better take us along, since you don't seem to be fully empowered on this critical issue." Please wait here." I stood up. "No, I had better get back. The senator may be looking for me. Please tell the manager that I'm sorry I could not arrange it." I turned to Gwen. "Come, madam. Let's not keep him waiting." I wondered if Mungerson would notice that him was a pronoun without a referent. Gwen stood up, took my arm. Fitz said hastily, "Please, friends, don't leave. Come with me." He herded us to an unmarked door. "Wait just one moment, please." He was gone more than a moment, but nevertheless only a short time. He returned with his face wreathed with smiles. I think that is the expression. "Right this way, please." He took us through the unmarked door, down a short passage, and into the manager's inner office. The manager looked up from his desk and inspected us, not with the familiar fatherly expression of the too frequent "word from the manager" announcements that come over every terminal. On the contrary, Mr. Sethos looked as if he had found something nasty in his porridge. I ignored his chilly demeanor. Instead, I stood just inside the door, Gwen still on my arm, and waited. I once lived with a fussy cat. Is there another sort? Who, when faced with an offering of food not perfectly to his taste, would stand still and, with dignified restraint, look offended. A remarkable bit of acting for one whose face was completely covered with fur. However, he did it mostly by body language. I now did this to Mr. Sethos, primarily by thinking about that cat. I stood and waited. He stared at us, and at last stood up, bowed slightly, and said, "Madam, will you please be seated?" Whereupon we both sat down. Round one to us, on points. I could not have done it without Gwen, but I did have her help, and once I got my butt into his chair, he was not going to get it out until I got what I wanted. I sat still, kept quiet, and waited. When Mr. Sethos's blood pressure reached triggering level, he said, "Well, you've managed to bull your way into my office. What's this nonsense about Senator Cantor?" "I expect you to tell me. Have you assigned Senator Cantor to my wife's compartment?" "Eh? Don't be ridiculous. Mistress Novak has a one-room efficiency compartment, the smallest size in first class. The senator from Standard Oil, if he came here, would be in a deluxe suite, of course." "Mine, perhaps? Is that why you evicted me, for the senator?" "What? Don't put words in my mouth. The senator isn't aboard. We've been forced to ask a number of our guests to shift around, you among them. The new section, you know. Before it can be welded on, all compartments and spaces adjacent to Ring 130 must be evacuated. So we have to double up temporarily to make room for our displaced guests.
Your compartment will have 3 families in it, as I recall. For a short while, that is.
I see. Then it was just an oversight that I was not told where to move?
Oh, I'm sure you were told.
I surely was not. Will you please tell me my new address?
Doctor, do you expect me to carry housing assignments in my head? Go wait outside, and someone will look it up and tell you.
I ignored his suggestion order. Yes, I do think you carry them in your head. He snorted.
There are more than 180,000 people in this habitat. I have assistants and computers for such details.
I'm sure you do, but you have given me strong reason to think that you do have such details in your head, when they interest you. I'll give an example. My wife was not introduced to you. Mungerson Fitz did not know her name, so he could not have told you. But you knew without being told. You knew her name, and what compartment she lived in. Did live in, I mean, until you had her locked out. Is that how you apply the golden rule, Mr. Sethos? By kicking out your guests without even the courtesy of warning them ahead of time?
Doctor, are you trying to pick a fight?
No. I'm trying to find out why you have been hassling us, bullying us, persecuting us. You and I both know that it has nothing to do with the temporary dislocations caused by bringing the new section up to spin and welded on. That's certain. Because the new section has been building for over 3 years, and you've known for at least a year the date you were going to bring it up to spin. Yet you had me kicked out of my compartment with less than 30 minutes warning. My wife you treated even worse. You simply locked her out, no warning at all. Sethos, you aren't just moving us around to allow for attaching the new section. If that were true, we would have been told at least a month ago, along with temporary reassignments and with dates for moving into new permanent quarters. No, you're rousting us right out of Golden Rule habitat. And I want to know why.
Get out of my office. I'll have someone take you by the hand and lead you to your new, temporary quarters.
Not necessary. Just tell me the coordinates and the compartment number. I'll wait here while you look them up.
By God, I believe you want to be kicked off Golden Rule.
No, I've been quite comfortable here. I'll be happy to stay if you will tell me where we are to sleep tonight and give us our new permanent assignment, where we'll be living once the new section is welded on and pressurized, I mean. We need a 3-room suite to replace the 2-roomer I had and the 1-room compartment Mrs. Ames had. 2 terminals, 1 for each of us, just as before, and low gravity, 4/10 G by preference, but not more than half a gravity.
Would you like an egg in your beer? Why do you need 2 terminals? That requires additional wiring.
So it does, and I'll pay for it, because I'm a writer. I'll use one as a word processor and for library reference work. Mrs. Ames needs the other for household routine.
Oh, you plan to use residential space for business purposes. That calls for commercial rates, not residential rate.
What does that come to?
It will have to be calculated. There is a costing factor for each type of commercial use. Retail stores, restaurants, banks, and the like cost approximately 3 times as much per cubic meter as does residential space. Factory space does not cost as much as retail space, but may have surcharges for hazards and so forth. Warehousing is only slightly more than residential. Offhand, I think you will have to pay office space rates. That's a factor of 3.5, but I'll have to take it up with the chief accountant.
Mr. Manager, do I understand you correctly? Are you planning to charge us 3.5 times as much as our combined rents were together?
Approximately. It might be as low as 3 times.
Well, well. I haven't concealed the fact that I'm a writer. It says so on my passport, and I'm listed that way in your directory all the past 5 years. Tell me why it suddenly makes a difference to you whether I use my terminal to write letters home or to write stories. Sethos gave what could have been construed as a laugh.
Doctor, Golden Rule is a business enterprise undertaken for profit. I manage it for my partners to that end. No one has to live here. No one has to do business here. What I charge people to live here or to do business here is controlled solely by maximizing profit to the partnership, as guided by my best judgment to that end. If you don't like it, you can take your business elsewhere.
I was just about to shift the basis for discussion, I can see when I'm outgunned, when Gwen spoke up.
Mr. Sethos? Yes, Mistress Novak, Mrs. Ames. Did you get your start pimping for your sisters?
Sethos turned a delicate shade of eggplant. He finally got control of himself well enough to say,
Mrs. Ames, are you being intentionally insulting? That's obvious, isn't it? I don't know that you have sisters. It just seems like the sort of enterprise that would appeal to you. You have injured us for no reason whatsoever. We come to you asking for redress of grievance. You answer us with evasions, outright lies, irrelevant issues, and a fresh extortion. You justify this new outrage with a plonking sermon on free enterprise. Just what price did you usually charge for your sisters, and how much did you keep as your commission? Half, or more than half? Madam, I must ask you to leave my office and this habitat. You are not the sort we want living here. I am delighted to leave, Gwen answered, not stirring. Just as quickly as you settle my account, and my husband's account. Get out!
Gwen put out her hand, palm up.
Cash first, you bald-faced swindler. The balance of our accounts plus the fair home deposits we each made when we got here. If we leave this room without collecting, there's not a prayer that you will ever pay what you owe us. Pay up, and we leave. The first shuttle down to Luna. But pay up, and right now, or you'll have to space me to shut me up. If you call in your goons, you flannel mouth, I'll scream this place down. Want a sample?
Gwen tilted her head back, cut loose with a scream that made my teeth ache. Sethos, too, apparently. I saw him flinch. He stared at her a long moment, then touched some control on his desk.
Ignatius, close the accounts of Dr. Richard Ames and Mistress Gwendolyn Novak.
With only a momentary hesitation, he correctly stated my compartment number and that of Gwen.
And deliver them to my office at once, with cash to pay them off, with receipts to chop and print, no checks. What? You listen to me. If it takes longer than 10 minutes, we'll hold a full-scale inspection of your department. See who has to be fired, who merely has to be demoted.
He switched off, did not look at us. Gwen got out her little game board, set it for tic-tac-toe, which suited me, it being about the intellectual level I felt able to cope with then. She beat me 4 straight games, even though twice I had the first move. But my head was still aching from her supersonic scream. I had not kept track of the exact time, but it must have been about 10 minutes later that a man came in with our accounts. Sethos glanced at them, passed them over to us. Mine appeared to be accurate. I was about to sign the receipt when Gwen spoke up. What about the interest on the money I had to deposit?
What are you talking about? My fare back Dirtside. I had to deposit it in cash, no IOUs accepted. Your bank here charges 9% on private loans, so it ought to be paying at least savings account rates on impounded money, although time deposit rates would be more reasonable. I've been here more than a year, so let me see.
Gwen took out the pocket calculator we had been using for tic-tac-toe.
You owe me 871 and, call it even crowns, 871 crowns in interest. In Swiss gold, that comes to... We pay in crowns, not Swiss money. All right, you owe it to me in crowns. And we don't pay interest on return ticket money. It is simply held in escrow.
I was suddenly alert. You don't, eh? Dear, may I borrow that widget? Let's see, 180,000 people, and one-way tourist fare to Maui on Pan Am or Qantas is...
7,200, Gwen answered, except weekends and holidays.
So, I punched it in. Well over 1 billion crowns. 1296 followed by 6 zeros. How interesting. How enlightening. Sethos, old boy, you may be skimming off over 100 million a year, tax-free, simply by placing all this money you are holding for us suckers in Luna City money funds. But I don't think you use it that way, or not all of it. I think you run your whole enterprise using other people's money, without their knowledge or consent. Right? The flunky, Ignatius, who had fetched our accounts, was listening with intent interest. Sethos growled, "Sign those receipts and get out." "Oh, I shall."
"But pay us our interest,"
Gwen added. I shook my head. "No, Gwen. Anywhere but here we could sue him. Here he is both the law and the judge. But I don't mind, Mr. Manager, as you have given me a wonderful saleable idea for an article. Reader's Digest, probably, or Fortune. I'll title it Pie in the Sky, or How to Get Rich on Other People's Money, the Economics of Privately Owned Space Habitats. 100 million a year swindled out of the public in Golden Rule habitat alone. Something along that line.
"You publish that, and I'll sue you for everything you own."
Will you? See you in court, old boy. Somehow I don't think you will want to wash your dirty linen in any court where you aren't the judge. I just got a wild idea. You're finishing a very expensive edition. And I remember seeing in the Wall Street Journal that you did it without selling bonds. How much of that so-called escrow money is floating out there as rings 130 to 140? And how many of us leaving all the same week would it take to cause a run on your bank? Can you pay on demand, Sethos? Or is that escrow as phony as you are?
Say that in public, and I'll sue you in every court in the system. Sign that receipt and leave."
Gwen would not sign until the cash was counted out in front of us, whereupon she did sign, and so did I. As we were accepting the money, Sethos's desk terminal came to life. Its screen was visible only to him, but the speaker's voice identified him. Chief Proctor Franco. "Mr. Sethos?"
"I'm busy."
"This is an emergency. Ron Tolliver's been shot.
What?"
It just happened. I'm in his office. He's hurt bad. Probably won't make it. But I got eyewitnesses. That fake doctor did it. Richard Ames."
"Shut up."
"But, boss..."
"Shut up, you stupid bumbling fool. Report to me at once."
Sethos turned his attention back to us.
"Now get out of here."
Perhaps I had better wait and meet these eyewitnesses.
"Get out. Get off this habitat."
I offered Gwen my arm.
This ends side 2 of cassette 2 of The Cat Who Walks Through Walls. Please fast forward to the end before loading cassette 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. The Cat Who Walks Through Walls, cassette 3.
Chapter 7. You can't cheat an honest man. He has to have larceny in his heart in the first place. Claude William Dukenfield. Outside we found Bill still sitting on my duffel bag, the little tree in his arms. He stood up an uncertain look on his face, but when Gwen smiled at him, he grinned back. I said, "Any problems, Bill?"
"No, boss. Skin tried to buy a little tree."
"Why didn't you sell it?" He looked shocked.
"Huh? It belongs to her."
"That's right. If you had sold it, do you know what she would have done? She would have drowned you in caterpillars, that's what she would have done. So you were smart not to risk crossing her. But no rats. As long as you stick with her, you need never be afraid of rats. Right, Mistress Hardesty?"
"Correct, Senator. No rats ever. Bill, I'm proud of you, not letting someone tempt you, but I want you to stop that slang. Why, someone hearing you might think you were a night walker, and we wouldn't want that, would we? So don't say, a skin tried to buy the tree. Just say, a man. Matter of fact, this skin was a slitch. Abroad. Read? Yes, but let's try that again. Say, a woman. All right, that skin was a woman.
He grinned sheepishly.
You sound just like the sisters that taught us at Holy Name back Dirtside. I take that as a compliment, Bill, and I'm going to nag you about your grammar and your pronunciation and your choice of words even more than they ever did, until you talk as beautifully as the Senator does. Because many years ago, a wise and cynical man proved that the way a person talks is the most important thing about him when it comes to dealing successfully with the world. Do you understand me? Some. You can't learn everything at once, and I don't expect you to. Bill, if you bathe every day and speak grammatically, the world will decide that you are a winner and will treat you accordingly. So we'll keep trying.
I said, "And in the meantime, it is urgent to get out of this bucket."
Senator, this is urgent, too.
Yes, the old how to housebreak a puppy rule. I understand. But let's get moving.
Yes, sir. Straight to the spaceport?
Not yet. Straight down El Camino Real while checking every public terminal for one that will accept coins. Do you have any coins?
A few. Enough for a short call, perhaps.
Good. But keep your eyes open for a change maker, too. Now that you and I have canceled our credit codes, we'll have to use coins. We picked up our burdens again and started out. Gwen said quietly,
"I don't want Bill to hear this, but it's not difficult to convince a public terminal that you are using a correct credit code when you are not."
I answered just as quietly, "We will resort to that only if honesty won't work. My darling, how many more little scams do you have tucked away?"
"Sir, I don't know what you're talking about. 100 meters ahead of us, does that booth on the right have the yellow sign? Why are so few public booths equipped to receive coins?"
Because Big Brother likes to know who is calling whom. And with the credit code method, we are practically begging him to share our secrets. Yes, that one does have the sign. Let's pool our coins. The Reverend Dr. Hendrik Hudson Schultz answered his terminal promptly. His Santa Claus visage peered at me, sizing me up, counting the money in my wallet. "Father Schultz?"
"In the flesh. How can I serve you, sir?"
Instead of answering, I took out a 1,000-crown note, held it in front of my face. Dr. Schultz looked at it, raised his bristling brows.
"You interest me, sir."
I tapped my ear while glancing left and right. Then I signed all 3 of the 3 little monkeys. He answered,
"Why, yes, I was about to go out for a cup of coffee. Will you join me? One moment."
Shortly, he held up a sheet of paper on which he had printed in large block letters, "Old MacDonald's Farm."
"Can you meet me at Sans Souci Bar Grill? That's on Petticoat Lane, right across from my studio. About 10 minutes, perhaps?"
All the while he was talking, He was jabbing a finger at the sign he was showing me. I answered, "Right-o," and switched off. I was not in the habit of going to farm country, since full gravity is not kind to my bad leg, and farms have to be at full gravity. No, that's not correct. There may be more habitats in the system that use for farming whatever fractional G they wish, or that mutated plants prefer, than there are that use natural sunlight and full G. As may be, Golden Rule goes the natural sunlight and full G route for much of its fresh food. Other spaces in Golden Rule use artificial light and other accelerations for growing food. How much, I don't know, but the enormous space from Ring 50 to Ring 70 is open air, side to side, save for struts and vibration dampers and walkways joining the principal corridors. In this span of 20 rings, 800 meters, radii 0 to 60, 120 to 180, and 240 to 300, let in the sunlight. Radii 60 to 120, 180 to 240, and 300 to 0 are farmland, of which 180 to 240, ring 50 to 70, is Old MacDonald's farm. That's a lot of farmland. A man could get lost there, especially in fields where corn grows even taller than it does in Iowa. But Doc Schultz had paid me the compliment of assuming that I would know where to meet him, at a popular outdoor restaurant and bar called the Country Kitchen, right spang in the middle of the farm, ring 60, radius 210, at, of course, full gravity. To reach the restaurant, we had to go downstairs forward of ring 50, then walk aft, at full G, damn it, to ring 60, a distance of 400 meters. A short distance, oh, certainly about 4 city blocks. Try it on a false foot with a stump that has already been used too much in walking and too much in carrying for one day. Gwen spotted it, in my voice or my face or my walk, or something. Or she read my mind, maybe. I'm not sure she can't. She stopped. I stopped. Trouble, dear? Yes. Senator, put down that bundle. I'll balance Treeson on my head. Give me the bundle. I'm all right. Yes, sir, you surely are, and I'm going to keep you that way. It is your privilege to be macho whenever you wish, and it's my privilege to go female and be vaporish and weak and unreasonable. Right now I'm about to faint, and I'll stay that way until you give me the bundle. You can beat me later. When is it my turn to win an argument? On your birthday, sir, which this is not. Let me have the bundle, please. It was not an argument I wanted to win. I handed over the bundle. Bill and Gwen went on ahead of me, with Bill walking in front, breaking trail. She never lost control of the burden balanced on her head, even though the road was not corridor smooth, a dirt road. Real dirt, a piece of totally unnecessary swank. I limped slowly along behind, leaning heavily on my cane and putting almost no weight on my stump. By the time I reached the outdoor restaurant, I felt fairly well recovered. Dr. Schultz was leaning against the bar with an elbow hooked over it. He recognized me, did not admit it until I came up to him. Dr. Schultz? Ah, yes. He did not ask my name. Shall we look for a restful spot? I find that I enjoy the quiet of the apple orchard. Shall I ask our host to have a small table and a couple of chairs placed back in the trees? Yes, but 3 chairs, not 2. Gwen had joined us. Not 4? No, I want Bill to watch our chattels, as he did before. I see an empty table over there. He can pile stuff on it and around it. Soon we 3 were settled at a table that had been moved for us back into the orchard. After consulting, I ordered beer for the Reverend and for me, Coke for Gwen, and told the waitress to find the young man with the bundle and give him what he wanted: beer, Coke, sandwiches, whatever. I suddenly realized that Bill might not have eaten today. When she left, I dug into a pocket, pulled out that 1,000-crown note, gave it to Dr. Schultz. He caused it to disappear. "Sir, do you wish a receipt?" "No." "Between gentlemen, eh? Excellent. Now, how can I help you?" 40 minutes later, Dr. Schultz knew almost as much about our troubles as I did, as I held nothing back. He could help us, it seemed to me, only if he knew the full background, so far as I knew it, on what had happened. "You say Ron Tolliver has been shot?" he said at last. I didn't see it. I heard the chief proctor say so. Correction. I heard a man who sounded like Franco, and the manager treated him as such. "Good enough. Hear hoofbeats, expect horses, not zebras. But I heard nothing about it on my way here, and I noticed no signs of excitement in this restaurant, and the assassination or attempted assassination of the second largest holder of partnership shares in this sovereignty should cause excitement. I was at the bar for a few minutes before you arrived. No word of it. Yet a bar is notoriously the place news hits first. There is always a screen turned onto the news channel. Could the manager be covering it up? That lying snake is capable of anything. I was not speaking of his moral character, concerning which my judgment matches yours, but solely of physical possibility. One does not cover up a shooting too easily. Blood, noise, a victim, dead or wounded, and you spoke of witnesses, or Franco did. Still, Judge Sethos controls the only newspaper, and the terminals, and the proctors. Yes, if he wished to make the effort, he could surely keep it hush-hush for a considerable period. We shall see. And that is one more item on which I will report to you after you reach Luna City. We may not be in Luna City. I'll have to phone you. Colonel, is that advisable? Unless our presence together during that few seconds at the bar here was noted by some interested party who knows both of us, it is possible that we have succeeded in keeping our alliance secret. It is indeed fortunate that you and I have never been associated in any fashion in the past. There is no probable way to trace me to you, or you to me. You can phone me, certainly, but one must assume that my terminal is tapped, or my studio is bugged, or both, and both have happened in the past. I suggest rather the mails, for other than direst emergency. But mail can be opened. By the way, I'm Dr. Ames, not Colonel Campbell, please. And, oh yes, this young man with us, he knows me as Senator, and Mrs. Ames as Mistress Hardesty, from that dust-up I told you about. I'll remember. In the course of a long life, one plays many roles. Would you believe that I was once known as Lance Corporal Finnegan, Imperial Marines? I can easily believe it. Which just goes to show you, as I never was. But I've worked much stranger jobs. Mail can be opened, true. But if I deliver a letter to Luna City Shuttle just before it leaves our spaceport, it is most unlikely that it will ever reach the hands of anyone interested in opening it. In the reverse direction, a letter sent to Henrietta Van Loon, care of Madame Pompadour, 20012 Petticoat Lane, will reach me with only minimal delay. An old established madam has years of dealing gently with other people's secrets. One must trust, I find. The art lies in knowing whom to trust. Doc, I find that I trust you. He chuckled. My dear sir, I would most happily sell you your own hat were you to leave it on my counter. But you are correct in essence. As I have accepted you as my client, you can trust me totally.
being a double agent would invite ulcers. And I am a gourmand who will do nothing that could interfere with my pleasures as a trencherman." He looked thoughtful and added, "May I see that wallet again? Enrico Schultz." I handed it to him. He took out the ID. "You say this is a good likeness?" "Excellent, I think." "Dr. Ames, you will realize that the name Schultz at once catches my attention. What you may not guess is that the varied nature of my enterprises makes it desirable for me to note each new arrival in this habitat. I read the Herald each day, skimming everything but noting most carefully anything of a personal nature. I can state unequivocally that this man did not enter Golden Rule habitat under the name Schultz. Any other name might have slipped my mind, but my own surname? Impossible." "He appears to have given that name on arriving here." "Appears to have. You speak precisely." Schultz looked at the ID. "In 20 minutes in my studio. No, allow me a half hour. I could produce an ID with this face on it, and of as good quality. That would assert that his name was Albert Einstein." "You're saying we can't trace him by that ID?" "Hold on. I didn't say that. You tell me this is a good likeness. A good likeness is a better clue than is a printed name. Many people must have seen this man. Several must know who he is. A smaller number know why he was killed. If he was, you left that carefully open." "Well, primarily because of that incredible Mexican hat dance that took place immediately after he was shot. If he was, instead of confusion, those four behaved as if they had rehearsed it." "Well, I shall pursue the matter, both with carrot and with stick. If a man has a guilty conscience or a greedy nature, and most men have both, ways can be found to extract what he knows. Well, sir, we seem to have covered it. But let's be sure, since it is unlikely that we shall be able to consult again. You will press ahead with the Walker-Evans aspect, while I investigate the other queries on your list. Each will advise the other of developments, especially those leading into or out of the Golden Rule. Anything more? Ah, yes, that coded message. Did you intend to pursue it?" "Do you have any ideas on it?" "I suggest that you keep it and take it to the Mackay main office in Luna City. If they can identify the code, it is then just a matter of paying a fee, licit or illicit, to translate it. Its meaning will tell you whether or not I need it here. If Mackay cannot help, then you might take it to Dr. Jacob Raskob at Galileo University. He is a cryptographer in the Department of Computer Science, and if he can't figure out what to do about it, I can suggest nothing better than prayer. May I keep this picture of my cousin, Enrico?" "Yes, surely. But mail me a copy, please. I may need it in pursuing the Walker-Evans angle. On second thought, certain to. Doctor, we have one more need I have not mentioned." "So?" "The young man with us. He's a ghost, Reverend. He walks by night. And he's naked. We want to cover him. Can you think of anyone who can handle it, and right away? We would like to catch the next shuttle." "One moment, sir. Am I to infer that your porter, the young man with your baggage, is the ruffian who pretended to be a proctor?" "Didn't I make that clear?" "Perhaps I was obtuse. Very well, I accept the fact, while admitting astonishment. You want me to supply him with papers, so that he can move around in Golden Rule without fear of proctors?" "Not exactly. I want a bit more than that. A passport to get him out of Golden Rule and into Luna Free State." Dr. Schultz pulled his lower lip. "What will he do there? No, I withdraw that question. Your business, not mine. Or his business."
Gwen said,
I'm going to spank him into shape, Father Schultz. He needs to learn to keep his nails clean and not to dangle his participles. And he needs some backbone. I'm going to equip him with one.
Schultz looked thoughtfully at Gwen. Yes, I think you have enough for two. Madam, may I say that, while I do not yearn to emulate you, I do strongly admire you.
I hate to see anything go to waste. Bill is about 25, I think, but he acts and talks as if he were 10 or 12. Yet he is not stupid.
She grinned.
I'll larn him if'n I have to bust his pesky haid.
More power to you, Schultz added gently. But suppose he does turn out to be simply stupid, lacking the capacity to grow up? Gwen sighed.
Then I guess I would cry a bit and find him some protected place where he could work at what he can do and be whatever he is, in dignity and in comfort. Reverend, I could not send him back down to the dirt and the hunger and the fear and the rats. Living like that is worse than dying.
Yes, it is. For dying is not to be feared. It is the final comfort, as we all learn eventually. Very well. A sincere passport for Bill. I'll have to find a certain lady, see whether or not she can accept a rush assignment. He frowned. It will be difficult to do this before the next shuttle, and I must have a photograph of him. Plague take it, that means a trip to my studio. More lost time, more risk for you two.
Gwen reached into her purse, pulled out a mini Helvetia, illegal without a license most places, but probably not covered by managers' regulations here. Dr. Schultz, this doesn't make a picture big enough for a passport, I know, but could it be blown up for the purpose?
It certainly could be. That's an impressive camera.
I like it. I once worked for an agency that used such cameras. When I resigned, I found I had mislaid it and had to pay for it.
She grinned mischievously.
Later, I found it. It had been in my purse all along, but way down in the bottom, lost in the junk.
She added,
I'll run get a picture of Bill.
I said hastily, use a neutral background.
Think I was a hint the door? Excuse, please. Back in a second.
She was back in a few minutes. The picture was coming up. A minute later, it was sharp. She passed it to Dr. Schultz.
Will that do?
Excellent. But what is that background, may I ask?
A bar towel. Frankie and Juanita stretched it tight behind Bill's head.
Frankie and Juanita, I repeated. Who are they?
The head bartender and the manager. Nice people.
Gwen, I didn't know you were acquainted here. That could cause problems.
I'm not acquainted here. I've never been here before, dear. I've been in the habit of patronizing the chuck wagon in Lazy 8 spread at Radius 90. They have square dancing.
Gwen looked up, squinting against the sunlight directly overhead. The Habitat, in its stately spin, was just swinging through the arc that placed the sun at zenith for Old MacDonald's farm. She pointed high. Well, 60 degrees up, it had to be.
There, you can see the chuck wagon. The dance floor is just above it, toward the sun. Are they dancing? Can you see? There's a strut partly in the way.
They're too far away for me to tell, I admitted. They're dancing, Dr. Schultz said. Texas Star, I think. Yes, that's the pattern. Ah, youth, youth. I no longer dance, but I have been a guest caller at the chuck wagon on occasion. Have I seen you there, Mrs. Ames? I think not.
And I think yes, Gwen answered. But I was masked that day. I enjoyed your calling, Doctor. You have the real Pappy Shaw touch.
Higher praise a caller cannot hope for. Masked? Perchance you wore a candy-striped gown in green and white? A full-circle skirt?
More than a full circle. It made waves whenever my partner twirled me. People complained that the sight made them seasick. You have an excellent memory, sir.
And you are an excellent dancer, ma'am. Somewhat irked, I interrupted. Can we knock off this old home week? There are still urgent things to do, and I still have hopes that we can catch the 20 o'clock shuttle. Schultz shook his head. 20 o'clock? Impossible, sir. Why is it impossible? That's over 3 hours from now. I'm edgy about the idea of waiting for a later shuttle. Franco might decide to send his goons after us. You've asked for a passport for Bill, Dr. Ames. Even the sorriest imitation of a passport takes more time than that. He paused and looked less like Santa Claus and more like a tired and worried old man. But your prime purpose is to get Bill out of this habitat and onto the moon? Yes. Suppose you took him there as your bond servant. Huh? You can't take a slave into Luna Free State. Yes and no. You can take a slave to the moon, but he is automatically free then and forever once he sets foot on Luna. That is one thing those convicts nailed down when they set themselves free. Dr. Ames, I can supply a bill of sale covering Bill's indentures in time for the evening shuttle. I feel confident. I have his picture. I have a supply of official stationery, authentic by midnight requisition, and there is time to crease and age the document. Truly, this is much safer than trying to rush a passport. I defer to your professional judgment. How and when and where do I pick up the paper? Not at my studio. Do you know a tiny bistro adjacent to the spaceport, 1/10 G at radius 300? The spaceman's widow? I was about to say no, but that I would find it, when Gwen spoke up. I know where it is. You have to go behind Macy's warehouse to reach it. No sign on it. That's right. Actually, it's a private club, but I'll give you a card. You can relax there and get a bite to eat. No one will bother you. Its patrons tend to mind each his own business. Because that business is smuggling or something equally shady, but I didn't say it. That suits me. The Reverend Doctor got out a card, started to write on it, paused. Names? Mistress Hardesty, Gwen answered promptly. I agree, Dr. Schultz said soberly. A proper precaution. Senator, what is your surname? It can't be Cantor. I might run into someone who knows what Senator Cantor looks like. Hardesty? No, she's your secretary, not your wife. Johnson. There have been more senators named Johnson than any other name, so it arouses no suspicion. And it matches Bill's last name, which could be useful. He wrote on the card, handed it to me. Your host's name is Tiger Kondo, and he teaches all sorts of kill quick in his spare time. You can depend on him. Thank you, sir. I glanced at the card, pocketed it. Doctor, do you want more retainer now? He grinned jovially. Now, I haven't yet determined how deeply I can bleed you. My motto is, all the traffic will bear, but never make the mark anemic. Reasonable. Till later, then. We had better not leave together. I agree. 19 o'clock is my best guess. Dear friends, it has been both a pleasure and a privilege. And let us not forget the true importance of this day. My felicitations, ma'am. My congratulations, sir. May your life together be long and peaceful and filled with love. Gwen got on her tiptoes and kissed him for that, and they both had tears in their eyes. Well, so did I. Chapter 8. The biscuits and the syrup never come out even. Lazarus Long. Gwen took us straight to the spaceman's widow, tucked in behind Macy's storerooms, just as she had said, in one of those odd little corners formed by the habitat's cylindrical shape. If you didn't know it was there, you probably would never find it. It was pleasantly quiet after the crowds we had encountered at the spaceport end of the axis. Ordinarily, this end was for passenger craft only, with freighters ganging up at the other end of the axis of spin. But positioning the new addition for bringing it up to spin had caused all traffic to be routed to the moonward or forward end. Forward because Golden Rule is long enough to have a slight tidal effect, and will have even more when the new addition is welded on. I don't mean that it has daily tides. It does not. But what it does have, I may be telling too much. It depends on how much you have had to do with habitats. You can skip this with no loss. What it does have is a tidal lock on Luna. The forward end points forever straight down at the moon. If Golden Rule were the size of a shuttlecraft, or as far away as L5, this would not happen. But Golden Rule is over 5 kilometers long, and it orbits around a center of mass only a little over 2,000 kilometers away. Surely that's only 1 part in 400, but it's a square law, and there's no friction, and the effect goes on forever. It's locked. The tidal lock Earth has on Luna is only 4 times that, much less if you bear in mind that Luna is round as a tennis ball, whereas Golden Rule is shaped more like a cigar. Golden Rule has another orbital peculiarity. It orbits from pole to pole. Okay, everybody knows that, sorry. But also this orbit, elliptical but almost a perfect circle, has that circle fully open to the sun, i.e., the plane of its orbit faces the sun, always, while Luna rotates under it, like Foucault's pendulum, like the spy satellites patrolling Earth. Or, to put it another way, Golden Rule simply follows the Terminator, the day and night line on Luna, around and around and around, endlessly, never in shadow. Well, in shadow at lunar eclipses, if you want to pick nits, but only then. This configuration is only metastable. It is not locked. Everything tugs at it, even Saturn and Jupiter. But there is a little pilot computer in Golden Rule that does nothing but make sure Golden Rule's orbit is always full face to the sun, thereby giving old MacDonald's farm its bountiful crops. It doesn't even take power to speak of, just the tiniest nudges against the tiny deviations. I hope you skipped the above. Ballistics is interesting only to those who use it. Mr. Kondo was small, apparently of Japanese ancestry, very polite, and had muscles as sleek as a jaguar. He moved like one. Even without Dr. Schultz's tip, I would have known that I did not want to encounter Tiger Kondo in a dark alley, unless he was there to protect me. His door did not open fully until I showed Dr. Schultz's card. Then he at once made us welcome with formal but warm hospitality. The place was small, only half filled, mostly men, and the women were not, I thought, their wives. But not tarts either. The feeling was that of professional equals. Our host sized us up, decided that we did not belong in the main room with the regulars, put us in a little side room or booth, one big enough for us 3 and our baggage, but just barely. He then took our orders. I asked if dinner was available. "Yes and no," he answered. "Sushi is available, and sukiyaki cooked at the table by my eldest daughter. Hamburgers and hot dogs can be had. There is pizza, but it is frozen. We do not make it or recommend it. This is primarily a bar. We serve food, but do not demand that our guests eat here. You are welcome to play Go or chess or cards all night and never order anything." Gwen put a hand on my sleeve. "May I?" "Go ahead." She spoke to him at some length, and I never understood a word. But his face lit up. He bowed and left. I said, "Well?" "I asked if we could have what I had last time.
and that is not a specific dish, but an invitation to Mama-san to use her judgment with whatever she has. It also let him admit that I had been here before, which he would never have done had I not published it, as I was here with another man. He also told me that our little pet here is the best specimen of rock maple he has ever seen outside Nippon, and I asked him to spray it for me just before we leave. He will.
Did you tell him we were married?
Not necessary. The idiom I used in speaking of you implied it.
I wanted to ask her when and how she had learned Japanese, but did not. Gwen would tell me when it suited her. How many marriages are ruined by that itch to know all about a spouse? As a veteran of countless true confession stories, I can assure you that unbridled curiosity about your wife's, husband's past is a sure formula for domestic tragedy. Instead, I spoke to Bill. Bill, this is your last chance. If you want to stay in Golden Rule, now is the time to leave. After you have had dinner, I mean. But after dinner, we are going down to the moon. You can come with us or stay here. Bill looked startled.
Did she say I got a choice?
Gwen said sharply,
Of course you do. You can come with us, in which case I shall require you to behave like a civilized human being at all times, or you can remain in Golden Rule and go back to your turf, and tell Fingers you botched the job he got you.
I didn't botch it. He did.
Meaning me.
I said, That does it, Gwen. He resents me. I don't want him around, much less have to support him. He'll slip poison into my soup some night.
Oh, Bill wouldn't do that, would you, Bill?
I said, Oh, wouldn't he? Notice how quick he is to answer? Gwen, earlier today he tried to shoot me. Why should I put up with his surly behavior?
Richard, please. You can't expect him to get well all at once.
This feckless discussion was cut short by Mr. Kondo returning to the table to arrange it for dinner, including hold-down clips for our little tree. 1/10 of Earth normal gravity is enough to hold food on a plate, hold feet against the floor, but just barely. The chairs here were fastened to the floor. There were seat belts on them if you wish to use them. I didn't, but a belt does have its points if you have to cut tough steak. Tumblers and cups had lids and side sippers. The last was perhaps the most needed adaptation. You can easily scald yourself picking up a cup of hot coffee in a 10th G. The weight is nothing, but the inertia is undiminished, and so it slops all over you. As Mr. Kondo was placing flatware and sticks at my place, he said quietly into my ear, Senator, is it possible that you were present at the Solus Lacus drop? I answered heartily, I certainly was, mate. You were there too? He bowed. I had that honor. What outfit? Go for broke, Oahu. Oh, go for broke, I said reverently. The most decorated outfit in all history. Proud, man, proud. On behalf of my comrades, I thank you. And you, sir? I dropped with Campbell's Killers. Mr. Kondo drew air through his teeth. Ah, so proud indeed. He bowed again and went quickly into the kitchen. I stared glumly at my plate. Caught out, Kondo had recognized me. But when that day comes, that asked point blank, I deny my comrades, don't bother to check my pulse. Don't even bother to cremate me. Just haul me out with the swill. Richard? Huh? Yes, dear? May I be excused? Certainly. Do you feel all right? Quite all right, thank you. But I have something to take care of. She left, headed for the passage leading to the lounges and the exit, moving in that feather-light motion that is dancing rather than walking. At a 10th G, real walking can be accomplished only by wearing grips, magnetic or otherwise, or very long practice. Mr. Kondo was not wearing grips. He glided like a cat. "Senator." "Yes, Bill?"
"Is she mad at me?"
"I don't think so." I was about to add that I would be displeased with him if he persisted in, then shut up in my mind. Threatening to leave Bill behind was too much like beating a baby. He had no armor. She simply wants you to stand tall and not blame other people for your acts, not make excuses. Having delivered myself of my favorite duck-billed platitude, I went back to glum self-assessment. I make excuses. Yes, but not out loud, just to myself. That's an excuse in itself, chum. Whatever you've done, whatever you've been, is all totally 100% your own fault. All. Or, to my credit, yes, but damned little. Come on, be truthful. But look where I started, and still got all the way up to Colonel. In the most whore-son, canker-ridden, thieving, looting gang of thugs since the Crusades. Don't talk that way about the regiment. Very well, but they aren't the Coldstream Guards, are they? Those dudes. Why, just one platoon of Campbell's. Dreck. Gwen returned, having been gone, quite a time. I hadn't checked the time when she left, but it was now, I saw, almost 18. I tried to stand, not practical, with both table and chair bolted down. She asked, "Have I held up dinner?" "Not a bit. We ate, and threw the leavings to the pigs."
"All right. Mama-san won't let me go hungry."
"And Papa-san won't serve without you."
"Richard, I did something without consulting you."
"I don't see anything in the book that says you have to. Can we square it with the cops?"
"Nothing like that. You've noticed the fezzes around town all day, excursionists up from the Shriners' Convention in Luna City."
"So that's what they are. I thought Turkey had invaded us."
"If you like. But you've seen them today, wandering up and down the lane and the Camino, buying anything that doesn't bite. I suspect that most of them are not staying overnight. They have a full program in Luna City and have hotel rooms there already paid for. The late shuttles are sure to be crowded."
"With drunk Turks woofing into their fezzes and onto the cushions."
"No doubt. It occurred to me that even the 20 o'clock schedule is likely to be fully booked rather early, so I bought tickets for us and reserved couches."
"And now you're expecting me to pay you back? Submit a claim, and I'll pass it along to my legal department."
"Richard, I was afraid we would not get away from here at all tonight."
"Mistress Hardesty, you continue to impress me. What was the total?"
"We can straighten out finances another time. I just felt that I could eat dinner in a happier frame of mind if I was sure that we could get away promptly after dinner. And,
She paused, looked at Bill.
"Bill?" "Yes, ma'am?" "We are about to eat dinner. Go wash your hands."
"Huh?"
"Don't grunt. Do as I tell you."
"Yes, ma'am." Bill got up docilely and went out. Gwen turned back to me.
"I was antsy, fidgety, because of the Limburger."
"What Limburger?"
"Your Limburger, dear. It was part of what I salvaged from your larder. Then I put it out on the cheese and fruit tray when we had lunch. There was a little 100-gram wedge, untouched, still in its wrapping when we finished. Rather than throw it away, I put it in my purse. I thought it might make a nice snack."
"Gwen."
All right. I saved it on purpose. Because I've used it in looking-glass warfare before this. It's much nicer than some of the things on the list. Why, you wouldn't believe what nasty...
"Gwen, I wrote the list. Stick to your muttons."
In Mr. Sethos's office, you will remember that I was seated almost against the bulkhead and right by the main ventilation discharge. Quite a draft against my legs, and uncomfortably warm. I got to thinking.
Gwen.
They're all alike all through the habitat. Local control, both on heat and volume. And the louver just snaps on. While accounting was working up our final statement, the manager was studiously ignoring us. I turned the volume down and the heat to neutral and snapped off the cover. I rubbed Limburger cheese all over the vanes of the heat exchanger and tossed the rest of the package as far back into the duct as I could manage and put the louver back on. Then just before we left, I turned the heat control to cold and turned the volume up.
She looked worried.
Are you ashamed of me?
No, but I'm glad you're on my side. You are, aren't you?
Richard.
But I'm even gladder that we have reservations on the next shuttle. I wonder how long it will be before Sethos feels chilly and turns up the heat.
This ends side 1 of cassette 3. Please turn the cassette over and start side 2 at the same point.
What we had for dinner was delicious, and I don't know the names of any of it, so I'll let it go at that. We had just reached the burping stage when Mr. Kondo came out, leaned close to my ear, and said,
Sir, come please.
I followed him into the kitchen. Mama-san looked up from her work, paid no more attention. The Reverend Dr. Schultz was there, looking worried. Trouble? I asked.
Just a moment. Here's your pick of Enrico. I've copied it. Here are the papers for Bill. Please look them over.
They were in a worn envelope, and the papers were creased and worn and somewhat yellowed and more than somewhat soiled in places. Hercules Manpower Incorporated had hired William No-Middle-Name Johnson of New Orleans, Duchy of Mississippi, Lone Star Republic, and had in turn sold his indenture to Bechtel High Construction Corporation, bond endorsed for space, freefall, and vacuum, who had in turn sold the indenture to Dr. Richard Ames, Golden Rule Habitat, Circumluna, etc., etc., lawyer talk. Stapled to the indenture was a very sincere birth certificate showing that Bill was a foundling, abandoned in Metairie Parish, with an assigned date of birth 3 days earlier than the date he was found.
Much of that is true, Dr. Schultz told me. I was able to wheedle some old records out of the master computer.
Does it matter whether or not it's true?
Not really, as long as it is sincere enough to get Bill out of here.
Gwen had followed me in. She took the papers from me, read them.
I'm convinced. Father Schultz, you're an artist.
A lady of my acquaintance is an artist. I will convey your compliment. Friends, now the bad news. Tetsu, will you show them?
Mr. Kondo moved back in the kitchen. Mama-san, Mrs. Kondo, I mean, stepped aside. Mr. Kondo switched on a terminal. He punched up the Herald, cycled it for something, Spot News, I assume. I found myself staring at myself. With me in split screen was Gwen, a poor likeness of her. I would not have recognized her but for the sound repeating,
Ames, Mistress Gwendolyn Novak. The female is a notorious confidence woman who has fleeced many victims, mostly male, around the bars and restaurants of Petticoat Lane. The self-styled Dr. Richard Ames, no visible means of support, has disappeared from his address at Ring 65, Radius 15, at point 4 G. The shooting took place at 16:20 this afternoon in Golden Rule partner Tolliver's office.
I said, "Hey, that time is wrong. We were—"
Yes, you were with me at the farm. Hear the rest.
According to eyewitnesses, both killers fired shots. They are believed armed and dangerous. Use extreme caution in apprehending them. The manager is grief-stricken at the loss of his old friend and has offered a reward of 10,000 crowns for—" Dr. Schultz reached over and shut it off.
It just repeats now. It's on a loop, but it appears as a spot announcement on all channels. By now, most habitants must have seen and heard it.
Thanks for warning us. Gwen, don't you know better than to shoot people? You're a naughty girl.
I'm sorry, sir. I fell into bad company.
Excuses again. Reverend, what in hell are we going to do? That Bastich will space us before bedtime.
That thought occurred to me. Here, try this on for size.
From somewhere about his ample person, he produced a fez. I tried it on. Fits well enough.
And now this.
It was a black velvet eye patch on elastic. I slipped it on, decided that I did not like having one eye covered, but did not say so. Papa Schultz had obviously put effort and imagination into trying to keep me from breathing vacuum. Gwen exclaimed,
"Oh, goodness! That does it!"
Yes, agreed Dr. Schultz. An eye patch draws the attention of most observers so strongly that it takes a conscious effort of will to see the features. I always keep one on hand. That fez and the presence of the nobles of the mystic shrine was a happy coincidence.
You had a fez on hand?
Not exactly. It does have a former owner. When he wakes up, he may miss it, but I do not think he will wake up soon. My friend Mickey Finn is taking care of him, but you might avoid any Shriners from Temple Al-Mizar. Their accents may help. They are from Alabama.
Doctor, I'll avoid all Shriners as much as I can. I think I should board at the last minute. But what about Gwen? The Reverend Doctor produced another fez.
Try it, dear lady.
Gwen tried it on. It tended to fit down over her like a candle snuffer. She lifted it off.
I don't think it does a thing for me. It's not right for my complexion. What do you think?
I'm afraid you're right.
I said, Doctor, Shriners are twice as big as Gwen in all directions, and they bulge in different places. It will have to be something else. Grease paint? Schultz shook his head.
Grease paint always looks like grease paint.
That's a very bad likeness of her on the terminal. Nobody could recognize her from that.
Thank you, my love. Unfortunately, there are a good many people in Golden Rule who do know what I look like, and just one of them at the boarding lock tonight could lower my life expectancy drastically. With just a little effort and no grease paint, I could look my right age. Papa Schultz?
What is your right age, dear lady?
She glanced at me, then stood on tiptoes and whispered in Dr. Schultz's ear. He looked surprised.
I don't believe it. And no, it won't work. We need something better.
Mrs. Kondo spoke quickly to her husband. He looked suddenly alert. They exchanged some fast chatter in what had to be Japanese. He shifted to English.
May I, please? My wife has pointed out that Mistress Gwen is the same size, very nearly, as our daughter Naomi. And, in any case, kimonos are quite flexible.
Gwen stopped smiling.
It's an idea, and I thank you both. But I don't look Nipponese. My nose, my eyes, my skin.
There was some more batting around of that fast but long-winded language, three-cornered this time. Then Gwen said,
This could extend my life, so please excuse me.
She left with Mama-san. Kondo went back into his main room. There had been lights asking for service for several minutes. He had ignored them. I said to the good doctor, You have already extended our lives, simply by enabling us to take refuge with Tiger Kondo. But do you think we can carry this off long enough to board the shuttle?
I hope so. What more can I say?
Nothing, I guess. Papa Schultz dug into a pocket.
I found opportunity to get you a tourist card from the gentleman who lent you that fez, and I have removed his name. What name should go on it? It can't be Ames, of course. But what?
Oh, Gwen reserved space for us, bought tickets.
By your right names?
I'm not certain.
I do hope not. If she used Ames and Novak, the best you can hope for is to try to be first in line for no-shows. But I had better hurry to the ticket counter and get reservations for you as Johnson and...
Doc,
Please? On the next shuttle if this one is booked solid.
you can't. You make reservations for us, and you're spaced. It may take them till tomorrow to figure it out, but they will.
But
Let's wait and see just what Gwen did. If they aren't back in 5 minutes, I'll ask Mr. Kondo to dig them out. A few minutes later, a lady came in. Father Schultz bowed and said,
you're Naomi, or are you Yumiko? Good to see you again, anyhow.
The little thing giggled and sucked air and bowed from the waist. She looked like a doll. Fancy kimono, little silk slippers, flat white makeup, an incredible Japanese hairdo. She answered,
Ishiban Gisha Gear is our. My English are certain.
Gwen, I said.
Please?
Gwen, it's wonderful. But tell us fast the names you used in making our reservations.
Ames and Novak to match our passports.
That tears it. What'll we do, Doc? Gwen looked back and forth between us.
Pray tell me the difficulty.
I explained. So we go to the gate, each of us well disguised, and show reservations for Ames and Novak. Curtain, no flowers.
Richard, I didn't quite tell you everything.
Gwendolyn, you never do quite tell everything. More Limburger?
No, dear. I saw that it might turn out this way. Well, I suppose you could say that I wasted quite a lot of money, but after I bought our tickets we can't use now and are wasted, I went to Rental Row and put a deposit on a You-Push-It, a Volvo flyabout.
Schultz said,
Under what name?
I said, how much?
I used my right name.
Schultz said,
God help us.
Just a moment, sir. My right name is Sadie Lipschitz, and only Richard knows it. And now you. Please keep it to yourself, as I don't like it. As Sadie Lipschitz, I reserved the Volvo for my employer, Senator Richard Johnson, and placed a deposit, 6,000 crowns.
I whistled. For a Volvo? Sounds like you bought it.
I did buy it, dear. I had to. Both rental and deposit had to be cash because I didn't have a credit card. Oh, I do have. I have enough cards to play solitaire, but Sadie Lipschitz has no credit. So I had to pay 6,000 down simply to reserve it, to rent it, but on a purchase contract. I tried to get him down a bit, but with all the Shriners in town, he was sure he could move it.
Probably right.
I think so. If we take it, we still have to complete payment on the full list price, another 19,000 crowns.
My God.
Plus insurance and squeeze, but we get the unused balance back if we turn it in here, or Luna City, or Hong Kong Luna in 30 days. Mr. Dockweiler explained the reason for the purchase contract. Asteroid miners, or boomers rather, had been hiring cars without putting up the full price, taking them to some hideout on Luna and refitting them for mining.
A Volvo? The only way you could get a Volvo to the asteroids would be by shipping it in the hold of a Hanshaw. But 19? No, 25,000 crowns? Plus insurance and graft. Bald, stark robbery. Schultz said to me, rather sharply,
Friend Ames, I suggest that you stop behaving like the fabled Scotsman faced by a coin-operated refresher. Do you accept what Mrs. Ames could arrange, or do you prefer the manager's fresh air route? Fresh, but thin.
I took a deep breath. Sorry. You're right. I can't breathe money. I just hate to get clipped. Gwen, I apologize. All right. Where is Hertz from here? I'm disoriented.
Not Hertz, dear. Budget jets. Hertz did not have a unit left.
Chapter 9. Murphy was an optimist. O'Toole's commentary on Murphy's Law, as cited by A. Block. To reach the office of Budget Jets, we had to go around the end of the spaceport waiting room and into it at the axis, then directly to Budget's door. The waiting room was crowded, the usual lot, plus Shriners and their wives, most of them belted to wall rests, some floating free, and proctors, too many of them. Perhaps I should explain that the waiting room, and the booking office, and the lock to the passenger tunnel, and the offices and facilities of Rental Row are all in free fall, weightless. They do not take part in the stately spin that gives the habitat its pseudo-gravity. The waiting room and related activities are in a cylinder inside a much larger cylinder, the habitat itself. The two cylinders share a common axis. The big one spins, the smaller one does not, like a wheel turning on an axle. This requires a vacuum seal at the outer skin of the habitat where the two cylinders touch. A Mercury type, I believe, but I've never seen it. The point is that even though the surrounding habitat spins, the habitat's spaceport must not spin, because a shuttle, or a liner, or a freighter, or even a Volvo requires a steady place in free fall to dock. The docking nests for Rental Row are a rosette around the main docking facility. In going through the waiting room, I avoided eye contact and went straight to my destination, a door in a forward corner of the waiting room. Gwen and Bill were tailed up behind me. Gwen had her purse hooked over her neck and was guarding the bonsai maple with one arm and clinging to my ankle with her other hand. Bill was holding on to one of her ankles and towing a package wrapped in Macy's wrapping, with Macy's logo prominent on it. I don't know what that wrapping paper originally covered, but it now concealed Gwen's smaller case, her not clothes. Our other baggage? Following the first principle of saving one's neck, we'd chucked it. It would have marked us as phony. For a one-day side trip, Shriners on holiday do not carry great loads of baggage. Gwen's smaller case we could salvage because, disguised with Macy's wrapping, it looked like the sort of shopping many of the Shriners had obviously done. And so did the little tree, just the sort of awkward, silly purchase tourists indulge in. But the rest of our baggage had to be abandoned. Oh, perhaps it could be shipped to us someday, if safe means could be worked out, but I had written it off our books. Doc Schultz, by scolding me for crabbing over the cost of the deal Gwen had arranged, had reoriented me. I had let myself become soft and sedentary and domesticated. He had forced me to shift gears to the real world, where there are only two sorts, the quick and the dead. A truth of which I again became acutely aware in crossing that waiting room. Chief Franco came in behind us. He appeared to be unaware of us, and I strove to appear unaware of him. He seemed intent only on reaching a group of his henchmen guarding the lock to the passenger tunnel. He dived straight toward them while I was pulling my little family along a lifeline stretching from the entrance to the corner I wanted to reach, and did reach it, and got through Budget Jet's door, and it contracted behind us, and I breathed again and re-swallowed my stomach. In the office of Budget Jets we found the manager, a Mr. Dockweiler, belted at his desk, smoking a cigar, and reading the Luna edition of the Daily Racing Form. He looked around as we came in and said, "Sorry, friends, I don't have a thing to rent or sell. Not even a witch's broom." I thought about who I was. Senator Richard Johnson, representing the enormously wealthy system-wide syndicate of sassafras sniffers, and one of the most powerful wheeler-dealers at The Hague. And let the senator's voice speak for me.
Son, I'm Senator Johnson. I do believe that one of my staff made a reservation in my name earlier today for a Hanshaw Superb.
Oh, glad to meet you, Senator, he said, as he clipped his paper to his desk and unfastened his seatbelt. Yes, I do have your reservation, but it's not a Superb. It's a Volvo.
What? Why, I distinctly told that girl. Never mind. Change it, please.
I wish I could, sir. I don't have anything else.
Regrettable. Would you be so kind as to consult your competitors and find me a...
Senator, there is not a unit left for rent anywhere in Golden Rule. Morris Garage, Lockheed, Volkswagen, Hertz, Interplanet, and we've all been querying each other the past hour. No soap, no go, no units.
It was time to be philosophical.
In that case, I had better drive a Volvo, hadn't I, son?
The senator, again, got just a touch cranky when required to pony up full list price on what was clearly a much-used car. I complained about dirty ashtrays and demanded that they be vacuumed out. Then I said not to bother when the terminal behind Dockweiler's head stopped talking about Ames and Novak, and said,
"Let's check the mass and available delta V. I want to lift."
For a mass reading, Budget Jets does not use a centrifuge, but the newer, faster, cheaper, much more convenient, elastic inertia meter. I just wonder if it is as accurate. Dockweiler had us all get into the net at once, all but the bonsai, which he shook and wrote down as 2 kilos. Near enough, maybe. Asked us to hug each other with the Macy's package held firmly amongst us three, then pulled the trigger on the elastic support. Shook our teeth out almost. Then he announced that our total mass for lift was 213.6 kilos. A few minutes later, we were strapping into the cushions, and Dockweiler was sealing the nose and then the inner door of the nest. He had not asked for IDs, tourist cards, passports, or motor vehicle pilot's licenses, but he had counted that 19,000 twice, plus insurance, plus Cumshaw. I punched 213.6 kilograms into my computer pilot, then checked my instrument board. Fuel read full, and all the idiot lights showed green. I pushed the ready button and waited. Dockweiler's voice reached us via the speaker. "Happy landing."
"Thank you."
The air charge went whoomph, and we were out of the nest and in bright sunlight. Ahead and close was the exterior of the spaceport. I squeezed the precess control for a 180 reverse. As we swung, the habitat moved away and into my left viewport. Ahead, the incoming shuttle came into view. I did nothing about her. She had to keep clear of me since I was undocking. And into my right viewport came up one of the most impressive sights in the system. Luna, from close up, a mere 300 kilometers. I could reach out and touch her. I felt grand. Those lying, murdering scoundrels were left behind, and we were forever out of reach of Sethos's whimsical tyranny. At first, living in Golden Rule had seemed happily loose and carefree, but I had learned a monarch's neck should always have a noose around it. It keeps him upright. I was in the pilot's couch. Gwen had the co-pilot's position on my right. I looked toward her and then realized that I was still wearing that silly eye patch. No, delete silly. It had quite possibly saved my life. I took it off, stuffed it into a pocket. Then I took that fez off, looked around for somewhere to put it, tucked it under my chest belt. "Let's see if we are secure for space," I said. "Isn't it a little late for that, Richard?" I always do my check-off lists after I lift, I told her. I'm the optimistic type. You have a purse and a large package from Macy's. How are they secured?
They are not as yet. If you will refrain from goosing this craft while I do it, I'll unstrap and net them.
She started to unstrap. Whoops. Before unstrapping, you must get permission from the pilot.
I thought I had it.
You do now, but don't make that mistake again. Mr. Christian, His Majesty's ship Bounty is a taut ship and will remain that way. Bill, how are you doing back there?
Okay.
Are you secure in all ways? When I twist her tail, I don't want any loose change flying around the cabin.
He's belted in properly,
Gwen assured me.
I checked him. He is holding Treeson's pot flat against his tummy, and he has my promise that if he lets go of it, we will bury him without rights.
I'm not sure it will stand up under acceleration.
Neither am I, but there was no way to pack it. At least it will be in the correct attitude for acceleration. And I'm reciting some spells. Dear man, what can I do with this wig? It's the one Naomi uses for public performances. It's valuable. It was sweet indeed of her to insist that I wear it. It was the final convincing touch, I think. But I don't see how to protect it. It's at least as sensitive to acceleration as Treeson.
Derned if I know. And that's my official opinion. But I doubt that I will need to push this go-buggy higher than 2G. I thought about it. How about the glove compartment? Take all of the Kleenex out of the dispenser and crumple it up around the wig, and some inside it. Will that work?
I think so. Time enough?
Plenty of time. I made a quick estimate at Mr. Dockweiler's office. In order to land at Hong Kong Luna Port and in sunlight, I should start moving into a lower orbit about 2100. Loads of time. So go ahead, do whatever you need to do, while I tell the computer pilot what I want to do. Gwen, can you read all the instruments from your side?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's your job. That and the starboard viewport. I'll stick to power, altitude, and this baby computer. By the way, you're licensed, aren't you?
No point in asking me now, is there? But let not your heart be troubled, dear. I was herding sky junk before I was out of high school.
Good. I did not ask to see her license. As she had pointed out, it was too late to matter. And I had noticed that she had not answered my question. If ballistics bores you, here is another place to skip. A daisy-clipping orbit of Luna, assuming that Luna has daisies, which seems unlikely, takes an hour and 48 minutes and some seconds. Golden rule being 300 kilometers higher than a tall daisy has to go farther than the circumference of Luna, 10,919 kilometers, namely 12,805 kilometers, almost 2,000 kilometers farther. So it has to go faster, right? Wrong. I cheated. The most cockeyed, contrary to all common sense, difficult aspect of ballistics around a planet is this. To speed up, you slow down. To slow down, you speed up. I'm sorry, that's the way it is. We were in the same orbit as Golden Rule, 300 clicks above Luna, and floating along with the habitat at 1.5 kilometers per second. 1.5477 kilometers per second is what I punched into the pilot computer, because that was what it said on the crib sheet I got in Dockweiler's office. In order to get down to the surface, I had to get into a lower and faster orbit, and the way to do that was to slow down. But it was more complex than that. An airless landing requires that you get down to the lowest and fastest orbit, but you have to kill that speed so that you arrive at contact with the ground at zero relative speed. You must keep bending it down so that contact is straight down and without a bump, or not much, and without a skid, or not much, what they call a synergistic orbit. hard to spell and even harder to calculate. But it can be done. Armstrong and Aldrin did it right the first time. No second chances. But despite all their careful mathematics, it turned out there was one hell of a big rock in their way. Sheer virtuosity and a hatful of fuel bought them a landing they could walk away from. If they had not had that hatful of fuel left, would space travel have been delayed half a century or so? We don't honor our pioneers enough. There is another way to land. Stop dead right over the spot where you want to touch down. Fall like a rock. Brake with your jet so precisely that you kiss the ground like a juggler catching an egg on a plate. One minor difficulty, right-angled turns are about the most no-good piloting one can do. You waste delta V something scandalous. Your boat probably doesn't carry that much fuel. Delta V, pilot's jargon for change in velocity, because in equations, Greek letter delta means a fractional change, and V stands for velocity. And please remember that velocity is a direction as well as a speed, which is why rocket ships don't make U-turns. I set about programming into the Volvo's little pilot computer the sort of synergistic landing Armstrong and Aldrin made, but one not nearly as sophisticated. Mostly I had to ask the piloting computer to call up from its read-only memory its generalized program for landing from an orbit circum Luna, and it docilely admitted that it knew how, and then I had to inject data for this particular landing, using the crib sheet supplied by Budget Jets. Finished with that, I told the computer pilot to check what I had entered. It reluctantly conceded that it had all it needed to land at Hong Kong Luna at 2200 hours, 17 minutes, 48.3 seconds. Its clock read 1957. Just 20 hours ago, a stranger calling himself Enrico Schultz had sat down uninvited at my table in Rainbow's End, and 5 minutes later he was shot. Since then, Gwen and I had wed, been evicted, adopted a useless dependent, been charged with murder, and run for our lives. A busy day, and not yet over. I had been living in humdrum safety much too long. Nothing gives life more zest than running for your life. Co-pilot? Co-pilot, aye, aye. This is fun. Thank you for marrying me. Roger, Captain Darling. Me too. This was my lucky day, no doubt about it. A lucky break in the timing had kept us alive. At this instant, Chief Franco must be checking every passenger entering the 20 o'clock shuttle, waiting for Dr. Ames and Mistress Novak to claim their reservations, while we were already out the side door. But while that critical timing saved our lives, Lady Luck was still handing out door prizes. How? From Golden Rule's orbit, our easiest landing on Luna would involve putting down at some point on the Terminator. Least fuel consumed, smallest delta V. Why? Because we were already on that Terminator line, going pole to pole, south to north, north to south, so our simplest landing was to bend it down where we were, never change our heading. To land in the east-west direction would involve throwing away our present motion, then expending still more delta V, making that foolish right-angle turn, then programming for landing. Maybe your bank account can afford this waste. Your sky car cannot. You're going to find yourself sitting up there with no fuel and nothing under you but vacuum and rocks. Unappetizing. To save our necks, I was happy to accept any landing field on Luna. But that door prize from Lady Luck included landing at my preferred field, Hong Kong Luna, just about daybreak there, with only an hour spent parked in orbit waiting for the time to tell the computer pilot to take us down. What more could I ask for? At that moment, we were floating over the backside of the moon, as corrugated as the backside of an alligator. Amateur pilots do not land on the far side of Luna for two reasons. Number 1, mountains. The side of the moon turned away from Earth makes the Alps look like Kansas. Number 2, settlements. There aren't any to speak of. And let's not speak of settlements that aren't to speak of, because it might make some unspeakable settlers quite angry. In another 40 minutes, we would be over Hong Kong Luna just as sunrise was reaching it. Before that time, I would ask for clearance to land and for ground control on the last and touchiest part of the landing, then spend the next 2 hours in going around behind again and gently lowering the Volvo down for landing. Then it would be time to turn control over to Hong Kong Luna ground control. But I promised myself I would stay on overrides and work the landing myself, just for drill. How long had it been since I had shot an airless landing myself? Callisto, was it? What year was that? Too long. At 2012, we passed over Luna's North Pole and were treated to Earthrise. A breathtaking sight, no matter how many times one has seen it. Mother Earth was in half phase, since we were ourselves on Luna's terminator, with the lighted half to our left. It being only days past summer solstice, the North Polar Cap was tilted into full sunlight, dazzling bright. But North America was almost as bright, being heavily cloud-covered, except part of the Mexican west coast. I found that I was holding my breath, and Gwen was squeezing my hand. I almost forgot to call HKL ground control. Volvo BJ-17 calling HKL control. Do you read me?
BJ-17, affirm, go ahead.
Request clearance to land, approx 2217.48. Request ground-controlled landing with manual override. I am out of Golden Rule and still in Golden Rule orbit, approx 6 clicks west of her, over.
Volvo BJ-17, cleared to land Hong Kong Luna, approx 2217.48. Shift to satellite channel 13 not later than 2149, and be ready to accept ground control. Warning, you must start standard descent program that orbit at 210619 and follow it exactly. If at insertion for ground-controlled landing you are off in vector 3% or in altitude 4 clicks, expect wave off. Control, HKL.
Roger, Wilco, I added. I'll bet you don't realize that you are talking to Captain Midnight, the solar system's hottest pilot. But I shut off the mic before I said it. Or so I thought. I heard a reply.
And this is Captain Hemorrhoid Hives, Luna's nastiest ground control pilot. You're going to buy me a liter of Glenlivet after I bring you down, if I bring you down.
I checked that microphone switch. Didn't seem to be anything wrong with it. I decided not to acknowledge. Everybody knows that telepathy works best in a vacuum. But there ought to be some way for an ordinary Joe to protect himself against supermen, such as knowing when to keep his mouth shut. I set the alarm for 21 hours, then processed to altitude straight down, and for the next hour enjoyed the ride while holding hands with my bride. The incredible mountains of the moon, taller and sharper than the Himalayas, and tragically desolate, flowed by ahead of, under us. The only sound was the soft murmur of the computer and the sighing of the air scavenger, and a regular annoying sniff from Bill. I shut out all sound and invited my soul. Neither Gwen nor I felt like talking. It was a happy interlude, as peaceful as the old mill stream.
Richard, wake up!
Huh? I wasn't asleep.
Yes, dear, it's past 21.
Ah, so it was. 21:01 and ticking. What happened to the alarm? Never mind that now. I had 5 minutes and zip seconds to make sure we entered descent program on time. I hit the control to precess from headstand to belly whopper backwards. Easiest for descent, although supine backwards will work just as well, or even sideways backwards. Whichever. The jet nozzle must point against the direction of motion in order to reduce speed for insertion into landing program, i.e., backwards for the pilot, like the filly-loo bird. But I'm happiest when the horizon looks right for the way I'm belted in. That's why I prefer to put the sky car into belly whopper backwards. As soon as I felt the Volvo start to precess, I asked the computer if it was ready to start landing program, using standard code from the list etched on its shell. No answer. Blank screen. No sound. I spoke disparagingly of its ancestry. Gwen said, "Did you punch the execute button?" "Certainly I did," I answered and punched it again. Its screen lit up and the sound came on at teeth-jarring level. "How do you spell comfort? For the wise Luna citizen today, overworked, overstimulated, overstressed. It is spelled C-O-M-F-I-E-S. That's Comfies, the comfort therapists recommend most for acid stomach, heartburn, gastric ulcers, bowel spasm, and simple tummy ache. Comfies, they do more. Manufactured by Tiger Balm Pharmaceuticals, Hong Kong Luna, makers of medicines you can rely on. C-O-M-F-I-E-S, Comfies, they do more. Ask your therapist." Some screech owl started singing about the delights of Comfies. "This damn thing won't turn off." "Hit it." "Huh? Hit it, Richard." I could not see any logic in that, but it did meet my emotional needs. I slapped it fairly hard. It continued to spout inanities about overpriced baking soda.
"Dear, you have to hit it harder than that. Electrons are timid little things, but notional. You have to let them know who's boss. Here, let me."
Gwen walloped it a good one. I thought she would crack the shell. It promptly displayed, "Ready for descent. 0 time. 21 hours, 06 minutes, 17 seconds. Its clock showed 21 hours, 05 minutes, 42.7 seconds, which gave me just time to glance at the altimeter radar, which showed 298 clicks above ground, steady, and at the Doppler readout, which showed us oriented along our motion over ground line, close enough for government work, although what I could have done about it in circa 10 seconds I do not know. Instead of using fractional jets paired in couples to control attitude, a Volvo uses gyros and precesses against them, cheaper than 12 small jets and a mess of plumbing, but slower. Then, all at once, the clock matched the 0 time, the jet cut in, shoving us into the cushions, and the screen displayed the program of burns, the topmost being 21 hours, 06 minutes, 17 seconds for a 19-second burn, to 21:06:36. Sweet as could be, the jet cut off after 19 seconds without even clearing its throat.
"See?" said Gwen. "You just have to be firm with it."
I don't believe in animism.
"You don't? How do you cope with—" "Sorry, dear, never mind. Gwen will take care of such things."
Captain Midnight made no answer. You couldn't truthfully say that I sulked, but damn it all, animism is sheer superstition, except about weapons.
This ends side 2 of cassette 3 of The Cat Who Walks Through Walls. Please fast forward to the end before loading cassette 4. The Cat Who Walks Through Walls, cassette 4.
I had shifted to Channel 13, and we were just coming up on the 5th burn. I was getting ready to turn control over to HKL-GCL, Captain Hives, when that dear little electronic idiot crashed its RAM, its random access memory, on which was written our descent program. The table of burns on the screen dimmed, quivered, shrank to a dot, and disappeared. Frantically, I punched the reset key. Nothing happened. Captain Midnight, undaunted as usual, knew just what to do. "Gwen, it lost the program." She reached over and clouted it. The burn schedule was not restored. A RAM, once crashed, is gone forever, like a burst soap bubble. But it did boot up again. A cursor appeared in the upper left corner of the screen and blinked inquiringly. Gwen said, "What time is your next burn, dear, and how long?" 21:47:17, I think, for 11 seconds. I'm fairly sure it was 11 seconds.
I check you on both figures, so do that one by hand, then ask it to recompute what it lost.
Righto. I typed in the burn. After this one, I'm ready to accept control from Hong Kong.
So we're out of the woods, dear. One burn by hand, and then ground control takes over. But we'll recompute just for insurance.
She sounded more optimistic than I felt. I could not remember what vector and altitude I was supposed to achieve for takeover by ground control, but I had no time to worry about it. I had to set up this burn. I typed it in. 21 hours, 47 minutes, 17 seconds for an 11-second burn to 21:47:28. I watched the clock and counted with it. At exactly 17 seconds past 21:47, I jabbed the firing button, held it down. The jet fired. I don't know whether I fired it or the computer did. I held my finger down as the seconds ticked off and lifted it exactly on 11 seconds. The jet kept on firing. Run in circles, scream and shout. I wiggled the firing button. No, it was not stuck. I slapped the shell. The jet kept on roaring and shoving us into the cushions. Gwen reached over and cut power to the computer. The jet stopped abruptly. I tried to stop trembling. "Thank you, co-pilot."
Yes, sir.
I looked out, decided that the ground seemed closer than I liked, so I checked the altimeter radar. 90-something. The third figure was changing. "Gwen, I don't think we're going to Hong Kong Luna."
I don't think so either.
So now the problem is to get this junk out of the sky without cracking it.
I agree, sir.
So where are we? An educated guess, I mean. I don't expect miracles. The stuff ahead, behind, rather, we were still oriented for braking, looked as rough as the backside. Not a place for an emergency landing. Gwen said,
Could we face around the other way? If we could see Golden Rule, that would tell us something.
Okay, let's see if it responds. I clutched the precessing control, told the sky car to swing 180 degrees, passing through headstand again. The ground was noticeably closer. Our sky car settled down with the horizon running right and left, but with the sky on the downside. Annoying, but all we wanted was to look for our late home, Golden Rule habitat. Do you see it?
No, I don't, Richard.
It must be over the horizon somewhere. Not surprising, it was pretty far away the last time we looked, and that last burn was a foul blast, a long one. So where are we?
When we swung past that big crater, Aristoteles?
Not Plato?
No, sir. Plato would be west of our track and still in shadow. It could be some ring wall I don't know, but that smooth stuff, that fairly smooth stuff, south of us, makes me think that it must be Aristoteles.
Gwen, it doesn't matter what it is. I've got to try to put this wagon down on that smooth stuff, that fairly smooth stuff, unless you have a better idea.
No, sir, I do not. We're falling. If we speed it up enough to maintain a circular orbit at this altitude, we probably would not have enough fuel to bring her down later. That's a guess.
I looked at the fuel gauge. That last long, foul blast had wasted a lot of my available delta V. No elbow room. I think your guess is a certainty, so we'll land. We'll see if our little friend can calculate a parabolic descent for this altitude, for I intend to kill our forward speed and simply let her drop once we are over ground that looks smooth. What do you think?
I hope we have fuel enough.
So do I. Gwen?
Yes, sir?
Honey girl, it's been fun.
Oh, Richard. Yes.
Bill said in a choked voice,
I don't think I can...
I was precessing to put us back into a braking attitude. Pipe down, Bill, we're busy. Altimeter showed 80-something. How long did it take to fall 80 clicks in a 1/6 G field? Switch on the pilot computer again and ask it? Or do it in my head? Could I trust the pilot computer not to switch on the jet again if I fed it juice? Better not risk it. Would a straight line approximation tell me anything? Let's see. Distance equals 1/2 acceleration multiplied by the square of the time, all in centimeters and seconds. So 80 clicks is 80,000. No, 8 million centimeters. Was that right? 1/6 G. No, half of 162. So bring it across and take the square root. 100 seconds? Gwen, how long till impact?
About 17 minutes. That's rough. I just rounded it off in my head.
I took another quick look inside my skull, saw that in failing to allow for forward vector, the fall-around factor, my approximation wasn't even a wild guess. Close enough. Watch the Doppler. I'm going to kill some forward motion. Don't let me kill all of it. We'll need some choice in where to put down.
Aye, aye, Skipper.
I switched power to the computer. The jet immediately fired. I let it run 5 seconds, cut power. The jet sobbed and quit. That, I said bitterly, is one hell of a way to handle the throttle. Gwen?
Just crawling along now. Can we swing and see where we're going?
Sure thing.
Senator.
Bill, shut up. I tilted it around another 180 degrees. See a nice smooth pasture ahead?
It all looks smooth, Richard, but we're still almost 70 clicks high. Should get down pretty close before you kill all your forward speed, maybe, so you can see any rocks?
Reasonable. How close?
How does 1 click sound?
Sounds close enough to hear the wings of the angel of death. How many seconds till impact? For 1 kilometer height, I mean.
Square root of 1200 plus, call it 35 seconds.
All right. You keep watching height and terrain. At about 2 clicks, I want to start to kill the forward speed. I've got to have time to twist another 90 degrees after that, to back down tail first. Gwen, we should have stayed in bed.
I tried to tell you that, sir, but I have faith in you.
What is faith without works? I wish I was in Paducah. Time?
6 minutes, about.
Senator.
Bill, shut up. Shall we trim off half the remaining speed?
3 seconds?
I gave a 3-second blast, using the same silly method of starting and stopping the jet.
2 minutes, sir.
Watch the Doppler. Call it. I started the jet.
Now!
I stopped it abruptly and started to precess, tail down, windshield up. How does it read?
We're as near dead in the water as can be done that way, I think. And I wouldn't fiddle with it. Look at that fuel reading.
I looked and didn't like it. All right, I don't blast it all until we are mighty close. We steadied in the heads-up attitude, nothing but sky in front of us. Over my left shoulder, I could see the ground at about a 45-degree angle. By looking past Gwen, I could see it out the starboard side, too, but at quite a distance. A bad angle. Useless. Gwen, how long is this buggy?
I've never seen one out of a nest. Does it matter?
It matters a hell of a lot when I'm judging how far to the ground by looking past my shoulder.
Oh, I thought you meant exactly. Call it 30 meters. 1 minute, sir.
I was about to give it a short blast when Bill blasted. So the poor devil was space-sick, but at that instant I wished him dead. His dinner passed between our heads and struck the forward viewport. There spread itself.
Bill!
I screamed. Stop that! Don't bother to tell me that I made an unreasonable demand. Bill did the best he could. He trained his head to the left and deposited his second volley on the left viewport, leaving me flying blind. I tried. With my eyes on the radar altimeter, I gave it a quick blast, and lost that, too. I'm sure that someday they will solve the problem of accurate low-scale readings taken through jet blast and fouled by grass from terrain. I was just born too soon, that's all. Gwen, I can't see.
I have it, sir.
She sounded calm, cool, relaxed, a fit mate for Captain Midnight. She was looking over her right shoulder at the lunar soil. Her left hand was on the power switch to the pilot computer, our emergency throttle.
15 seconds, sir. 10, 5...
She closed the switch. The jet blasted briefly. I felt the slightest bump, and we had weight again. She turned her head and smiled.
Co-pilot reports.
And lost her smile, looked startled as we felt the car swing. Did you ever play tops as a kid? You know how a top behaves as it winds down, around and around, deeper and deeper, as it slowly goes lower, lays itself down, and stops? That's what this pesky Volvo did, until it lay full length on the surface and rolled. We wound up, still strapped, safe and unbruised, and upside down. Gwen continued,
Reports touchdown, sir.
Thank you, co-pilot. Chapter 10. It is useless for sheep to pass resolutions in favor of vegetarianism, while wolves remain of a different opinion. William Ralph Inge. There's one born every minute. P.T. Barnum. I added, That was a beautiful landing, Gwen. Pan Am never set a ship down more gently. Gwen pushed aside her kimono skirt, looked out.
Not all that good. I simply ran out of fuel.
Don't be modest. I especially admired that last little gavotte that laid the car down flat. Convenient, since we don't have a landing field ladder here.
Richard, what made it do that?
I hesitate to guess. It may have had something to do with the precessing gyro, which may have tumbled. No data, no opinion. Dear, you look charming in that pose. Tristram Shandy was right. A woman looks her best with her skirts flung over her head.
I don't think Tristram Shandy ever said that.
Then he should have. You have lovely legs, dear one.
Thank you, I think. Now will you kindly get me out of this mess? My kimono is tangled in the belt and I can't unfasten it.
Do you mind if I get a picture first? Gwen sometimes makes unladylike retorts. It is then best to change the subject. I got my own safety belt loose, made a quick, efficient descent to the ceiling by falling on my face, got up and tackled, freeing Gwen. Her belt buckle wasn't really a problem. It was just that she could not see it to clear it. I did so and made sure that she did not fall as I got her loose, set her on her feet, and claimed a kiss. I felt euphoric. Only minutes ago, I would not have bet even money on landing alive. Gwen delivered payment and good measure.
Now let's get Bill loose.
Why can't he?
He doesn't have his hands free, Richard.
When I let go my bride and looked, I saw what she meant. Bill was hanging upside down with a look of patient suffering on his face. Our bonsai maple, he held pressed against his belly, the plant unhurt. He looked solemnly at Gwen.
I didn't drop it,
he said defensively. I silently granted him absolution for throwing up during touchdown. Anyone who can attend to a duty, even a simple one, during the agony of acute motion sickness can't be all bad. But he must clean it up. Absolution did not mean that I would clean up after him, nor should Gwen. If she volunteered, I was going to be macho and husbandly and unreasonable. Gwen took the maple and set it on the underside of the computer. Bill unbuckled himself while I supported him by his ankles. Then I lowered him to the ceiling and let him straighten himself up. Gwen, give Bill the pot and let him continue to take care of it. I want it out of the way, as I must get at the computer and the instrument board. Should I say out loud what was worrying me? No, it might make Bill sick again, and Gwen will have figured it out for herself. I lay down on my back and scrunched under the computer and instrument board, switched on the computer. A brassy voice I recognized said,
17, do you read? Volvo BJ-17, come in. This is Hong Kong Luna Ground Control, calling Volvo BJ-17.
BJ-17 here, Captain Midnight speaking. I read you, Hong Kong.
Why in hell don't you stay on Channel 13, BJ? I missed your checkpoint. Wave off. I can't bring you down.
Nobody can, Captain Hives. I am down. Emergency landing. Computer malfunction, gyro malfunction, radio malfunction, jet malfunction, loss of visibility. On landing, we fell off our jacks, fuel gone, and attitude impossible for liftoff anyhow. And now the air scavenger has quit. There was a fairly long silence.
Tovarich, have you made your peace with God?
I've been too bloody busy.
Understandable. How are you fixed for cabin pressure?
Now, the idiot light reads green. There's no gauge for it.
Where are you?
I don't know. Things went sour at 2147 just before I was to turn control over to you. I've spent the time since on a seat-of-the-pants descent. While I don't know where we are, we should be somewhere on Golden Rule's orbit track. Our burns were all carefully oriented. We passed over what I think was Aristoteles at,
2158,
Gwen supplied. 2158. My co-pilot logged it. I brought her down in a mare south of there. Lacus Somniorum?
Wait one, did you say with the Terminator?
Yes, we still are. Sun is just at horizon.
Then you can't be that far east. Time of touchdown?
I didn't have the foggiest. Gwen whispered,
22:03:41.
I repeated, 22:03:41.
Let me check. In that case, you must be south of Eudoxus in the northernmost part of Mare Serenitatis. Mountains west of you?
Big ones.
Caucasus Range. You're lucky. You may yet live to be hanged. There are 2 inhabited pressures fairly close to you. There may be someone interested in saving you for the pound of flesh nearest your heart, plus 10%.
I'll pay.
You surely will. And if you're rescued, don't forget to ask for your bill from us, too. You may need us another day. All right, I'll pass the word. Hold it. Could this be some more of your Captain Midnight nonsense? If it is, I'll cut your liver out and toast it.
Captain Hives, I'm sorry about that. Truly I am. I was simply kidding with my co-pilot, and I thought my mic was cold. Should have been. I opened the switch. One of my endless problems with this collection of scrap.
You shouldn't kid around while maneuvering.
I know, but... Oh, what the hell. My co-pilot is my bride. Today is our wedding day. Just married. I've felt like laughing and joking all day long. It's that sort of a day.
If that is true, okay, and congratulations, but I'll expect you to prove it later. And my name is Marcy, not Hives. Captain Marcy Choi Moo. I'll pass the data along, and we will try to locate you from orbit. Meantime, you had better get on Channel 11, that's emergency, and start singing Mayday. And I've got traffic, so...
Gwen was on her hands and knees by me.
Captain Marcy? Huh? Yes? I really am his bride, and he really did marry me just today, and if he weren't a hot pilot, I wouldn't be alive this minute. Everything did go wrong, just as my husband said. It's been like piloting a barrel over Niagara Falls. I've never seen Niagara Falls, but I read you. My best wishes, Mrs. Midnight. May you have a long and happy life together and lots of children. Thank you, sir. If someone finds us before our air runs out, we will.
Gwen and I took turns calling Mayday, Mayday on Channel 11. When I was off duty, I checked into the resources and equipment of good old Volvo BJ-17, the clunker. By the protocol of Brasilia, that sky car should have been equipped with reserve water, air, and food, a Class II first aid kit, minimum sanitary facilities, emergency pressure suits, UN-SN Spec 10007A, for maximum capacity, 4 including pilot. Bill spent his time cleaning viewports and elsewhere using Kleenex salvaged from the glove compartment. Naomi's wig had come through okay, but he almost burst his bladder before he got up his nerve to ask me what to do. Then I had to teach him how to use a balloon, as the sky car's minimum sanitary facilities turned out to be a small package of rude expedients and a pamphlet telling how to use them, if you just had to. The other emergency resources were of the same high standards. There was water in a 2-liter drinking tank at the pilot's position, almost full, no reserve, but nothing to worry about as there was no reserve air, and we would suffocate in stale air before we could die of thirst. The air scavenger still was not working, but there was a fitting to crank it by hand, all but the crank handle, which was missing. Food? Let's not joke. But Gwen had a Hershey bar in her purse. She broke it in 3 and shared it. Delicious. Pressure suits and helmets occupied most of the storage space back of the passenger couches, 4 of each, correct by the book. They were military surplus rescue suits, still sealed in their original cartons. Each carton was marked with contractor's name, Michelin Tires, S.A., and date, 29 years ago. Aside from the fact that the plasticizers would have bled out of all plastomers and elastomers, hoses, gaskets, etc., in that time, and the fact that some roguish japester had neglected to supply air bottles, these pressure suits were just dandy for a masquerade ball. Nevertheless, I was prepared to trust my life to one of these clown suits for 5 minutes or even 10 if the alternative involved exposing my bare face to vacuum. But if the alternative was merely wrestling a grizzly bear, I'd holler, "Bring on your bar." Captain Marcy called us, told us that a satellite camera showed us to be at 35 degrees 17 north, 14 degrees 07 west. "I've notified Dry Bones pressure and Broken Nose pressure. They're nearest. Good luck." I tried to dig out of the computer a call directory for Luna, but it was still sulking. I could not get it to list its own directory, so I tried some test problems on it. It insisted that 2 plus 2 equals 3.9999999999999 and so on. When I tried to get it to admit that 4 equals 2 plus 2, it became angry and claimed that 4 equals 3.14159265358979323846264, and so on, so I gave up. I left Channel 11 switched on at full gain and got up off the ceiling. I found Gwen wearing a powder blue siren suit with a flame-colored scarf at her throat. She looked fetching. I said to her, "Sweetheart, I thought all your clothes were still in Golden Rule." "I crowded this into the little case when we decided to abandon baggage. I can't keep up the pretense of being Japanese once I wash my face, which I trust you have noticed that I have done." "Not too well, especially your ears."
"Picky, picky. I used only a wet hanky of our precious drinking water. Beloved, I could not pack another safari suit or whatever for you, but I do have clean jockey shorts and a pair of socks for you."
"Gwen, You're not only wholesome, you're efficient.
Wholesome.
But you are, dear. That's why I married you.
When I figure out just how I've been insulted and how much, you are going to pay. And pay, and pay, and pay, and pay.
This footless discussion was ended by the radio. Volvo BJ17, is that your Mayday, over? Yes, indeed. This is Jinx Henderson, Happy Chance Salvage Service, Dry Bones Pressure. What do you need? I described our situation, stated our latitude and longitude. Henderson answered, You got this heap from budget, right? Which means to me you didn't rent it. You bought it outright on a buyback contract. I know those thieves. So now you own it, correct? I admitted that I was owner of record. You plan to lift off and take it to Hong Kong? If so, what'll you need? I thought some long thoughts in about 3 seconds. I don't think this Sky car will ever lift from here. It needs a major overhaul. That means hauling it overland to Kong. Yeah, I could do that. Long trip, big job. Meantime, personal rescue, 2 people, right? 3. Okay, 3. Are you ready to record a contract? A woman's voice cut in.
Just stop right there, Jinx. BJ-17, this is Maggie Snodgrass, Chief Operator and General Manager of the Red Devil Fire Police and Rescue Team, Broken Nose Pressure. Do nothing till you hear my terms, 'cause Jinx is fixing to rob you.
Hi, Maggie. How's Joel?
Fine as silk and meaner than ever. How's Ingrid?
Purtier than ever and got another one in the oven.
Well, good for you. Congratulations. When's she expecting?
Christmas or maybe New Year's, near as we can tell.
I'll plan on coming to see her before then. Now, are you going to back off and let me treat this gentleman fairly, or am I going to purely riddle your shell and let all the air out? Yes, I see you coming over the rise. I started out same time you did, just as soon as Marcy gave the location. I said to Joel, that's our territory, but that lying scoundrel Jinx is going to try and steal it right out from under me. And you didn't let me down, boy. You're here.
And planning to stay, Maggie, and quite ready to drop a little non-nuclear reminder right under your treads if you don't behave. You know the rules. Nothing on the surface belongs to nobody unless they sit on it or establish a pressure on it or under it.
That's your idea of the rules, not mine. That comes from those lawyer types in Luna City, and they don't speak for me and never did. Now, let's shift to Channel 4, unless you want everybody in Kong to hear you beg for mercy and utter your last dying gasp.
Channel 4 it is, Maggie, you old windy gut.
Channel 4? Who'd you hire to make that baby, Jinx? If you were serious about salvage, you'd be out here with a transporter, same as me, instead of your Rolligon buggy.
I had shifted to Channel 4 when they did. I now kept quiet. Each had broken over the horizon about the same time, Maggie from southwest, Jinx from northwest. Since we had come to rest with the main viewport oriented west, we could see them easily. A Rolligon lorry, had to be Henderson from the talk, was in the northwest and a little closer. It had what seemed to be a bazooka mount just forward of its cabin. The transporter was a very long vehicle, with tractor treads at each end, and a heavy-duty crane mounted aft. I did not see a bazooka mounted on it, but I did see what could have been a Browning 2.54-centimeter semi. Maggie, I hurried out here in the Raleigh for humanitarian reasons, something you wouldn't understand. But my boy Wolf is fetching my transporter with his sister Gretchen manning the turret. Should be here soon. Shall I call them and tell them to go home, or hurry along and avenge their pappy?
Jinx, you don't really think I'd shoot holes in your cabin, do you?
Yes, Maggie, I most surely do think you would, which would just barely give me time to put one under your treads, that being where I'm aimed right now, on a dead man trigger, which would leave me dead, and you just sitting there, unable to move,
and just waiting for what my kids would do to the party who done in their pappy, my turret gun having about 3 times the reach of your pea shooter, which is why I got it, after Howie come to his death by mischance. Jinx, are you trying to scandalize me with that old tale? Howie was my partner. You should be ashamed. Not accusing you of anything, dear, just cautious. How about it? Wait for my kids and I take all, or divvy up, nice and polite? I simply wished that these enthusiastic entrepreneurs would get on with it. Our air pressure light had blinked red, and I was feeling a touch lightheaded. I suppose that roll after landing opened a slow leak. I dithered between a need to tell them to hurry and a realization that my bad bargaining position would drop to 0 or even minus if I did so. Mr. Snodgrass said thoughtfully, "Well, Jinx, it doesn't make sense to drag this junk to your pressure, north of mine, when it's about 30 clicks closer to take it to Kong by way of my place, south of yours, right?" Simple arithmetic, Maggie, and I have plenty of room in this buggy for 3 more, whereas I'm not sure you could take 3 passengers, even if you stacked them like hotcakes. I could handle them, but I'll concede you have more room. All right, you take the 3 refugees and skin them all your conscience will let you, and I'll take the abandoned junker and salvage what I can out of it, if any. Oh, no, Maggie, you're too generous. I wouldn't want to cheat you. Right down the middle. Written records, confirmed. Why, Jinx, do you think I would cheat you? Let's not debate that, Maggie. It would only cause grief. That sky car is not abandoned. Its owner is inside it this very minute. Before you can move it, you must have a release from him, based on a recorded contract. If you don't want to be reasonable, he can wait right here for my transporter and never abandon his property. No salvage, just cartage at hire, plus complimentary transportation for the owner and his guests. Mr. What's-Your-Name, don't let Jinx fool you. He gets you and your car to his pressure, he'll peel you like an onion, till there's nothing left of you but the smell. I offer you 1,000 crowns cash right now for that junk metal you're sitting in. Henderson countered, 2,000, and I take you into pressure. Don't let her swindle you. There is more salvage than she's offering in your computer alone. I kept quiet while these 2 ghouls settled how they were carving us up. When they had agreed, I agreed, with only nominal resistance. I objected that the price had gone up and was much too high. Mr. Snodgrass said, "Take it or leave it." Jinx Henderson said, "I didn't get out of a warm bed to lose money on a job." I took it. So we wore those silly shelf-worn suits, almost as gas-tight as a wicker basket. Gwen objected that Treeson must not be exposed to vacuum. I told her to shut up and not be silly. A few moments' exposure would not kill the little maple, and we had run out of air. No choice. Then she was going to carry it. Then she let Bill carry it. She was busy otherwise. Me. You see, I can't wear a pressure suit that has not been especially made for me, while wearing my artificial foot. So I had to remove it. So I had to hop. That's okay, I'm used to hopping, and at 1/6 G, hopping is no problem. But Gwen had to mother me. So, here we go. Bill leading off with Treeson, under instructions from Gwen to get inside fast and get some water from Mr. Henderson to spray on it. Then Gwen and I followed as Siamese twins. She carried her small case with her left hand and put her right arm around my waist. I had my artificial foot slung over my shoulder, and I used my cane and hopped and steadied myself with my left arm around her shoulders. How could I tell her that I would have been steadier without her help? I kept my big mouth shut and let her help me. Mr. Henderson led us into the cab, then gasketed it tight and opened an air bottle lavishly. He had been running in vacuum, wearing a suit. I appreciated his lavish expenditure of air mix.
Oxygen wrested painfully from lunar rock, nitrogen all the way from Earth, until I saw it next day on my bill at a fat price. Henderson stayed and helped Maggie wrestle old BJ-17 onto her transporter, running her crane for her while she handled her tread controls. Then he drove us to Dry Bones Pressure. I spent part of the time figuring out what it had cost me. I had to sign away the Sky Car totally. Net, just under $27,000. I had paid $3,000 each to rescue us, discounted to $8,000 as a courtesy, plus $500 each for bed and breakfast. Plus, I learned later, $1,800 tomorrow to drive us to Lucky Dragon Pressure, the nearest place to catch a Raleigh bus to Hong Kong Luna. On Luna, it's cheaper to die. Still, I was happy to be alive at any price. I had Gwen, and money is something you can always get more of. Ingrid Henderson was a most gracious hostess, smiling and pretty and plump, clearly expecting that child. She welcomed us warmly, woke up her daughter, moved her into a shakedown with them, put us in Gretchen's room, put Bill in with Wolf, at which point I realized that Jinx's threats to Maggie were not backed up by force at hand, and realized, too, that it was none of my business. Our hostess said good night to us, told us the light in the fresher was left on in the night, in case, and left. I looked at my watch before turning out the light. 24 hours earlier, a stranger, hight Schultz, sat down at my table. Book 2. Deadly Weapon. Chapter 11. Dear Lord, give me chastity and self-restraint. But not yet, O Lord, not yet. St. Augustine. That damned fez! That silly, fake Oriental headdress had been 50% of a disguise that had saved my life, but having used it, the coldly pragmatic thing to do would have been to destroy it. I did not. I had felt uneasy about wearing it, first because I am not any sort of a Freemason, much less a Shriner, and second, because it was not mine. It was stolen. One might steal a throne or a king's ransom or a Martian princess and feel euphoric about it. But a hat? Stealing a hat was beneath contempt. Oh, I didn't reason this out. I simply felt uneasy about Mr. Clayton Rasmussen. His name I found inside his fez, and intended to restore his fancy headgear to him. Someday, somehow, when I could manage it, when the rain stopped. As we were leaving Golden Rule habitat, I had tucked it under a belt and forgotten it. After touchdown on Luna, as I unstrapped, it had fallen to the ceiling. I had not noticed. As we three were climbing into those breezy escape suits, Gwen had picked it up and handed it to me. I shoved it into the front of my pressure suit and zipped up. After we reached the Henderson home in Dry Bones Pressure and were shown where we were to sleep, I peeled down with my eyes drooping, so tired I hardly knew what I was doing. I suppose the fez fell out then. I don't know. I just cuddled up to Gwen and went right to sleep, and spent my wedding night in 8 hours of unbroken sleep. I think my bride slept just as soundly. No matter, we had had a grand practice run the night before. At the breakfast table, Bill handed me that fez. "Senator, you dropped your hat on the floor of the fresher." Also at the table were Gwen, the Hendersons, Ingrid, Jinx, Gretchen, Wolf, and 2 boarders, Eloise and Ace, and 3 small children. It was a good time for me to come out with a brilliant ad-lib that would account for my possession of this funny hat. What I said was, "Thank you, Bill." Jinx and Ace exchanged glances. Then Jinx offered me Masonic recognition signs. That's what I have to assume they were. At the time, I simply thought that he was scratching himself. After all loonies scratch, because all loonies itch. They can't help it. Not enough baths, not enough water. Jinx got me alone after breakfast. He said, "Noble?" I said, "Huh?" Swift repartee. "I couldn't miss it that you declined to recognize me there at the table, and Ace saw it, too. Are you by any chance thinking that the deal we made last night wasn't level and on the square?" "Jinx, you cheated me blind 6 ways from 0. "Why, nothing of the sort. No complaints." "A deal is a deal, you Swifty. I don't welch." "Are you sure? I've never cheated a lodge brother, or an outsider for that matter, but I take special care of any son of a widow just the way I would one of my own blood. If you think you paid too much for being rescued, then pay what you think is right, or you can have it free." He added, "While I can't speak for Maggie Snodgrass, she'll make an accounting to me, and it will be honest. There is nothing small about Maggie, but don't expect that salvage to show too much net, or maybe a loss by the time she sells it, because you know where Budget gets those crocks they rent, don't you?" I admitted ignorance. He went on, "Every year the quality leasers like Hertz and Interplanet sell off their used cars. The clean jobs are bought by private parties, mostly loonies. The stuff needing lots of work goes to boomers. Then Budget Jets buys what's left at junkyard prices, starvation cheap. They rework that junk at their yard outside Looney City, getting maybe 2 cars for each 3 they buy. Then they sell as scrap whatever's left over. That jalopy that let you down, they charged you list, $26,000. But if Budget actually had as much as $5,000 cash tied up in it, I'll give you the difference and buy you a drink, and that's a fact. Now Maggie is going to recondition it again, but her repairs will be honest, and her work guaranteed, and she'll sell it for what it is. Worn out, rebuilt, not standard. Maybe it will fetch $10,000 gross. After fair charges for parts and labor, if the net she splits with me is more than $3,000, I'll be flabbergasted, and it might be a net loss. A gamble." I told a number of sincere lies, and managed, I think, to convince Jinx that we were not lodge brothers, and that I was not asking for discounts on anything, and that I had come by that fez by accident, at the last minute. Found it in the Volvo when I hired it. Unspoken assumption, Mr. Rasmussen had hired that wagon in Luna City, then had left his headpiece in it when he turned in the Volvo at Golden Rule. I added that the owner's name was in the fez, and I intended to return it to him. Jinx asked, "Do you have his address?" I admitted that I did not, just the name of his temple, embroidered on the fez. Jinx stuck out his hand. "Give it to me. I can save you the trouble, and the expense of mailing a package back Earthside." "How?" "Happens I know somebody who's bouncing a jump bug to Luna City on Saturday. The Nobles' convention adjourns on Sunday, right after they dedicate their Luna City hospital for crippled and birth-damaged children. There'll be a lost and found at the convention center, there always is. Since his name is in it, they'll get it to him before Saturday evening, because that's the night of the drill team competition, and they know that a drill team member, if he is one, without his fez, is as undressed as a bar hostess without her G-string." I passed the red hat over to him. I thought that would be the end of it.
This ends side 1 of cassette 4. Please turn the cassette over and start side 2 at the same point.
More hassle before we could get rolling for Lucky Dragon pressure. No pressure suits. As Jinx put it, Last night I okayed your using those leaky sieves because it was Hobson's choice. It was risk it or leave you to die. Today we could use them the same way, or we could even bring the buggy into the hangar and load you in without using suits. Of course, that wastes an awful mass of air. Then do it again at the far end for an even greater air cost. Their hangar is bigger. I said I would pay. I didn't see how I could avoid it. That's not the point. Last night you were in the cab 20 minutes, and it took a full bottle to keep air around you. Late last night the sun was just barely rising. This morning it's 5 degrees high. Now, raw sunlight is going to be beating against the side of that cab all the way to Lucky Dragon. Oh, Gretchen will drive in shadow all she can. We don't raise dumb kids. But any air inside the cabin would heat up and swell and come pouring out the cracks. So normal operation is to pressurize your suit, but not the cabin, and use the cabin just for shade. Now, I won't lie to you. If I had suits to sell, I would insist that you buy 3 new suits. But I don't have suits. Nobody in this pressure has suits for sale. Less than 150 of us, I would know. We buy suits in Kong, and that's what you should do. But I'm not in Kong. I had not owned a pressure suit for more than 5 years. Permanent habitants of Golden Rule mostly do not own pressure suits. They don't need them. They don't go outside. Of course, there are plenty of staff and maintenance who keep pressure suits always ready, the way Bostonians keep overshoes. But the usual habitant, elderly and wealthy, doesn't own one, doesn't need one, wouldn't know how to wear one. Loonies are another breed. Even today, with Luna City over 1 million, and some city dwellers who rarely, if ever, go outside, a loony owns his suit. Even that big city loony knows from infancy that his safe, warm, well-lighted pressure can be broached by a meteor, by a bomb, by a terrorist, by a quake, or some other unpredictable hazard. If he's a pioneering type like Jinx, he's as used to a suit as is an asteroid miner. Jinx didn't even work his own tunnel farm. The rest of his family did that. Jinx habitually worked outside, a pressure-suited heavy construction mechanic. Happy Chance Salvage was just one of his dozen odd hats. He was also the Dry Bones Ice Company, Henderson's Overland Cartage Company, John Henry Drilling, Welding, and Rigging Contractors, or you name it, and Jinx would invent a company to fit. There was also Ingrid's Swap Shop, which sold everything from structural steel to homemade cookies, but not pressure suits. Jinx worked out a way to get us to Lucky Dragon. Ingrid and Gwen were much the same size, except that Ingrid was temporarily distended around the equator. She had a pregnancy pressure suit with an external corset that could be let out. She also had a conventional suit she wore when not pregnant, one she could not get into now, but Gwen could. Jinx and I were about of a height, and he had 2 suits, both first-quality Goodrich Luna. I could see that he was about as willing to lend me one as a cabinet maker is to lend tools. But he was under pressure to work something out, or he was going to have us as paying guests, and then as non-paying guests when our money ran out. And they didn't really have room for us, even while I could still pay. It was after 10 the next morning before we suited up and climbed into the Rolligon, me in Jinx's second best, Gwen in Ingrid's not-pregnant suit, and Bill in a restored antique that had belonged to the founder of Dry Bones Pressure, a Mr. Soupy McClanahan, who had come to Luna long, long ago before the Revolution as an involuntary guest of the government. The plan was for each of us to get other temporary coverings at Lucky Dragon Pressure, wear them to HKL, and send them back via the public bus. while Gretchen took these suits back to her father after she let us off at Lucky Dragon. Then tomorrow we would be in Hong Kong Luna and able to buy pressure suits to fit our needs. I spoke to Jinx about payment. I could almost hear the numbers clicking over in his skull. Finally he said, "Senator, I'll tell you what. Those suits that came in your heap, not worth much, but there's some salvage in the helmets and in some of the metal fittings. Send my 3 suits back to me in the shape in which you got 'em, and we'll call it even, if you think it is." I certainly thought it was. Those Michelin suits had been okay 20 years ago. To me, today, they were worth nothing. It left just one problem. Treason. I had thought that I was going to have to be firm with my bride, an intention not always feasible. But I learned that while Jinx and I had been working out what to do about pressure suits, Gwen had been working out what to do about Treason, with Ace. I have no reason to think Gwen seduced Ace, but I'm sure Eloise thought so. However, loonies have had their own customs about sex since back in the days when men outnumbered women 6-1. By lunar customs, all options in sexual matters are vested in women, none in men. Eloise did not seem angry, just amused, which made it none of my business. As may be, Ace produced a silicone rubber balloon with a slit through which he inserted Treason, pot and all, then heat-sealed it with an attachment for a 1-liter air bottle. There was no charge, even for the bottle. I offered to pay, but Ace just grinned at Gwen and shook his head. So I don't know. I don't care to inquire. Ingrid kissed us all goodbye, made us promise to come back. It seemed unlikely, but a good idea. Gretchen asked questions the whole trip and never seemed to watch where she was driving. She was a dimpled, pigtailed blonde, a few centimeters taller than her mother, but still padded with baby fat. She was much impressed by our travels. She herself had been to Hong Kong Luna twice, and once all the way to Noviland, where people talked funny. But next year, when she would be going on 14, she was going to go to Luna City and look over the studs there, and maybe bring home a husband.
Mama doesn't want me to have babies by anyone at Dry Bones or even Lucky Dragon. She says it's a duty I owe my children to go out and fetch in some fresh genes. Do you know all about that? Fresh genes, I mean?
Gwen assured her that we did know, and that she agreed with Ingrid. Outbreeding was a sound and necessary policy. I made no comment, but agreed. 150 people are not enough for a healthy gene pool.
That's how Mama got Papa. She went looking for him. Papa was born in Arizona. That's a part of Sweden back Groundhog side. He came to Luna with a subcontractor for the Picardy transmutation plant. And Mama got him at a masked mixer and gave him our family name when she was sure, about Wolf I mean, and took him back to Dry Bones and set him up in business.
She dimpled. We were chatting via our suit talkies, but I could see her dimples right through her helmet by a happy chance of light.
And I'm going to do the same for my man, using my family share. But Mama says that I should not grab the first boy who is willing, as if I would, and not to hurry or worry, even if I'm still an old maid at 18. And I won't. He's got to be as good a man as Papa is.
I thought privately that it might be a long search. Jinx Henderson, née John Black Eagle, is quite a man. When at last we could see the Lucky Dragon parking lot, it was nearly sundown. In Istanbul, that is, as anyone could see by looking, Earth was almost due south of us, and quite high, about 60 degrees. Its terminator ran through the North Desert of Africa and on up through the Greek Isles and Turkey. The sun was still low in the sky, 9 or 10 degrees, and rising. There would be nearly 14 days more sunlight at Lucky Dragon before the next long dark. I asked Gretchen whether or not she intended to drive straight back.
"Oh, no," she assured me. "Mama wouldn't like that. I'll stay overnight, bedroll there in the back, and start back fresh tomorrow, after you folks catch your bus."
I said, "That isn't necessary, Gretchen. Once we're inside this pressure and can turn our suits back to you, there's no reason for you to wait."
"Mr. Richard, are you yearning to have me spanked?"
You? Spanked? Why, your father wouldn't do that. To you? A grown woman, almost?
"You might tell Mama that. No, Papa wouldn't. He hasn't for years and years, but Mama says I'm eligible until the day I first marry. Mama's a holy terror. She's a direct descendant of Hazel Stone. She said, 'Gret, you see about suits for them, take them to Charlie so they won't be cheated. If he can't supply them, then see to it that they wear ours to Kong, and you dicker with Lilibet to fetch ours back later. And you had better see them off on the bus, too.'"
Gwen said,
"But Gretchen, your father warned us that the bus doesn't move until the driver has a load, which could be a day or two, even several days."
Gretchen giggled.
"Wouldn't that be terrible? I'd get a vacation. Nothing to do but catch up on the back episodes of Sylvia's Other Husband. Let's everybody feel sorry for Gretchen. Mistress Gwen, you can call Mama this minute if you wish, but I do have firm instructions."
Gwen shut up, apparently convinced. We rolled to a stop about 50 meters from Lucky Dragon airlock, set in the side of a hill. Lucky Dragon is in the south foothills of the Caucasus Range at 32 degrees 27 minutes north. I waited on one foot and leaning on my cane, while Bill and Gwen gave unnecessary help to a highly efficient young lady in spreading an awning slanted to keep the Raleigh from direct sunlight for the next 24 hours or so. Then Gretchen called her mother on the Raleigh's radio, reported our arrival, and promised to call again in the morning. We went through the airlock, Gwen carrying her case and purse and babying me, Bill carrying Treson and the package containing Naomi's wig, and Gretchen carrying a huge bedroll. Once inside, we helped each other shuck down. Then I put my foot back on while Gretchen hung up my suit and hers, and Bill and Gwen hung theirs on long racks opposite the airlock. Gwen and Bill picked up their burdens and headed for a public fresher around to the right of the airlock. Gretchen had turned to follow them when I stopped her. "Gretchen, hadn't I better wait here till you three get back?"
"What for, Mr. Senator?"
"That suit of your papa's is valuable, and so is the one Mistress Gwen is wearing. Maybe everyone here is honest, but the suits aren't mine."
"Oh, maybe everybody here is honest, but don't count on it. So Papa says. I wouldn't leave that darling little tree sitting around, but don't ever worry about a pea suit. Nobody ever touches another loony's pea suit. Automatic elimination at the nearest airlock. No excuses."
"Just like that, eh?"
"Yes, sir. Only it doesn't happen as everybody knows better. But I know about one case before I was born. A new chum. Maybe he didn't know any better, but he never did it again because a posse went after him and brought the pea suit back. But not him. They just left him to dry there on the rocks. I've seen it, what's left of him. Horrid."
She wrinkled her nose, then dimpled.
"Now, may I be excused, sir? I'm about to wet my panties."
"Sorry." I'm stupid. The plumbing in a man's pea suit is adequate, although just barely. But what the great brains have come up with for women is not adequate. I have a strong impression that most women will endure considerable discomfort rather than use it. I once heard one refer to it disparagingly as the sandbox. At the door of the fresher, my bride was waiting for me. She held out to me a half-crown coin.
Wasn't sure you had one, dear.
Huh?
For the fresher. Air I have taken care of. Gretchen paid our one-day fees, so I paid her. We're back in civilization, dear. No free lunch.
No free anything. I thanked her. I invited Gretchen to have dinner with us. She answered,
Thank you, sir. I accept. Mama said I could. But would you settle for ice cream cones for now? And Mama gave me the money to offer them to you, because there are several things we should do before dinner.
Certainly, we're in your hands, Gretchen. You're the sophisticate, we're the tyros.
What's a tyro?
A new chum.
Oh. First we should go to Quiet Dreams Tunnel and spread our bedrolls to hold our places so that we can all sleep together.
At which point I learned for the first time why Gretchen's bedroll was so enormous. Her mother's foresight, again.
But before that, we had better put your names down with Lilibet for the bus. And before that, let's get those ice cream cones if you're as hungry as I am. Then, last thing before dinner, we should go see Charlie about pea suits.
The ice cream cones were close at hand in the same tunnel as the racks. Borodin's double-dip dandies, served by Kelly Borodin himself, who offered to sell me, in addition to lavish cones, used magazines from Earth, barely used magazines from Luna City and Tycho Under, candy, lottery tickets, horoscopes, Lunaya Pravda, the Luna City Lunatic, greeting cards, genuine Hallmark imitations, pills guaranteed to restore virility, and a sure cure for hangovers, compounded to an ancient gypsy formula. Then he offered to roll me double or nothing for the cones. Gretchen caught my eye and barely shook her head. As we walked away, she said,
Kelly has 2 sets of dice, one for strangers, another for people he knows, but he doesn't know that I know it. Sir, you paid for the cones, and now, if you don't let me pay you back, I'll get that spanking, because Mama will ask me, and I will have to tell her.
I thought about it. Gretchen, I have trouble believing that your mother would spank you for something I did.
Oh, but she would, sir. She will say that I should have had my money out and ready, and I should have.
Does she spank really hard? Bare bottom?
Oh, my, yes. Brutal.
An intriguing thought. Your little bottom turning pink while you cry.
I do not cry. Well, not much. Richard.
Yes, Gwen.
Stop it.
Now you listen to me, woman. Do not interfere in my relations with another woman.
Richard.
You spoke, dear?
Mama spank.
I accepted from Gretchen the price of the cones. I'm henpecked. The sign read, The Apocalypse and Kingdom Come Bus Company. Regular runs to Hong Kong Luna. Minimum run, 12 fares. Charter runs anywhere by Dicker. Next HKL run not before noon tomorrow, July 3rd. Sitting under the sign, rocking and knitting, was an elderly black lady. Gretchen addressed her.
Howdy, Aunt Lilibet.
She looked up, put down her knitting, and smiled.
Gretchen, hon, how's your mama there? Just fine. Bigging up by the day. Aunt Lilibet, I want you to meet our friends, Mr. Senator Richard and Mistress Gwen and Mr. Bill. They need to go with you to Kong. Pleased to meet you, friends, and happy to tote you to Kong. Plan on leaving noon tomorrow as you 3 make 10, and if I don't get 2 more by noon, likely I can make it with cargo. That suit?
I assured her that it did, and that we would be here before noon, pea-suited and ready to roll. Then she gently suggested cash on the counter by pointing out that there were still seats on the shady side, as some passengers had made reservations but had not yet paid. So I paid 1,200 crowns for 3. We went next to Quiet Dreams Tunnel. I don't know whether to call it a hotel or what. Perhaps Flophouse comes closest. It was a tunnel a little over 3 meters wide and running 50-odd meters back into the rock, where it dead-ended. The middle and left-hand side of the tunnel was a rock shelf about a half-meter higher than a walkway on the right. This shelf was laid out in sleeping billets, marked by stripes painted on the shelf and by large numbers painted on the wall. The billet nearest the passageway was numbered 50. About half the billets had bedrolls or sleeping bags on them. Halfway down the tunnel on the right, the customary green light marked a refresher. At the head of this tunnel, seated and reading at a desk, was a Chinese gentleman in a costume that was out of fashion before Armstrong made that one small step. He wore spectacles as old-fashioned as his dress, and he himself appeared to be 90 years older than God, and twice as dignified. As we approached, he put down his book and smiled at Gretchen.
Gretchen, it is good to see you. How are your esteemed parents?
She curtsied.
They are well, Dr. Chan, and they send you their greetings. May I present our guests, Mr. Senator Richard and Mistress Gwen and Mr. Bill?
He bowed without getting up and shook hands with himself.
Guests of the House Henderson are most welcome in my house.
Gwen curtsied. I bowed, and so did Bill, after I dug a thumb into his ribs, which Dr. Chan noticed while declining to notice it. I mumbled an appropriate formality. Gretchen went on.
We would like to sleep in your care tonight, Dr. Chan, if you will accept us. If so, are we early enough to be given 4 places side by side? Indeed, yes, for your gracious mother spoke to me earlier. Your beds are numbers 4, 3, 2, and 1. Oh, good. Thank you, Grandfather Chan.
So I paid. For 3, not 4. I don't know whether Gretchen paid or ran a bill or what. I saw no money change hands. 5 crowns per person per night. No extra charge for the refresher, but 2 crowns if we wanted to shower. Water not limited. Soap extra, half a crown. Having completed business, Dr. Chan said, Does not the tree in bonsai require water? Almost in chorus, we agreed that it did. Our host examined the plastic film that enclosed it, then cut it open and most carefully removed the tree and pot. A vase at his desk turned out to be a water carafe. He filled a tumbler, then, using just his fingertips, he sprinkled it repeatedly. While he did this, I sneaked a look at his book, a form of snoopiness I can't resist. It was The March of the 10,000, in Greek. We left Treeson with him, and Gwen's case as well. Our next stop was at Jake's Steakhouse. Jake was as Chinese as Dr. Chan, but of another generation and style. He greeted us with, Howdy, folks. What'll it be? Hamburgers or scrambled eggs, coffee or beer? Gretchen spoke to him in a tonal language. Cantonese, I suppose. Jake looked annoyed and retorted. Gretchen threw it back at him. Remarks slammed back and forth. At last he looked disgusted and said, Okay, 40 minutes. Turned his back and walked away. Gretchen said, Come, please. Now we go to see Charlie Wong about suits. As we walked away, she said privately, He was trying to get out of doing his best cooking, as it is much more work. But the worst argument was over price. Jake wanted me to keep quiet while he charged you tourist prices. I told him if he charged you more than he would charge my papa, then my papa would stop in next time and cut off his ears and feed them to him, raw. Jake knows that papa would do exactly that. Gretchen smiled with shy pride.
My papa is deeply respected in Lucky Dragon. Back when I was young, Papa eliminated a boomer here who tried to take something free from a sing-song girl, something he had agreed to pay for. Everybody remembers it. The sing-song girls of Lucky Dragon made Mama and me honorary members of their guild.
The sign read, Wang Chai Li, Custom Tailoring for Ladies and Gentlemen. Pea suit repairs a specialty. Gretchen again introduced us and explained what we needed. Charlie Wang nodded.
Bus rolls at noon? Be here at 10:30. In Kong, you return the suits to my cousin Johnny Wang at Sears Montgomery, pea suit department. I'll call him.
Then we went back to Jake's Steakhouse. It wasn't steak, and it was not chop suey or chow mein, and it was wonderfully good. We ate until we were full to our eyeballs. When we got back to Quiet Dreams Tunnel, the overhead lights were out and many of the billets were occupied by sleeping figures. A glow strip ran down the side of the billet's shelf, where it could not shine into the eyes of a sleeping guest, but would light the way of anyone moving around. There was a reading light at Dr. Chan's desk, shielded from the sleepers. He appeared to be working on his accounts, as he was operating a terminal with one hand and an abacus with the other. He greeted us soundlessly. We whispered good night. Coached by Gretchen, we got ready for bed. Undress, fold your clothing, and put it and your shoes under the head of your bedroll as a pillow. I did so, and added my cork foot. But I left on my underwear shorts, having noticed that Gwen and Gretchen had left on their panties, and Bill put his back on when he somewhat belatedly noticed what the rest of us did. We all headed for the refresher. Even this nominal sop to modesty did not last. We showered together. There were 3 men in the fresher when we went in. All were naked. We followed the ancient precept. Nakedness is often seen, but never looked at. And the 3 men most strictly followed this rule. We weren't there. We were invisible. Save that I feel certain that no male can totally ignore Gwen and Gretchen. I could not totally ignore Gretchen, and did not try. Naked, she looked years older and deliciously enticing. I think she had a sun lamp tan. I know she had dimples I had not seen before. I see no need to go into details. All females are beautiful at the point where they burst into full womanhood, and Gretchen had the added beauty of good proportions and a sunny disposition. She could have been used to tempt St. Anthony. Gwen handed me the soap.
All right, dear, you can scrub her back, but she can wash her front herself.
I answered with dignity. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't expect to wash anyone's back, as I need a hand free to grab and balance. You forget that I'm an expectant mother.
You're a mother, all right.
Who's calling whom a mother? I'll thank you to keep a civil tongue in your head.
Richard, this is getting to be beneath even my dignity. Gretchen, you wash his back. That's safest. I'll referee.
It wound up with everyone washing whatever she could reach, even Bill, and was not efficient, but fun, with lots of giggles. They were both of the extremely opposite sex, and just being around them was fun. By 22, we were settled down for the night, Gretchen at the end wall, Gwen beside her, then me, then Bill. At 1/6 G, a rock shelf is softer than a foam mattress in Iowa. I went to sleep quickly. Sometime later, an hour, 2 hours, I came awake because a warm body cuddled against me. I murmured, "Now, hun." Then I came a bit wider awake. "Gwen?"
It's me, Mr. Richard. Would you really want to see my bottom turn all pink and hear me cry?
I whispered tensely,
Honey, get back over by the wall. Please? No, dear. Gretchen, Gwen said softly. Get back where you belong, dear, before you wake others. Here, I'll help you roll over me.
And she did, and took the woman-child in her arms and talked to her. They stayed that way, and, I think, went to sleep. It took me quite a while to get back to sleep. Chapter 12. We are too proud to fight. Woodrow Wilson. Violence never settles anything. Genghis Khan. The mice voted to Bell the cat. Aesop. Kissing goodbye while wearing pressure suits is depressingly antiseptic. So I think, and I am sure Gretchen thought so too. But that is the way it worked out. Last night Gwen had saved me from a fate worse than death, and for that I was grateful. Well, moderately grateful. Certainly an old man tripped by a barely nubile female not yet into her teens — Gretchen would not be 13 for another 2 months — is a ridiculous sight, an object of scorn to all right-thinking people. But from the time the night before, when Gretchen had made it plain to me that she did not consider me too old, I had been feeling younger and younger. By sundown, I should be suffering the terminal stages of senile adolescence. So let the record show that I am grateful. That's official. Gwen was relieved, I felt sure, when at noon Gretchen waved us goodbye from the cab of her father's Raleigh lorry, as we rolled south in Aunt Lilibet's Raleigh bus, the Hear Me Jesus. The Hear Me was much larger than Jinx's lorry, and fancier, being painted in bright colors with Holy Land scenes and Bible quotations. It could carry 18 passengers, plus cargo, driver, and shotgun, the last riding in a turret high above the driver. The bus's tires were enormous, twice as tall as I am. They shouldered up above the passenger space as its floor rested on the axles, high as my head. There were ladders on each side to reach access doors between the front and rear tires. Those big tires made it hard to see out to the sides, but loonies aren't much interested in scenery, as most lunar scenery is interesting only from orbit. From the Caucasus to the Jemez Mountains, our route, the floor of Mare Serenitatis has hidden charms. Thoroughly hidden. Most of it is flat as a pancake, and as interesting as cold pancakes without butter or syrup. Despite this, I was glad that Aunt Lilibet had placed us in the first row on the right, Gwen at the window, me next, Bill on my left. It meant that we could see all that the driver saw out front, and also we could see somewhat out to the right, because we were forward of the front axle, and thereby could see past the tire. We could not see too clearly to the right, as the plastic of the pressure window was old and crazed and yellowed. But forward, Aunt Lilibet had her big driver's port raised and fastened back. The view was as clear as our helmets permitted. Excellent for us. The equipment rented to us by Charlie Wong took the curse off raw sunlight without noticeably interfering with seeing, like good sun spectacles. We didn't talk much because passengers' suit radios were all on a common frequency, a babble, so we kept ours turned down. Gwen and I could talk by touching helmets, but not easily. I amused myself by trying to keep track of where we were going. Neither magnetic compasses nor gyro compasses are useful on Luna. Magnetism, usually none, means an ore body rather than a direction, and Luna's spin, while it exists 1 revolution per month, is too leisurely to affect a gyro compass. An inertial tracker will work, but a good one is extremely expensive, although I can't see why. The art was perfected long ago for guided missiles. From this face of Luna, you always have Earth to steer by, and half the time you have the sun as well. The stars? Certainly the stars are always there. No rain, no clouds, no smog. Oh, sure, look, I have news for any groundhogs listening. You can see stars easier from Iowa than you can from Luna. You'll be wearing a pea suit, right? Its helmet has a lens and a visor designed to protect your eyes. That amounts to built-in smog. If the sun is up, forget about stars. Your lens has darkened to protect your eyes. If the sun is not in your sky, then Earth is somewhere between half and full, and Earthshine is dazzling. 8 times as much reflecting surface with 5 times the albedo makes Earth at least 40 times as bright as moonlight is to Earth. Oh, the stars are there, and sharp and bright. Luna is wonderful for astronomical telescopy. But to see stars with bare eyes, i.e. from inside your pea suit helmet, just find a meter or two of stovepipe. Whoops, no stoves on Luna. So use a couple of meters of air duct. Look through it. It cuts out the dazzle. Stars shine out like a good deed in a naughty world. In front of me, Earth was a bit past half phase. On my left, the rising sun was a day and a half high, 20 degrees or less. It made bright the desert floor, with long shadows emphasizing anything other than perfect flatness, thereby making driving easy for Aunt Lilibet. According to a map at the airlock in Lucky Dragon Pressure, we had started out from north latitude 32 degrees and 27 minutes by longitude 6 degrees 56 east, and were headed for 14 degrees 11 minutes east by 17 degrees 32 minutes north, a spot near Menelaus. That gave us a course generally south, about 25 degrees east of south, as close as I could read that map, and a destination some 550 kilometers away. No wonder our ETA read 3 o'clock tomorrow morning. There was no road. Aunt Lilibet did not seem to have a tracker or anything in the way of navigating instruments, but an odometer and a speedometer. She seemed to be piloting the way river pilots of old were reputed to find their way, just by knowing the route. Perhaps so, but during the first hour I noticed something. There were range targets for the whole route. As we reached one, there would be another, out at the horizon. I had not noticed any such guides yesterday, and I don't think there were any. I think Gretchen really did pilot Mark Twain style, and I think Aunt Lilibet did also. I noticed that she often did not come close to a range marker as she passed it. Those blazes had probably been set up for occasional drivers or for relief drivers for the Hear Me. I started trying to spot each one, making a game of it. If I missed one, it scored against me. 2 misses in sequence counted as 1 death by Lost on the Moon, something that happened too often in the early days, and still happens today. Luna is a big place, bigger than Africa, almost as big as Asia, and every square meter of it is deadly if you make just one little mistake. Definition of a loony: a human being, any color, size, or sex, who never makes a mistake where it counts. By our first rest stop, I had died twice through missing ranging marks. At 5 minutes past 15, Aunt Lilibet let her bus roll to a stop, then switched on a transparency that read, "Rest stop, 20 minutes," and under it, "Late penalty, 1 crown per minute." We all got out. Bill grabbed Aunt Lilibet's arm and put his helmet against hers. She started to shake him off, then listened. I didn't try to check on him. 20 minutes isn't long for a rest stop when it involves coping with a pea suit. Of course, this is even harder for females than for males, and more time-consuming. We had a woman passenger with 3 children, and the right arm of her suit ended just below the elbow in a hook. How did she cope? I resolved to outweight her so that the fine for being late would be assessed against me rather than her. That refresher was dreadful. It was an airlock leading to a hole in the rock attached to the home of a settler who combined tunnel farming with ice mining. There may have been some oxygen in the pressure gas that greeted us, but the stench made it impossible to tell. It reminded me of the jakes in a castle I was once quartered in during the 3 Weeks' War. On the Rhine it was, near Remagen. It had a deep stone privy, which was alleged never to have been cleaned in over 900 years. None of us was fined for being late, as our driver was even later, and so was Bill. Dr. Chan had resealed Treason with a roll and clamp arrangement to permit it to be watered more easily. Bill had solicited Aunt Lilibet's help. They had managed it together, but not quickly. I don't know whether Bill had time to pee or not. Auntie, of course, had time. The Hear Me couldn't roll until Auntie arrived.
This ends side 2 of cassette 4 of The Cat Who Walks Through Walls. Please fast forward to the end before loading cassette 5. The Cat Who Walks Through Walls, cassette 5.
We made a meal stop about 19:30 at a small pressure, 4 families, called Rob Roy. After the last stop, this one seemed like the acme of civilization. The place was clean, the air smelled right, and the people were friendly and hospitable. There was no choice in the menu, chicken and dumplings and moonberry pie, and the price was high. But what do you expect out in the middle of nowhere on the face of the moon? There was a souvenir stand of handmade items presided over by a little boy. I bought an embroidered change purse that I had no use for, because those people were good to us. The decoration on it read, Rob Roy City, capital of the Sea of Serenity. I gave it to my bride. Gwen helped the one-armed woman with the 3 children, and learned that they were returning home to Kong after having visited in Lucky Dragon the paternal grandparents of the youngsters. The mother's name was Ekaterina O'Toole. The kids were Patrick, Bridget, and Igor, aged 8, 7, and 5. Our other 3 passengers turned out to be Lady Diana Kerr Shapley and her husbands, wealthy and not inclined to fraternize with us plebs. Both her men carried sidearms, inside their suits. What is the sense in that? The ground was not as even from there on, and it seemed to me that Auntie stuck a little closer to the marked track. But she still drove fast, and with dash, bouncing us around on those big, low-pressure doughnuts in a fashion that made me wonder about Bill's queasy stomach. At least he was not having to hold Treason. Auntie had helped him lash it down in the cargo compartment aft. I wished him luck. Getting sick in one's helmet is dreadful. Happened to me once, a generation ago. Ugh. We made another rest stop just before midnight. Adequate. The sun was now a few degrees higher and still rising. Auntie told us that we now had 115 clicks left to roll, and should be in Kong about on time, with God's help. God didn't give Auntie the help she deserved. We had been rolling about an hour when out of nowhere, from behind a rock outcropping, came another Ralegon, smaller and faster, cutting diagonally across our path. I slapped Bill's arm, grabbed Gwen's shoulders, and down we went, below the driver's port, and somewhat protected by the steel side of the bus. As I ducked for cover, I saw a flash from the strange vehicle. Our bus rolled to a stop with the other vehicle right in front of us. Auntie stood up. They cut her down. Gwen got the man who beamed Auntie, resting her Miyako on the sill of the port. She got him in the lens of his helmet, the best way to shoot a man in a pea suit if you are using bullets rather than laser. I got the driver, aiming carefully as my cane shoots only 5 times, and no more ammo closer than Golden Rule. In my duffel, damn it. Other suited figures came pouring out the sides of the attacking craft. Gwen raised up a little and went on shooting. All this took place in the ghostly quiet of vacuum. I started to add my fire to Gwen's when still another vehicle showed up. Not a Rolagon, but related to one, but not any contraption I ever saw before. It had only one tire, a super giant donut, at least 8 meters high, maybe 10. The hole in the donut was crowded with what may have been, or had to be, its power plant. Extending out from this hub on each side was a cantilevered platform. On the upper side of each platform, both port and starboard, a gunner was strapped into a saddle. Below the gunner was the pilot, or driver, or engineer, one on each side, and don't ask me how they coordinated. I won't swear to any details. I was busy. I had taken a bead on the gunner on the side toward me, and was about to squeeze off one of my precious shots when I checked fire. His weapon was depressed. He was attacking our attackers. He was using an energy weapon, laser, particle beam, I don't know, as all I saw of each bolt was the parasitic flash, and the result. The big donut spun around a quarter turn. I saw the other pair, driver and gunner, on the other side, and this gunner was trained on us. His projector flashed. I got him in the faceplate. Then I tried for his driver, got him, I think, at the neck joint. Not as good as punching a hole in his faceplate, but unless he was equipped to make a difficult patch fast, he was going to be breathing the thin stuff in seconds. The donut spun all the way around. As it stopped, I got the other gunner a nanosecond before he could get me. I tried to line up for a shot at the driver, but could not get steady on target and had no ammo to waste. The donut started to roll, away from us, east, picked up speed, hit a boulder, bounced high, and disappeared over the horizon. I looked back down at the other Rolagon. In addition to the 2 we had killed in the first exchange, still sprawled in the car, there were 5 bodies on the ground, 2 to starboard, 3 to port. None looked as if he would ever move again. I pressed my helmet to Gwen's. "Is that all of them?" She jabbed me hard in the side. I turned. A helmeted head was just appearing in the left-hand door. I lined up my cane and punched a starred hole in his faceplate. He disappeared. I hopped on somebody's feet and looked out. No more on the left. Turned, and here was another one climbing up through the right-hand door. So I shot him. Correction. I tried to shoot him. No more ammo. I fell toward him, jabbing with my cane. He grabbed the end of it, and that was his mistake, as I pulled on it, exposing 20 centimeters of Sheffield steel, which I sank into his suit and between his ribs. I pulled it out, shoved it into him again. That stiletto, a mere half-centimeter width of triangular blade, blood-grooved 3 sides, does not necessarily kill quickly, but my second jab would hold his attention while he died, keep him too busy to kill me. He collapsed, half inside the door, and let go the scabbard part of my cane. I retrieved it, fitted it back on. Then I shoved him out, grabbed onto the seat nearest me, and pulled myself up onto my foot, took care of a minor annoyance, hopped back to my seat, and sat down. I was tired. although the whole fracas could not have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes. It's the adrenaline. I always feel exhausted afterward. That was the end of it, and a good thing, too, as both Gwen and I were out of ammo, utterly, and I can't use that concealed blade trick more than once. It works only if you can lure your opponent into grabbing the ferrule of your walking stick. There had been 9 in that Ralegon, and all of them were dead. Gwen and I got 5 of them between us. The gunners of the giant donut killed the other 4. The body count was certain, because there is no mistaking a bullet hole for a burn. I'm not counting the 2 or 3 I shot of the Super Donuts crew, because they left no bodies to count. They were somewhere over the horizon. Our own casualties, 4. First, our own gunner, riding shotgun in the turret above the driver. I crawled up and had a look. At 1/6 G, I can climb a vertical ladder almost as easily as you can. Our gunner was dead. Probably that first flash marked his end. Had he been asleep on watch? Who knows, and who cares now? He was dead. But our second casualty, Aunt Lilibet, was not dead, and that was Bill's doing. He had slapped 2 pressure patches onto her, fast, one on her left arm, one on the top of her helmet, had known enough to cut off her air as he did it, then had counted 60 seconds before he cracked the valve and let her suit reinflate, and thereby saved her life. It was the first evidence I had seen that Bill was even bright enough to pound sand. He had spotted where the kit with the pressure patches was kept, near the driver's seat, then had gone through the rest like a drill, no lost motions, and paying no attention to the fighting going on around him. I suppose I should not have been surprised. I knew that Bill had worked in heavy construction. For a space habitat, that means pea suit work, with safety drills and training. But it's not enough to be trained. In a clutch, it takes some smarts and a cool head to apply even the best of training. Bill showed us what he had done, not to boast of it, but because he realized that some of it might have to be done over. In sealing Auntie's suit in a hurry, he had not been able to get at the wound in her arm to stop bleeding, and did not know whether or not it had been cauterized by the burn. If she was bleeding, that suit would have to be opened again, a pressure bandage applied to the wound, then the suit closed again, fast. In view of the location, an arm, the only way to do this would be to cut the suit fabric to make a larger hole, get at the arm and stop the bleeding, patch the bigger hole, and wait counted seconds for one endless minute before subjecting the patched suit to pressure. There is a very narrow limit on how long a patient can take vacuum. Auntie was old and wounded, and had had it done to her once today. Could she take it twice? There was no question of opening her helmet. The bolt that had hit her there had carved a slice into the top of the helmet, but not into her head, else we would not have been considering whether or not to open her sleeve. Gwen put her helmet against Auntie's, managed to rouse her and get her attention. Was she bleeding? Auntie didn't think so. Her arm was numb, but didn't hurt much. Did they get it? Get what? Something in the cargo. Gwen assured her that the bandits didn't get anything. They were dead. That seemed to satisfy Auntie. She added, "Taddy can drive," and seemed to slip off to sleep. Our third casualty was one of Lady Diana's husbands, dead, but not by either set of bandits. In effect, he had shot himself in the foot. I think I mentioned that he was healed, with his gun, for God's sake, inside his suit. When the trouble started, he went for his sidearm, found he could not reach it, opened the front of his suit to get at it. It is possible to open your suit and close it again, in vacuum, and I think the legendary Houdini could have learned to do it. But this joker was still fumbling for his gun when he collapsed and drowned in vacuum. His co-husband was a half-point smarter. Instead of going for his own gun, he attempted to get at that of his partner after his partner keeled over. He did manage to get at it and to draw it, but too late to help in the fight. He straightened up just as I was pulling myself to my foot after I stabbed the last of the bandits. So I find this custard head waving a gun in my face. I did not intend to break his wrist. I simply meant to disarm him. I slapped the gun out of line and cracked his wrist with my cane. I caught the gun, shoved it into my pea-suit belt, went forward, and collapsed in my seat. I did not know that I had hurt him, other than a bruise, maybe. But I feel no trace of remorse. If you don't want a broken wrist, don't wave a gun in my face. Not when I'm tired and excited. And I pulled myself together and tried to help Gwen and Bill. I hate to tell about our fourth casualty, Igor O'Toole, the 5-year-old. Since the Tad was on a back seat with his mother, it is certain that he was not killed by anyone from the Ralagon. The angle would have been impossible. Only the 2 gunners of the Super Donut were up high enough to shoot in through the driver's port of Hear Me and hit someone clear at the back. Furthermore, it had to be the second gunner. The first gunner had kept busy killing bushwhackers. Then the donut turned. I saw this gun leveled at us, saw its flash just about as I fired and killed him. I thought he had missed. If he was firing at me, he did miss. I'm not sure he was aiming carefully, as who would aim at the least likely target? A child, a baby really, clear at the back of the bus. But the flash I saw had to be the bolt that killed Igor. Had it not been for Igor's death, I might have had mixed feelings about the crew of the giant donut. We certainly could not have won without their help. But that last shot convinces me that they were just killing off business competitors before getting to their main purpose, hijacking the Hear Me. My only regret is that I did not kill the 4th donut rider. But these were afterthoughts. What we saw at the time was simply a dead child. We straightened up from dealing with Auntie and looked around. Ekaterina was sitting quietly, holding the body of her son. I had to look twice to realize what had happened. But a pea-suit does not hold a living child when the faceplate is burned away. I hopped toward her. Gwen reached her first. I stopped behind Gwen. Lady Diana grabbed my sleeve, said something. I touched my helmet to hers. What did you say?
I told you to tell the driver to drive on. Can't you understand plain English?
I wish she had said it to Gwen. Gwen's replies are more imaginative than mine, and much more lyrical. All I could manage, tired as I was, "Oh, shut up and sit down, you silly slitch." I did not wait for an answer. Lady D went forward, where Bill kept her from disturbing Auntie. I didn't see this, as just then, while I leaned forward to try to see what had happened to the consort who had, I was still to learn, killed himself with his pea-suit. His co-husband attempted to recover that gun from me. In the course of the tussle, I grabbed his broken wrist. I could not hear him scream or see his expression, but he did an amazing piece of extemporaneous method acting that let me know the agony he was in. All I can say is, don't wave guns in my face. It brings out the worst in me. I went back to Gwen, and that poor mother touched my helmet to Gwen's. Anything we can do for her?
No, nothing till we get her into pressure. Not much then.
How about the other 2? I suppose they were crying, but when you can't hear it or see it, what can you do?
Richard, I think the best we can do is leave this family alone. Keep an eye on them, but let them be, until we reach Kong.
Yes, Kong. Who is Taddy?
What?
Aunt Lilibet said, "Taddy can drive."
Oh, I think she meant the turret gunner, her nephew.
So that's why I climbed up to check the turret. I had to go outside to get up there, which I did, cautiously. But we had been correct, all dead. And so was our turret gunner, Taddy. I climbed down, then back up into the passenger compartment, got my 3 together, told them we had no relief driver. I asked, "Bill, can you drive?" "No, I can't, Senator. This is the first time in my life I've ever been in one of these things." I was afraid of that. Well, it's been some years since I've driven one, but I know how, so... Oh, Jesus. Gwen, I can't.
Trouble, dear?
I sighed. You steer this thing with your feet. I'm shy 1 foot. It's sitting over there by my seat. There's no way in the world I can put it on, and no way in the world I can drive with just 1 foot. She answered soothingly,
"That's all right, dear. You handle the radio. We'll need some Maydays, I think, while I drive."
"You can drive this behemoth?"
"Certainly. I didn't want to volunteer with you 2 men here, but I'll be happy to drive. 2 more hours about. Easy."
3 minutes later, Gwen was checking the controls. I was seated beside her, figuring out how to jack my suit into the bus's radio. 2 of those minutes had been spent delegating Bill as master-at-arms, with orders to keep Lady D in her seat. She had come forward again with firm instructions about how things were to be done. Seemed she was in a hurry. Something about a directors' meeting in L4, so we must drive fast, make up for lost time. This time I did get to hear Gwen's comment. It was heartwarming. Lady D gasped, especially when Gwen told her what to do with her proxies, after she folded them until they were all sharp corners. Gwen let in the clutches. The Hear Me shook, then backed, swung past the other Rulagon, and we were away. I finally punched the right buttons on the radio, tuned it to what I thought was the right channel. OMFIES spells comfies, the perfect answer to the stresses of modern living. Don't take the cares of business home with you. Take comfort from Comfies, the scientific stomach boon therapists prescribe more than any other. I tried another channel. Chapter 13. The truth is the one thing that nobody will believe. George Bernard Shaw. I went on hunting for 11, the Emergencies channel, by trial and error. The readout was marked, but not by numbered channels. Auntie had her own codes. The window reading Help was not help for emergencies, as I had assumed, but spiritual help. I punched it in and got, "This is the Reverend Harold Angel speaking from my heart direct to yours at Tycho under Tabernacle, Christ's home in Luna. Tune in at 8 o'clock Sunday to hear the true meanings of the scriptural prophecies. And send your love gift today to Box 99, Angel Station, Tycho under. Our good news theme for today, How Will We Know the Master When He Comes? Now we join the Tabernacle Choir in Jesus Holds Me in His..." That sort of help was about 40 minutes too late, so I moved on to another channel. There I recognized a voice and concluded that I must be on Channel 13. So I called, "Captain Midnight calling Captain Marcy. Come in, Captain Marcy."
"Marcy, ground control, Hong Kong Luna. Midnight. What the devil are you up to now? Over?"
I tried to explain, in 25 words or less, how I happened to be on this maneuvering circuit. He listened, then interrupted.
"Midnight? What have you been smoking? Let me talk to your wife. I can believe her."
"She can't talk to you now. She's driving this bus."
Hold it. You tell me you are a passenger in the Raleigh Hear Me Jesus. That's Lilibet Washington's bus. Why is your wife driving it?
I tried to tell you. She's been shot. Aunt Lilibet, I mean, not my wife. We were jumped by bandits.
There are no bandits in that area.
That's right. We killed them. Captain, listen and quit jumping to conclusions. We were attacked. We have 3 dead and 2 wounded, and my wife is driving because she's the only able-bodied person left who can.
You're wounded?
No.
But you said your wife is the only able-bodied person left who can drive.
Yes.
Let me get this straight. Day before yesterday, you were piloting a spacecraft. Or was your wife the pilot?
I was the pilot. What's itching you, Captain?
You can pilot a spacecraft, but you can't drive a little old Raleigh? That's hard to swallow.
Simple. I can't use my right foot.
But you said you weren't wounded.
I'm not. I've just lost a foot, that's all. Well, not lost. I have it here in my lap, but I can't use it.
Why can't you use it?
I took a deep breath and attempted to recall Siachi empiricals for ballistics on atmosphere planets. Captain Marcy, is there anyone in your organization or anywhere in Hong Kong Luna who might be interested in the fact that bandits attacked a public bus serving your city, only a few clicks outside your city pressure? And is there anyone who can receive the dead and wounded when we arrive with them, and who won't care who drives this bus, and doesn't find it incredible that a man could have had a foot amputated years back?
Why didn't you say so?
God damn it, Captain, it was none of your bloody business. There was silence for several seconds. Then Captain Marcy said quietly,
Perhaps you're right. Midnight, I'm going to patch you through to Major Bozell. He's a wholesaler by trade, but he also commands our vigilante volunteers, and that's why you should talk to him. Just hang on. I waited and watched Gwen's driving. When we started, her handling had been a bit rough, just as anyone's will be in getting acquainted with a strange machine. Now her driving was smooth, if not as dashing as Auntie's driving. Bozell here. Do you read? I replied, and almost at once ran into a nightmare feeling of déjà vu as he interrupted with, There are no bandits in that area. I sighed. If you say so, Major, but there are 9 corpses and an abandoned Raleigh in that area. Perhaps someone would be interested in searching those bodies, salvaging their pea suits and weapons, and in claiming that abandoned Raleigh before some peaceful settlers who would never think of turning bandit show up and take everything. Choi Moo tells me that he is getting a satellite photo of the spot where this alleged attack took place. If there really is an abandoned Raleigh, Major. Yes? I don't care what you believe. I don't give a hoot about salvage. We'll be at the North Airlock about 3:30. Can you have a medic meet us with a stretcher and bearers? That's for Mistress Lilibet Washington. I know who she is. She's been driving that route since I was a kid. Let me talk to her. She's wounded, I told you. She's lying down, and I hope she's asleep. If she's not, I still won't disturb her. It might start more bleeding. Just have somebody at the airlock to take care of her, and for 3 dead ones, too. One of them a small child. Its mother is with us and in shock. Name of Ekaterina O'Toole. And her husband lives in your city, Nigel O'Toole. And maybe you can have somebody call him so that he can meet his family and take care of them. That's all, Major. When I called you, I was a bit nervous about bandits, but since there aren't any bandits in this area, we have no reason to ask for vigilante protection out here on the Sea of Serenity this fine sunny day. And I'm sorry I disturbed your sleep. That's all right. We're here to help. No need to be sarcastic. This is being recorded. State your full name and legal address. Then repeat.
as representative of Lilybet Washington of Lucky Dragon Pressure, doing business as the Apocalypse and Kingdom Come Bus Company, I authorize Major Kirk Bozell, Commanding Officer and Business Manager of the Hong Kong Luna Vigilante Volunteers, to supply... Hold it. What is this? Just the standard contract covering services for personal protection and property conservation, and guaranteeing payment. You can't expect to roust a platoon of guards out of bed in the middle of the night and not pay for it. Ton Stoffel. No free lunch. Major, do you happen to have any hemorrhoid salve on hand? Preparation H, Pazzo, that sort of thing? Eh? I use Tiger Balm. Why? You're going to need it. Take that standard contract, fold it until it is all sharp corners. I stayed tuned to 13, made no further effort to find the emergencies channel. So far as I could see, there was no point to shouting Mayday on Channel 11 when I had already talked to the only likely source of help. I leaned my helmet against Gwen's and summarized, then added, "Both the idiots insisted there are no bandits out here." Maybe they weren't bandits. Maybe they were just agrarian reformers making a political statement. I surely hope we don't run into any right-wing extremists. Richard, I had better not talk while I'm driving. Strange car, strange road. Only it's not a road. Sorry, hon. You're doing beautifully. How can I help? It would help a lot if you would spot the markers for me. Sure thing. Then I could keep my eyes down and watch the road close ahead. Some of those potholes are worse than Manhattan. Impossible. We worked out a system that helped her while bothering her least. As soon as I spotted a marker, I pointed at it. When she saw it too, not before, she slapped my knee. We didn't talk because touching helmets did tend to interfere with her driving. About an hour later, a Raleigh showed up ahead and came straight toward us at high speed. Gwen tapped her helmet over her ears. I pressed my helmet to hers. She said, "More agrarian reformers?" "Maybe." "I'm out of ammo." "So am I." I sighed. "We'll just have to get them to the conference table somehow. After all, violence never solves anything." Gwen made an unladylike comment and added, "What about that gun you took away from Sir Galahad?" "Oh, hon, I haven't even looked at it. Hand me the stupid hat." "You're not stupid, Richard, just spiritual. Take a look." I drew that confiscated sidearm from my suit belt, examined it. Then I touched helmets again. "Honey, you're not going to believe this. It's not loaded." "Huh?" "Indeed, huh. Aside from that, I have no comment. And you can quote me." I chucked that useless weapon into a corner of the bus and looked out at the other Raleigh, now rapidly closing. Why would anyone wear an unloaded weapon? Sheer folly. Gwen tapped her ear again. I touched helmets. "Yes?" "The ammo for that gun is on the body. You can bet on it." "I won't bet. I figured that out. Gwen, if I were to try to search that corpse, I would have to cool the other two first. It's not a good idea." "I agree, and no time for it anyhow. There they come." Only they didn't. Not quite. The other Raleigh, while still some 200 meters away, swung to its left, made it clear that it was avoiding a collision course. As it passed us, I read on its side, "Vigilante Volunteers, Hong Kong Luna." Shortly, Marcy called me. "Bozell says he found you, but can't reach you by radio." "I don't know why not. You reached me." "Because I figured out that you would be on the wrong channel. Midnight, whatever you should be doing, it is a dead certainty that you will always be doing something else." "You flatter me. What should I have done this time?"
You should have been guarding Channel 2, that's what. The one reserved for surface vehicles.
Every day I learn something. Thanks.
Anyone who doesn't know that should not be operating a vehicle on the surface of this planet.
Captain, you are so right. I shut up. We could see Hong Kong Luna over the horizon many minutes before we got there. The emergency landing pylon, the big dishes used to talk to Earth, and the bigger ones for Mars and the Belt, the solar power grids, and it got even more impressive as we got closer. Of course, everyone lives underground, but I tend to forget how much of Luna's heavy industry is on the surface. And illogical that I should forget, since most of Luna's great wealth is tied in with raw sunshine, bitter nights, and endless vacuum. But as my wife pointed out, I'm the spiritual type. We passed Nissan Shell's new complex, hectare after hectare of pipes and cracking columns and inverse stills and valves and pumps and Bussard pyramids. The long shadows carved by the rising sun made it a picture out of Gustave Doré, by Peter Bruegel the Younger, orchestrated by Salvador Dali. Just beyond it, we found the North Lock. Because of Aunt Lilibet, they let us use the small quick lock. Bill went through with Auntie. He had earned that. Then Lady D and her surviving husband crowded in ahead of Yekaterina and the kids. Dear Diana had distinguished herself again by demanding that she be taken to the spaceport rather than to a city lock. Bill and I had not let her bother Gwen with her royal commands, but it had decreased, if this be possible, her popularity with us. I was glad to see them disappear into the lock, and it worked out all right as Yekaterina's husband cycled outward through the main lock just as we were losing our VIPs. Nigel O'Toole took his family, including that pathetic little body, back the same way after Gwen hugged Yekaterina and promised to call her. Then it was our turn, only to find that Treson could not be fitted into a quick lock. So we backed out and went around to the larger and slower lock. Someone, I saw, was lifting down the body from the turret of Hear Me Jesus, and others were unloading its cargo under the eyes of 4 armed guards. I wondered what was in that cargo, but it was none of my business. Or maybe it was. It seemed possible that this cargo had been the cause of carnage and death. We went into the larger lock, ourselves, bonsai maple, small suitcase, purse, packaged wig, cane, prosthetic foot. The lock cycled, and we entered a long, sloping tunnel, then passed through 2 pressure doors. At the second door was a slot machine for vending short-time air licenses, but it had a sign on it, "Out of order. Visitors, please leave a half-crown for 24 hours. A saucer with some coins in it rested on top of the machine. I added a crown for Gwen and me. At the bottom of the tunnel, one more pressure door led us into the city. There were benches just inside for the convenience of persons suiting up or suiting out. With a sigh of relief, I started unzipping, and shortly was fastening in place my artificial foot. Dry Bones is a village. Lucky Dragon is a small town. Hong Kong Luna is a metropolis, second only to Luna City. At the moment, it did not look crowded, but this was the dead of the night. Only night workers were up and around. Even early risers had 2 more hours of sleep coming, no matter that it was broad daylight outside. But that almost deserted corridor still showed its big city quality. A sign over the suit racks read, "Use these racks at your own risk. See Jan, the checkroom man, bonded and insured. 1 crown, 1 pea suit." Under it was a handwritten notice. "Be smart. See Sol for only half a crown. Not bonded, not insured, just honest." Each sign had arrows, one pointing left, one pointing right. Gwen said,
"Which one, dear? Sol or Jan?"
"Neither. This place is enough like Luna City that I know how to cope with it. I think." I looked around, up and down, spotted a red light. "There's a hotel. With my foot back in place, I can take a pea suit under each arm. Can you manage the rest?"
"Certainly. How about your cane?"
"I'll stick it through the belt of my suit. No itch." We started toward that hotel. Facing the corridor at the hotel's reception window, a young woman sat studying. Transgenics, Sylvester's classic text. She looked up.
"Better check those first. See Sol next door."
"No, I want a big room with an empress-sized bed. We'll stack these in a corner." She looked at her rooming diagram.
"Single rooms I have, twin beds I have, happy suites I have, but what you want, no, all occupied."
"How much is a happy suite?"
"Depends. Here's one with 2 king beds and a fresher. Here's one with no beds at all but a padded parlor floor and lots of pillows. And here's—"
"How much for the 2 king beds?"
80 crowns.
I said patiently. "Look, citizen, I'm a loony myself. My grandfather was wounded on the steps at the Bon Marché. His father was shipped for criminal syndicalism. I know prices in Looney City. They can't be that much higher in Kong. What are you charging for what I requested, if you had one vacant?"
"I'm not impressed, chum. Anyone can claim ancestors in the Revolution, and most do. My ancestors welcomed Neil Armstrong as he stepped down. Top that."
I grinned at her. "I can't, and I should have kept quiet. What's your real price on a double room with 1 big bed and a fresher? Not your tourist price."
"A standard double room with a big bed and its own fresher goes for 20 crowns. Tell you what, chum, not much chance of renting my empty suites this late, or this early. I'll sell you an orgy suite for 20 crowns, and you're out by noon."
10 crowns.
"Thief. 18. Any lower and I'm losing money."
"No, you're not. As you pointed out, this time in the morning you can't expect to sell it at any price. 15 crowns.
"Let's see your money. But you have to be out by noon."
"Make that 13 o'clock. We've been up all night and have had a rough time." I counted out the cash.
"I know."
This ends side 1 of cassette 5. Please turn the cassette over and start side 2 at the same point.
She nodded at her terminal.
"The Hong Kong Gong has had several bulletins about you. 13 o'clock. Okay, but if you stay longer, you either pay full tariff or move to an ordinary room. Did you really encounter bandits on the trace to Lucky Dragon?"
"They tell me there are no bandits in that area. We ran into some rather unfriendly strangers. Our losses were 3 dead, 2 wounded. We fetched them back."
"Yes, I saw. Do you want a receipt for your expense account? For a crown, I'll make out a real sincere one, itemized for whatever amount you say. And I have 3 messages for you."
I blinked stupidly. "How? Nobody knew we were coming to your hotel. We didn't know it ourselves."
"No mystery, chum. A stranger comes in the North Lock late at night. It's a probable 7 to 2 he'll wind up in my bed. One of my beds, and no smart remarks, please."
She glanced at her terminal.
"If you hadn't picked up your messages in another 10 minutes, backups would have gone to all inns in the pressure. If that failed to find you, the Selectmen for Public Safety might start a search. We don't get handsome strangers with romantic adventures too often."
Gwen said,
"Quit waggling your tail at him, dearie. He's tired and taken. Hand me the printouts, please.
The hotel manager looked coldly at Gwen, spoke to me.
Chum, if you have not yet paid her, I can guarantee you something better and younger and prettier at a bargain price.
Your daughter? Gwen inquired sweetly.
Please, the messages.
The woman shrugged and handed them to me. I thanked her and said, About this other something. Younger, possibly. Prettier, I doubt. Can't be cheaper. I married this one for her money. What are the facts? She looked from me to Gwen.
Is that true? Did he marry you for your money? Make him earn it.
Well, he says he did, Gwen said thoughtfully.
I'm not sure. We've been married only 3 days. This is our honeymoon.
Less than 3 days, dear, I objected. It just seems longer.
Chum, don't talk that way to your bride. You're a cad and a brute, and probably on the lam.
Yes, all of that, I agreed. She ignored me, spoke to Gwen.
Dearie, I didn't know it was your honeymoon, or I wouldn't have offered that something to your husband. I bow in the dust. But later on, when you get bored with this chum, with the overactive mouth, I can arrange the same for you, but male. Fair price, young, handsome, virile, durable, affectionate. Call or phone and ask for Chia. That's me. Guaranteed. You must be satisfied or you don't pay. Thanks. Right now, all I want is breakfast, then bed. Breakfast right behind you across the corridor. Singh's New York Cafe. I recommend his hangover special at $1.50.
She looked back at her rack and picked out 2 cards.
Here are your keys. Dearie, would you ask Singh to send me over a grilled cheddar on white with coffee? And don't let him charge you more than a slug and a half for a hangover special. He cheats just for fun.
We parked our baggage with Chia and crossed the corridor for breakfast. Singh's hangover special was as good as Chia claimed. Then, at last, we were in our suite, the bridal suite. Chia had done right by us, in several ways. She led us to our suite, watched while we oohed and ahed, bubbly in an ice bucket, coverlet turned back, perfumed sheets, flowers, artificial but convincing, picked out by the only light. So the bride kissed her, and Chia kissed the bride, and they both sniffled. And a good thing, too, as a lot had happened too fast, and Gwen had had no time to cry. Women need to cry. Then Chia kissed the groom, and the groom did not cry and did not hang back. Chia is an oriental stack, such as Marco Polo is said to have found in Xanadu, and she kissed me most convincingly. Presently she broke enough for air. "Whew!" "Yes, whew," I agreed. "That deal you mentioned earlier, what do you charge?"
Loudmouth.
She grinned at me, did not pull away.
Cad, scoundrel. I give away free samples, but not to bridegrooms.
She unwound herself.
Rest well, dears. Forget that 13 o'clock deadline. Sleep as long as you wish. I'll tell the day manager.
Chia, 2 of those messages called for me to see people at an ugly cow-milking hour. Can you switch us out?
I already thought of that. I read those before you did. Forget it. Even if Bully Bozell shows up with all his Boy Scouts, the day manager won't admit knowing what suite you are in.
I don't want to cause you trouble with your boss.
Didn't I say? I own the joint, along with Bank America.
She pecked me quickly and left. While we were undressing, Gwen said,
Richard, she was waiting to be asked to stay, and she's not the wide-eyed virgin little Gretchen is. Why didn't you invite her?
"Aw, shucks, Ma, I didn't know how."
You could have unpeeled her chunk some while she was trying to strangle you. That would have done it. There was nothing under it. Correction, Chia was under it, nothing else. But Chia is aplenty, I'm certain. So why didn't you?
Do you want to know the truth?
I'm not sure.
Because I wanted to sleep with you, wench, with no distractions, because I am not yet bored with you. It's not your brain and not your spiritual qualities, of which you almost don't have any. I lust after your sweaty little body.
Oh, Richard.
Before we bathe or after?
Both?
That's my girl. Chapter 14. Democracy can withstand anything but Democrats. J. Harshaw. All kings is mostly rapscallions. Mark Twain. While we were bathing, I said, "You surprised me, hon, by knowing how to herd a Ralegon."
Not half as much as you surprised me when it turned out that your cane was a rifle.
Ah, yes, that reminds me. Would it bother you to cover for me?
Of course not, Richard, but how?
My trick cane stops being a protection when people know what it is. But if all the shooting is attributed to you, then people won't learn what it is. Gwen answered thoughtfully.
I don't see, or don't understand. Everybody in the bus saw you using it as a rifle.
Did they now? The fight took place in a vacuum, dead silence. No one heard any shots. Who saw me shoot? Auntie? She was wounded before I joined the party. Only seconds before, but we're talking about seconds. Bill? Busy with Auntie. Ekaterina and her kids? I doubt that the kids saw anything they understood, and their mother suffered the worst shock a mother can. She won't be much of a witness, if at all. Dear Diana and her fancy boys? One is dead. The other was so mixed up that he mistook me for a bandit. And Lady D herself is so self-centered that she never understood what was going on. She simply knew that some tiresome nonsense was interfering with her sacred whims. Turn around, and I'll scrub your back. Gwen did so. I went on. Let's improve it. I'll cover for you instead of you covering for me.
How?
My cane and your little Miyako used the same caliber ammo. So all shots came from the Miyako, fired by me, not by you, and my cane is just a cane. And you are my sweet, innocent bride, who would never do anything so grossly unladylike as shooting back at strangers. Does that suit you? Gwen was so long in answering that I began to think that I must have offended her.
Richard, maybe neither of us shot at anybody.
So? You interest me. Tell me how.
I am almost as unanxious to admit that I carry a gun as you are to admit that your cane has unexpected talents. Some places are awfully stuffy about concealed weapons, but a gun in my purse, or somewhere on me, has saved my life more than once, and I intend to go on carrying one. Richard, the reasons you gave for believing that no one knows about your cane apply also to my Miyako. You're bigger than I am, and I had the window seat. When we crouched down, I don't think anyone could see me too well. Your shoulders are not transparent.
Could be. But what about the bodies with slugs in them? 6.5 millimeter longs, to be precise.
Shot by the butchers in that big wheel.
They were burning, not shooting.
Richard, do you know that they didn't have slug guns as well as energy weapons? I don't.
Again. My love, you are as devious as a diplomat.
I am a diplomat. Reach me the soap, pretty please. Richard, let's not volunteer information. We were just passengers, innocent bystanders, and stupid as well. How those agrarian reformers died is not our responsibility. My pappy done taught me to hold my cards close to my chest and never admit anything. This is a time for that.
My pappy done taught me the same thing. Gwen, why didn't you marry me sooner?
Took me a while to soften you up, dear, or vice versa. Ready to shower off?
While I was drying her, I remembered a point that we had passed by. Picture bride, where did you learn to drive a Raleigh?
Where? Mare Serenitatis?
Huh?
I learned how through watching Gretchen and Auntie. Tonight was the first time I ever drove one.
Well, why didn't you say so? She started drying me.
Beloved, if you had known, you would have worried, uselessly. In all the times I've been married, I have always made it a rule never to tell my husband anything that would worry him if I could reasonably avoid it.
She smiled angelically.
Better so. Men are worriers. Women are not.
I was roused out of a deep sleep by loud pounding. Open up in there. I couldn't think of a good reason to answer, so I didn't. I yawned widely, being careful not to let my soul escape, then reached out to my right, and woke up sharply and suddenly. Gwen was not there. I got out of bed so quickly that it made me dizzy. I almost fell. I gave my head a shake to clear it, then hopped into the fresher. Gwen was not there. The pounding continued. Don't drink champagne in bed and then go right to sleep. I had to drain off a liter of used bubbly before I could sigh with relief and think of other matters. The pounding continued, with more shouting. Tucked into the top of my foot was a note from my beloved. Smart gal, even better than fastening it to my toothbrush. It read, Dearest one, I have an attack of wake-up-itis, so I'm getting up and taking care of a couple of errands. First, I'm going to Sears Montgomery to return our pea suits and pay the rent on them. While I'm at Sears, I'll pick up socks and drawers for you and panties for me and do some other things. I'll leave a note at the desk here telling Bill to turn in his suit, too. And yes, he did come in after we did, and Chia put him in a single, as you arranged with her. Then I'm off to Wyoming Knott Memorial Hospital to see Auntie, and I'll call Yekaterina. You're sleeping like a baby, and I hope to be back before you wake up. If not, if you go anywhere, please leave a note at the desk. Love you, Gwendolyn. The pounding continued. I put on my foot, while noting that our pea suits were not where I had last seen them, i.e. arranged in a romantic pose on the floor, a jest created by my bawdy bride. I dressed in the only clothes I had, then watered the little maple, found it did not need much. Gwen must have watered it. Open up. Go to hell, I answered politely. Shortly, the pounding was replaced by a scratching noise, so I placed myself close to the door and a bit to one side. This was not a dilating door, but the more traditional hinge type. It swung open. My noisy visitor plunged in. I reached out and threw him across the room. In 1/6G, this takes some hair. You must have a foot braced against something, or you'll lose traction and it won't work. He sort of bounced off the far wall and wound up on the bed. I said, "Get your dirty feet off my bed." He got off the bed and stood up. I continued angrily, "Now explain why you broke into my bedroom, and make it quick before I tear off your arm and beat you over the head with it. Who do you think you are, waking up a citizen who has switched on his do not disturb? Answer me." I could see what he was, some sort of town clown. He was wearing a uniform that spelled cop. His reply, mixing indignation with arrogance, matched his appearance. "Why didn't you open up when I ordered you to?" "Why should I? Do you pay the rent on this room?" "No, but—" "There's your answer. Get out of here." Now you listen to me. I am a safety officer of the sovereign city of Hong Kong, Luna. You are directed to present yourself before the moderator of the municipal council forthwith to supply information necessary to the peace and security of the city. I am, eh? Show me your warrant. No warrant needed. I am in uniform and on duty. You are required to cooperate with me. City Ordinance 217-82, page 41. Do you have a warrant to break down the door of my private bedroom? Don't try to tell me that doesn't require a warrant. I'm going to sue you and take every crown you have, and that monkey suit as well. His jaw muscles quivered, but all he said was, "Are you coming peacefully, or do I have to drag you?" I grinned at him. Best 2 falls out of 3? I won the first one. Come ahead. I became aware that we had an audience at the door. Good morning, Chia. Do you know this clown?
Mr. Richard, I'm terribly sorry about this. My day manager tried to stop him. He wouldn't stop. I got here as quickly as I could.
I saw that she was barefooted and wearing no makeup, so her sleep had been interrupted too. I said gently, "Not your fault, dear. He doesn't have a warrant. Shall I throw him out?"
Well...
She looked troubled. Oh, I see. I think I see. Throughout history, innkeepers have found it necessary to get along with cops. And throughout history, cops have had larcenous hearts and a bully's manners. All right, as a favor to you, I'll let him live. I turned back to the cop. Boy, you can chase back to your boss and tell him that I will be along presently, after I've had at least 2 cups of coffee. If he wants me any sooner than that, he had better send a squad. Chia, would you like coffee? Let's go see if Singh has coffee in Danish or such. At this point, Joe's stormtrooper made it necessary for me to take his gun. I can be shot. I have been shot more than once. But I can't be shot by anyone who thinks that just pointing a gun at me has changed the odds. His gun was nothing I wanted, door-prized junk. So I unloaded it, made sure that his ammo was not the caliber I use, dropped the loads down the oubliette, and handed his gun back to him. At the loss of his cartridges, he screamed bloody murder, but I patiently explained to him that his gun was as good as ever for the purpose for which he used it, and that if I had let him keep ammo, he could have hurt himself. He continued to squawk, so I told him to go squawk to his boss, and turned my back. He was, I feel certain, annoyed. But so was I. 40 minutes later, feeling better, although still sleepy, and after a rewarding chat with Chia over coffee and jelly donuts, I presented myself at the office of the Honorable Jefferson Mao, moderator of the Council of Selectmen of the sovereign city of Hong Kong, Luna. So it said on the door. I wondered what the Congress of Free Luna State thought about this use of the word sovereign, but it was none of my business. A brisk woman with slant eyes and red hair, interesting genes, I guess, said, "Name, please?" "Richard Johnson. The moderator wants to see me." She glanced at her monitor. "You're late for your appointment. You'll have to wait. You may sit down." "And I may not. I said that the moderator wants to see me. I did not say that I want to see the moderator. Punch up that box and let him know that I'm here." "I can't possibly fit you in for at least 2 hours. "Tell him I am here. If he won't see me now, I'm leaving." "Very well. Return in 2 hours. "You misunderstand me. I'm leaving. Leaving Kong. I won't be back." I was bluffing as I said it, and as I said it, I learned that I was not bluffing. My plans, as yet inchoate, had included an indefinite stay in Kong. Now I suddenly realized that I would not remain in a city that had sunk so far in the qualities that constitute civilization that a cop would break into a citizen's bedroom merely because some officious official decides to summon him. No, indeed. A private soldier in a decent, well-run, disciplined military outfit has more freedom and more privacy than that. Hong Kong Luna, celebrated in song and story as the cradle of Luna's freedom, was no longer a fit place to live. I turned away and was almost to the door when she called out, "Mr. Johnson?" I stopped, did not turn. "Yes?" "Come back here." "Why?" Her answer seemed to hurt her face. "The moderator will see you now." Very well. As I approached the door to the inner office, it rolled out of the way. But I did not find myself in the moderator's private office. 3 more doors, each guarded by its own faithful hound, lay ahead, and this told me more than I wanted to know about the current government of Hong Kong Luna. The guardian of the last door announced me and ushered me through. Mr. Mao barely glanced at me. "Sit down." I sat down, rested my cane against my knee. I waited 5 minutes while the city boss shuffled papers and continued to ignore me. Then I stood up, headed for the door, moving slowly, leaning on my cane. Mao looked up. "Mr. Johnson, where are you going?" "Out." "Indeed. You don't want to get along, do you?" "I want to go about my business. Is there some reason I should not?" He looked at me with no expression. "If you insist, I can cite a municipal ordinance under which you are required to cooperate with me when I request it." "Are you referring to City Ordinance 217-82? "I see you are familiar with it, so you can hardly plead ignorance in extenuation of your behavior." "I am not familiar with that ordinance, just its number. It was cited to me by a clownish thug who crushed into my bedroom. Does that ordinance say anything about breaking into private bedrooms?" "Ah, yes. Interfering with a safety officer in the performance of his duty. We'll discuss that later. That ordinance you cited is the bedrock of our freedom. Citizens, residents, and even visitors can come and go as they please, subject only to their civic duty to cooperate with officials, elected, appointed, or deputized, in carrying out their official duties." "And who decides when cooperation is needed and what sort and how much?" "Why, the official involved, of course." "I thought so. Is there anything else you want of me?" I started to stand up. "Sit back down. There is indeed, and I require your cooperation. I am sorry to have to put it that way, but you don't seem to respond to polite requests." "Such as breaking down my door?" "You weary me. Sit down and shut up. I am about to interrogate you, as soon as 2 witnesses arrive." I sat down and shut up. I felt that I now understood the new regime. Absolute freedom, except that any official from dog catcher to supreme potentate could give any orders whatever to any private citizen at any time. So it was freedom as defined by Orwell and Kafka, freedom as granted by Stalin and Hitler, freedom to pace back and forth in your cage. I wondered if the coming interrogation would be assisted by mechanical or electrical devices or by drugs, and felt sick at my stomach. Back when I was on active duty and repeatedly faced with the possibility of capture while holding classified information, I always had a final friend, that hollow tooth or equivalent. I no longer wore such protection. I was scared. Before long, 2 men came in together. Mao answered good morning to their greeting and waved them to seats. A 3rd man came in right after them.
"Uncle Jeff, I—"
"Shut up and sit down." This latecomer was the joker whose gun I had emptied. He shut up and sat down. I caught him looking at me. He looked away. Mao put aside some papers. "Major Bozell,
Thanks for coming in. You too, Captain Marcy. Major, you have questions to ask one Richard Johnson? There he sits. Ask away. Bozell was a short man who carried himself very erect. He had close-cropped sandy hair and an abrupt, jerky manner.
Ha! Let's get right to it. Why did you send me on a wild-goose chase?
What wild-goose chase?
Ha! Are you going to sit there and deny that you told me a cock-and-bull story about an attack by bandits in an area where there have never been any bandits? Do you deny that you urged me to send a rescue and salvage team out there, knowing that I would find nothing? Answer me.
I said, That reminds me. Can anyone tell me how Aunt Lilybet is this morning? Because I was told to come here. I haven't had time to get to the hospital.
Ha! Don't change the subject. Answer me.
I answered mildly. But that is the subject. In that cock-and-bull attack you spoke of, an old lady was injured. Is she still alive? Does anyone know? Bozell started to answer. Mao cut in. She's alive, or was an hour ago. Johnson, you had better pray that she stays alive. I have a deposition here. He tapped his terminal. From a citizen whose word is above reproach, one of our most important stockholders, Lady Diana Kerr Shapley. She states that you shot Mistress Lilybet Washington.
What?
While creating a reign of terror in which your actions caused the death by anoxia of her husband, the Honorable Oswald Progant, broke the wrist of her husband, the Honorable Brockman Hogg, and subjected Lady Diana herself to terror tactics and repeated insults. Did she say who killed the O'Toole child? And what about the turret gunner? Who killed him? She states that there was such confusion that she did not see everything, but you went outside while the bus was standing still and climbed up to the turret. No doubt that was when you finished off the poor boy. Are you saying that last, or did she say it? I said it. A conclusive presumption. Lady Diana was meticulously careful not to testify to anything she did not see with her own eyes, including this ghostly Raleigh full of bandits. She saw nothing of it. Bozell added,
There you have it, Mr. Moderator. This hijacker shot up the bus and killed 3 people and wounded 2 more, and invented a cock-and-bull story about bandits to cover his crimes. There are no bandits in that area. Everybody knows that.
I tried to get a grip on reality. Mr. Moderator, one moment, please. Captain Marcy is here. I understand he got a picture of the bandit's Raleigh gun.
I asked the questions, Mr. Johnson.
But did he or didn't he?
That's enough, Johnson. You will be in order, or you will be restrained.
What am I doing that is out of order?
You're disrupting this investigation with irrelevancies. Wait until you are spoken to, then answer the question.
Yes, sir. What is the question?
I told you to keep quiet.
I kept quiet. So did everybody else. Presently, Mr. Mao drummed on his desk and said,
Major, did you have more questions? Ha! He never answered my first question. He evaded it.
The moderator said,
Johnson, answer the question.
I looked stupid. My best role. What is the question? Mao and Bozell both started to speak. Bozell yielded to Mao, who went on,
Let's summarize it. Why did you do what you did?
What did I do?
I just told you what you did.
But I didn't do any of the things you said I did. Mr. Moderator, I don't understand how you got into this. You weren't there. That bus is not from your city. I am not from your city. Whatever happened took place outside your city. What is your connection with the matter? Mao leaned back and looked smug. Bozell said,
Ha! Then added, Shall I tell him, Mr. Moderator, or will you? I will tell him. In fact, I shall enjoy telling him. Johnson,
Less than a year ago, the council of this sovereign city made a very wise move. It extended its jurisdiction to cover all surface and subsurface activity within 100 kilometers of the municipal pressure.
And made the vigilante volunteers an official arm of the government, Bozell added happily, charged with keeping the peace to the 100-kilometer line. And that fixes you, you murderer.
Mao ignored the interruption.
So, you see, Johnson, while you probably thought you were out in anarchist wilds where the writ of law does not run, in fact, you were not. Your crimes will be punished.
I wonder how someone will attempt a power grab like this out in the belt. These crimes of mine, did they take place less than 100 kilometers from Hong Kong, Luna? Or more?
Less. Considerably less, of course.
Who measured it? Mao looked at Bozell.
How far was it?
About 80 kilometers, a little less.
I said, what was a little less? Major, are you talking about the bandits' attack on the bus, or about something that went on inside the bus?
Don't put words into my mouth. Marcy, you tell him.
Having said that, Bozell looked blank. He started to add something, stopped. I most carefully kept quiet. Presently, Mao said,
Well, Captain Marcy?
What do you want from me, sir? The director of the port, when he sent me here, told me to cooperate fully, but not to volunteer anything you did not ask for.
I want everything relevant to this case. Did you give Major Bozell a figure of 80 kilometers?
Yes, sir. 78 kilometers.
How did you get that figure?
I measured it on a monitor at my console. Ordinarily, we don't print a satellite photograph, just display it. This man, you say his name is Johnson, I knew him as Midnight, if he's the same man. He called me last night at 0127, stated he was in the Lucky Dragon bus, reported that bandits had attacked the bus, and that the attack had been driven off, but the driver, Aunt Lilibet, Mistress Washington, was hurt, and that the turret gunner was...
We know all that, Captain. Tell us about the photograph.
Yes, Mr. Moderator. From what Midnight told me, I was able to direct the satellite camera onto target. I photographed the Rolagon.
And you placed the bus at that time 78 kilometers from the city?
No, sir, not the bus. The other Rolagon.
There was the sort of silence sometimes called pregnant. Then Bozell said,
But that's crazy. There wasn't any.
Just a moment, Bozell. Marcy, you were misled by Johnson's lies. What you saw was the bus.
No, sir. I did see the bus. I had it on monitor, but I saw at once that it was moving. So I coached the camera back down the trace about 10 clicks, and there was the second Rolagon, just as Midnight had said.
Bozell was almost in tears.
But there was nothing there, I tell you. My boys and I searched that whole area. Nothing. Marcy, you're out of your mind.
I don't know how long Bozell would have gone on wishing away a Rolagon he could not find, as he was interrupted. Gwen came in, and I re-swallowed my heart. Everything was going to be all right. I had been worried sick ever since I had seen Mao's triple defenses against anyone walking in on him. A guard against assassination? I don't know. I simply fretted that Gwen might be balked, but I should have had more confidence in my little giant. She smiled and waved me a kiss, then turned and held the door.
Right through here, gentlemen.
2 of Mao's own police brought in a wheelchair, laid back so that Auntie could recline. She looked around, smiled at me, then said to the moderator,
Howdy, Jefferson. How's your mama?
She's well, thank you, Mistress Washington, but you...
What's this Mistress Washington fancy talk? Boy, I've changed your nappies.
You call me Auntie, same as you always did. Now, I heard about how you were planning to pin a medal on Senator Richard for how he saved me from those bandits. And when I heard that, I said to myself, Jefferson hasn't heard about the other two that deserve medals quite as much as Senator Richard does. Begging your pardon, Senator.
I said, "Oh, you're quite right, Auntie."
So I brought them. Gwen, honey, say hello to Jefferson. He's the mayor of this pressure. Gwen is Senator Richard's wife, Jefferson. And Bill... Where's Bill? Bill, you come in here, son. Don't be shy. And Jefferson, while it's true that Senator Richard killed two of those bad men with his bare hands...
Not his bare hands, Auntie,
Gwen objected.
He did have his cane.
You hush up, honey. With his bare hands and his walking cane, but if Bill hadn't been right there, and fast and smart, I wouldn't be here. Jesus would have taken me. But the dear Lord said it wasn't my time yet, and Bill put patches on my suit and saved me to serve Jesus another day.
Auntie reached out, took Bill's hand.
This is Bill, Jefferson. Make sure he gets a medal, too. And Gwen. Come here, Gwen. This baby girl saved all our lives.
I'm not sure how old my bride is, but she is not a baby girl. However, that was the least distortion of fact that was heard in the next few minutes. To put it in its mildest terms, Auntie told a pack of lies, with Gwen nodding and backing her up, and looking angelic. It was not so much that the facts were wrong as that Auntie testified to things she could not possibly have seen. Gwen must have coached her most carefully. 2 loads of bandits had tackled us, but they had fought each other. That saved us, as all but 2 of them died in that fratricide. Those 2 I killed with my bare hands and a walking stick. Against laser guns. I am so heroic that I amaze myself. While these brave deeds were going on, I know Auntie was unconscious part of the time and flat on her back all of the time, able to see only the ceiling of the bus. Yet she seemed to believe, I think she did believe, what she was saying. So much for eyewitnesses. Not that I'm complaining. Then Auntie told how Gwen had driven us. I found myself pulling up a trouser leg to show my prosthetic, something I never do, but did this time to show why I had been unable to wear it while wearing a standard pea suit, and thereby unable to drive. But it was Gwen who brought down the house when Auntie finished her highly colored account. Gwen did it with pictures. Listen carefully. Gwen had used all her ammo, 6 rounds. Then, neat as always, she had put her Miyako back into her purse and pulled out her mini Helvetia, snapped 2 frames. She had tilted her camera down a bit, for it showed not only both bandit vehicles, but also 3 casualties on the ground and 1 bandit up and moving. The second shot showed 4 on the ground, and the Super Donut turned away. I can't figure an exact timeline on this, but there must have been at least 4 seconds from the time she ran out of ammo to the time the giant wheel turned away. With a fast camera, it takes about as long to shoot 1 frame as it does to fire 1 shot with a semi-automatic slug gun. So the question is, what did she do with the other 2 seconds? Just waste them?
This ends side 2 of cassette 5 of The Cat Who Walks Through Walls. Please fast forward to the end before loading cassette 6. The Cat Who Walks Through Walls, cassette 6.
Chapter 14. Premenstrual syndrome. Just before their periods, women behave the way men do all the time. Lowell Stone, M.D. We didn't break into a run, but we got out of there as fast as possible. True, Auntie had clobbered Mr. Mao into accepting me as a hero rather than a criminal, but that did not make him love me, and I knew it. Major Bozell did not even pretend to like me. Captain Marcy's defection infuriated Bozell. Gwen's pictures actually showing bandits where they could not be broke his heart. Then his boss gave him the cruelest blow by ordering him to get his troops together and get out there and find them. Do it now. If you can't do it, Major, I'll have to find someone who can. You thought up this idea of the 100-kilometer border. Now justify your boasts. Mao should not have done it to Bozell in the presence of others, especially not in my presence. This I know from professional experience, in each role. I think Gwen gave Auntie some signal. As may be, Aunt Lilibet told Mao she had to leave. "My little nurse is going to scold me for staying too long. I don't want her to have to scold me too hard. Myling Uspenskaya. Do you know her, Jefferson? She knows your mama." The same two police officers wheeled Auntie all the way back through that series of offices and out to the public corridor. Square, rather, as the city offices face on Revolutionary Square. She said her goodbye to us there, and the police officers wheeled her away to Wyoming Knott Memorial Hospital, 2 levels down and north of there. I don't think they expected to do it. I do know Gwen conscripted these two right there in the moderator's offices, but Auntie assumed that they would take her back to the hospital, and they did. "No, Gwen, honey, no need for you to come along. These kind gentlemen know where it is." A lady has doors held for her because she expects doors to be held for her. Both Gwen and Lilibet had this principle down pat. Facing the municipal offices was a large bunting-bedecked sign. Free Luna, July 4th, 2076 to 2188. Was it really Independence Day already? I counted up in my mind. Yes, Gwen and I had married on the 1st, so today had to be the 4th of July. A good omen. Seated at a bench around a fountain in the center of Revolutionary Square was Chia, waiting for us. I had expected Gwen. I did not expect Chia. In the chat I had had with Chia, I had asked her to try to locate Gwen and to tell her where I was going and why. "Chia, I don't like being called in by cops for questioning, especially in a strange town where I don't know the political setup. If I am detained, to put it politely, I want my wife to know where to look." I did not suggest what Gwen should do about it. In only 3 days of marriage to Gwen, I had already learned that nothing I could suggest could equal what she would think of, left to her own devious devices. Being married to Gwen was not dull. I was warmly pleased to find Chia waiting, but I was startled at what she had with her. I stared and said, "Somebody booked a bridal suite?" On the bench by Chia, I saw Gwen's small case, a package containing a wig, a rock maple in bonsai, and a package not familiar to me but self-explained by its Sears Montgomery wrapping. I'll bet my toothbrush is still hanging in the fresher. "How much and at what odds?" said Chia. "You would lose. Richard, I'll miss both of you. Maybe I'll run over to El City and visit you." "Do that," said Gwen. "Concur," I concurred. "If we're moving to El City, are we?" "Right away," said Gwen. "Bill, did you know about this?" "No, Senator, but she had me rush over to Sears and turn in my pea suit, so I'm ready." "Richard," Gwen said seriously, "it's not safe for you to stay here." "No, it's not," said a voice behind me, proving again that classified matters should not be discussed in public places.
The sooner you chums leave, the better. Hi, Chia. Are you with these dangerous characters? Hi yourself, Choi Moo. Thanks for last time.
I blinked at him. Captain Marcy, I'm glad you came out. I want to thank you.
Nothing to thank me for, Captain Midnight. Or is it Senator?
Well, actually it's Doctor, or Mister, but to you it's Richard, if you will. You saved my neck.
And I'm Choi Moo, Richard. But I did not save your neck. I followed you out to tell you so. You may think you won back in there. You did not. You lost. You made the moderator lose face. You made both of them lose face. So you're a walking time bomb, an accident looking for the spot.
He frowned.
Not too healthy for me either, being present when they lost face, after making the initial mistake of bearing bad news to the king. Understand me?
I'm afraid I do.
Chia asked, Choi Moo, truly, did number 1 lose face? Truly he did, love. It was Aunt Lilybet Washington who did it to him, but of course he can't touch her, so it stands on Richard. So I see it. Chia stood up. Gwen, let's go straight to the station, not waste a second. Oh, damn, I did so much want you to stay a few days.
20 minutes later, we were at South Tube Station, and about to enter the ballistic tube for Luna City. The fact that we were able to book space in the L City capsule, leaving almost at once, controlled our destination, as Choi Moo and Chia went along to see us off. And by the time we had reached the station via the local city subway, they had convinced me, or had convinced Gwen, more to the point, that we should take the first thing leaving town, no matter where it went. From that same station there are ordinary, non-ballistic tubes to Plato, Tycho Under, and Novi Leningrad. Had we been 6 minutes earlier, we would have wound up in Plato Warren, which would have changed many things. Or would it have changed anything? Is there a destiny that shapes our ends? Gwen's end was delightfully shaped. Chia's also, come to think of it. There was barely time to say goodbye before we had to rack up and strap in. Chia kissed us all goodbye, and I was pleased that Gwen did not let Choi Moo go unkissed. A true loony, he hesitated a long beat to make sure that the lady meant it, then returned it enthusiastically. I watched Chia kissing Bill goodbye. Bill returned it without that hesitation. I decided that Gwen's attempt to play Pygmalion to this unlikely Galatea was succeeding, but that Bill would have to learn loony manners, or he might lose some teeth. We strapped down, the capsule was sealed, and again Bill cradled the little Maple's pot against his belly. The rack swung to meet acceleration, 1 full G, a high acceleration for loonies who filled the rest of the car. 2 minutes and 51 seconds of boost, then we were at orbital speed. Odd to be in free fall in a subway, but it certainly is fun. It was the first time I had ridden the ballistic tube. It dates back before the Revolution, although then, so I've read, it extended only to Ennsville. It was completed later, but the principle was never extended to other subway systems. Not economic, I am told, other than for heavily traveled long runs that can be dug straight the whole way. Straight, in this case, meaning exactly conforming to a ballistic curve at orbiting velocity. This subway is the only underground spaceship in history. It works like the induction catapults that throw cargo to L4 and L5 and to Terra, except that the launching station, the receiving station, and the entire trajectory are underground. A few meters underground in most places, about 3 clicks underground where the tube passes under mountains. 2 minutes and 51 seconds of 1G boost, 12 minutes and 27 seconds in free fall, 2 minutes and 51 seconds of 1G braking. It adds up to an average speed of more than 5,000 kilometers per hour. No other surface transportation anywhere even approaches this speed. Yet it is an utterly comfortable ride. 3 minutes that feel like lying in a hammock on Terra, then 12.5 minutes of weightlessness, and again 3 minutes in that garden hammock. How can you beat that? Oh, you could do it faster by accelerating at multiple g, but not much. If your acceleration could be instantaneous, killing all passengers, and you decelerated the same way, splat, you could raise your average speed to just over 6,000 kilometers per hour and trim your time back by almost 3 minutes. But that's the ultimate. That is also the best possible time for a rocket ship between Kong and El City. In practice, a jump bug rocket will usually take about half an hour. Depends on how high its trajectory is. But surely a half hour is short enough. Why tunnel under Maria and mountains when a rocket can do the job? A rocket is the most lavishly expensive transportation ever invented. In a typical rocket ship mission, half the effort is spent fighting gravity to go up, and the other half is spent fighting gravity in letting down, as crashing is considered an unsatisfactory end to a mission. The giant catapults on Luna, on Terra, on Mars, and in space are giant statements against the wastefulness of rocket engines. Contrariwise, the ballistic subway is the most economical transportation ever devised. No mass is burned up or thrown away, and the energy used in speeding up is given back at the other end in slowing down. No magic is involved. An electric catapult is a motor generator. Never mind that it doesn't look like one. In its acceleration phase, it is a motor. Electric power is converted into kinetic energy. In its decelerating phase, it is a generator. The kinetic energy extracted from the capsule is pulled out as electric power and stored in a shipstone. Then the same energy is taken from the shipstone to hurl the capsule back to Kong. A free lunch! Not quite. There are hysteresis losses and other inefficiencies. Entropy always increases. The second law of thermodynamics can't be snubbed. What it most resembles is regenerative braking. There was a time, years ago, when surface cars were slowed and stopped by friction, rudely applied. Then a bright lad realized that a turning wheel could be stopped by treating it as a generator and making it pay for the privilege of being stopped. The angular momentum could be extracted and stored in a storage battery, an early predecessor of shipstones. The capsule from Kong does much the same. In cutting magnetic lines of force at the El City end, it generates a tremendous electromotive force, which stops the capsule and changes its kinetic energy into electrical energy, which is then stored. But the passenger need know nothing of this. He simply lounges in his hammock rack for the gentlest ride possible. We had just spent most of 3 days in rolling 700 kilometers. Now we traveled 1,500 kilometers in 18 minutes. We had to shoulder our way out of the capsule and into the tube station because there were Shriners impatiently awaiting the opportunity to board for Kong. I heard one say that that anonymous they who are to blame for everything, they ought to put on more cars. A loony tried to explain to him the impossibility involved in his demand. Just one tube, able to handle only one capsule, which could be at this end or at the far end, or in free flight in between, but never 2 capsules in the tube. Impossible. Suicidal. His explanation met with blank disbelief. The visitor seemed to have trouble, too, in grasping the idea that the ballistic tube was privately owned and totally unregulated, a matter that came up when the loony finally said, "You want another tube? Go ahead, build it. You are free to do so. Nobody is stopping you. If that doesn't satisfy you,
Go back to Liverpool." Unkind of him. Earthworms can't help being earthworms. Every year some of them die through inability to comprehend that Luna is not like Liverpool, or Denver, or Buenos Aires. We passed through the lock separating the pressure owned by Artemis Transit Company from the municipal pressure. In the tunnel just beyond the lock was a sign, "Get your air chits here." Seated under it at a table was a man twice as handicapped as I was. His legs ended at his knees. This did not seem to slow him down. He sold magazines and candy as well as air, advertised both sightseeing and guide service, and displayed the ubiquitous sign, "Track odds." Most people breezed back and forth past him without stopping. Bill had started to do so when I checked him. "Whoops, wait, Bill." "Senator, I've got to get some water onto this tree." "Wait just the same. And stop calling me Senator. Call me Doctor instead. Dr. Richard Ames." "Huh?" "Never mind, just do it. Right now we've got to buy air. Didn't you buy air at Kong?" Bill had not. He had entered the city pressure helping with Auntie, and no one had asked him to pay. "Well, you should have paid. Did you notice that Gretchen paid for all of us at Lucky Dragon?" "She did, and now we'll pay here, but I'll arrange for longer than overnight. Wait here." I stepped up to the table. "Hi there. You selling air?" The air vendor glanced up from working a double cross-stick, looked me over. "No charge to you. You paid for air when you bought your ticket." "Not quite," I said. "I'm a loony cobber returning home, with a wife and one dependent, so I need air for 3. "A nice try, but no prize. Look, a citizen's chit won't get you citizens' prices. They'll still look at you and charge you tourist prices. If you want to extend your visa, you can, at City Hall, and they'll collect air fee to cover your extended visa. Now forget it before I decide to cheat you." "Choom, you're hard to please." I dug out my passport, glanced at it to make sure it was my Richard Ames passport, and handed it to him. "I've been away several years. If that makes me look like a groundhog to you, well, it's regrettable, but please note where I was born." He looked it over, handed it back. "Okay, loony, you had me fooled. 3 of you, eh? For how long?" "My plans aren't firm. What's the shortest period for the permanent resident scale?" 1/4. Oh, another 5% off it if you buy 5 years at a time. But with today's prime rate at 7.1, it's a sucker bet." I paid for 3 adults for 90 days and asked what he knew about housing. Having been away so long, I not only don't have cubic, I don't know the market, and I don't relish dossing in Bottom Alley tonight. "You'd wake up with your shoes gone, your throat cut, and rats walking over your face." A tough question, cobber. You see the funny red hats? Biggest convention El City has ever had. Between it and Independence Day, the town is booked solid. But if you're not too fussy, we're not. You'll be able to get something better after the weekend. But in the meantime, there is an old place in Level 6, the Raffles, across from... I know where it is. I'll try there. Better call them first and tell them that I sent you. I'm Rabbi Ezra Ben David. Reminds me, Ames Richard. Are you the Richard Ames who's wanted for murder? My word. Surprise you? Too true, cobber. I've got a copy of the notice here someplace. He shuffled through magazines and penciled notes and chess problems. Here it is. You're wanted in Golden Rule habitat. Seems you chilled some VIP, so they say. Interesting. Is there a tab out on me here? In Luna? I don't think so. Why would there be? Still the same old standoff. No diplomatic relations with Golden Rule until they qualify under the Oslo Convention, which they cannot without a basic Bill of Rights, which is not bloody likely. I suppose so. Still, if you need lawyer help, come see me. I do that, too.
Catch me here any day afternoon, or leave your name at Seymour's Kosher Fish Emporium, across from Carnegie Library. Seymour's my son." "Thanks, I'll remember. By the way, who is it I'm supposed to have killed?" "Don't you know?" "Since I didn't kill anybody, how could I know?" "There are logical lacunae in that, which I will not examine. It is set forth here that your victim hight Enrico Schultz. Does that name trigger your memory?" Enrico Schultz. I don't think I've ever heard that name. A stranger to me. Most murder victims are killed by close friends or relatives, not by strangers. And in this case, not by me. Odd indeed. Yet the owners of Golden Rule have offered a substantial reward for your death, or to be precise, for delivering you alive or dead, with no emphasis on keeping you alive, just your body, Cobber, warm or cold. Should I point out that if I were your attorney, I would be ethically bound not to exploit this opportunity? Rabbi, I don't think you would anyhow. You're too much the old loony. You're simply trying to chivvy me into hiring you. I claim the 3 days. 3 days it is. Do you want skin receipts, or will chits suffice? Since I've lost the look of a loony, we had better have both. Very well. A crown or two for luck? The Reverend Ezra stamped our forearms with the date 3 months hence, and with his chop, using a waterproof ink visible only in black light, and showed us, using his test lamp, that we were marked and now could legally breathe for 1/4 anywhere in L City municipal pressure, and enjoy other concomitant privileges, such as passing through public cubic. I offered him 3 crowns over what I had paid for air. He accepted 2. I thanked him and bade him good day. We went on down the tunnel, each somewhat awkwardly burdened. 50 meters further along, the tunnel debouched into a main corridor. We were about to exit, and I was checking my orientation, deciding whether to go left or right, when I heard a whistle and a soprano voice. "Hold it! Not so fast! Inspection first!" I stopped and turned. She had a face that spells civil servant, and don't ask me how. I simply know from 3 planets, several planetoids, and still more habitats, that after racking up a number of years toward retirement, all civil servants have this look. She wore a uniform that was neither police nor military. "Just in from Kong?" I agreed that we were. "Are you 3 together? Put everything on that table. Open up everything. Any fruits, vegetables, or food?" I said, "What is this?" Gwen said, "I have a Hershey bar. Want a bite?" "I think that counts as bribery. Sure, why not?" "Of course I'm trying to bribe you. I have a small alligator in my purse." "He's neither fruit nor vegetable. I suppose he could be food. In any case, he's almost certainly against your stuffy rules." "Wait a minute. I'll have to check the lists." The inspector consulted a very large, loose-leaf volume of terminal printout. "Alligator pears, alligator skins, cured or tanned, alligator stuffed. Is this one stuffed?" "Only when he overeats. He's greedy." "Dearie, are you trying to tell me that you've got a live alligator in that purse?" "Put your hand in my purse at your own risk. He's trained as a guard alligator. Count your fingers before you reach in, then count them again as you take your hand out." "You're joking." "What odds, and how much? But remember, I warned you." "Oh, piffle!" The inspector reached into Gwen's purse, gave a yelp as she snatched her hand out. "It bit me!" She stuck her fingers into her mouth. "That's what he's there for," said Gwen. "I warned you. Are you hurt? Let me see." The 2 women inspected the hand. Each decided that red marks were the extent of the damage. "That's good," said Gwen. "I've been trying to teach him to grasp firmly, but not to break the skin, and never, never bite fingers off. He's learning. He's still young. But you shouldn't have been able to get your hand back that easily. Alfred is supposed to hang on like a bulldog,
while the radio alarm causes me to come a-running. I don't know anything about bulldogs, but he certainly tried to take my finger off. Oh, surely not. Have you ever seen a dog? Just dressed-out carcasses in meat markets? No, I take that back. I saw one in Tycho Zoo when I was a little girl. Big ugly brute. Scared me. Some are small and some aren't ugly. A bulldog is ugly, but not very big. What a bulldog is best at is biting and hanging on. That's what I'm training King Alfred to do. Take him out and show him to me. No, indeed. He's a guard beast. I don't want him getting petted and cooed over by other people. I want him to bite. If you want to see him, you reach in and take him out. Maybe this time he'll hang on, I hope.
That ended any attempt to inspect us. Adele Sussbaum, unnecessary public servant first class, agreed that Treason was not verboten, admired it, and inquired as to its flowers. When she and Gwen started exchanging recipes, I insisted that we had to get moving, if the municipal health and safety inspection was finished. We slanted across Outer Ring. I smelled out the causeway and was oriented. We went down a level and passed through Old Dome, then headed down the tunnel where my memory said the Raffles Hotel ought to be. But en route, Bill exposed me to some of his political opinions.
Senator?
Not senator, Bill. Doctor.
Doctor. Yes, doctor. I think it's wrong what happened back there.
Yes, it is. That so-called inspection is pointless. It's the sort of expensive, useless accretion all governments acquire over the years, like barnacles on an ocean ship.
Oh, I don't mean that. That's okay. It protects the city and gives her an honest job.
Strike the word honest.
Huh? I was talking about charging for air. That's wrong. Air should be free.
Why do you say that, Bill? This isn't New Orleans. This is the moon. No atmosphere. If you don't buy air, how are you going to breathe?
But that's just what I mean. Air to breathe is everybody's right. The government should supply it.
The city government does supply it, everywhere inside the city pressure. That's what we just paid for. I fanned the air in front of his nose. This stuff.
But that's what I'm saying. Nobody should have to pay for the breath of life. It's a natural right, and the government should supply it free.
I said to Gwen, "Wait a moment, dear. This has got to be settled. We may have to eliminate Bill just to keep him happy. Let's stand right here till we straighten this out. Bill, I paid for air for you to breathe because you have no money, correct?" He did not answer at once. Gwen said quietly,
I let him have pocket money. Do you object?
I looked at her thoughtfully. I think I should have been told. My love, if I am to be responsible for this family, I must know what is going on in it. I turned to Bill. When I paid for your air back there, why didn't you offer to pay your share out of the money you had in your pocket?
But she gave it to me, not you.
So, give it back to her. Bill looked startled. Gwen said,
Richard, is this necessary?
I think it is.
But I don't think it is.
Bill kept quiet, did nothing, watched. I turned my back on him to face Gwen privately, said softly for her ears only, Gwen, I need your backing.
Richard, you're making an issue out of nothing.
I don't see it as nothing, dear. On the contrary, it's a key matter, and I need your help. So back me up, or else.
Or else what, dear?
You know what or else means. Make up your mind. Are you going to back me up?
Richard, this is ridiculous. I see no reason to cater to it.
Gwen, I'm asking you to back me up. I waited an endless time, then sighed. Or start walking and don't look back. Her head jerked as if I had slapped her. Then she picked up her case and started walking. Bill's jaw dropped. Then he hurried after her,
still carrying Treeson. Chapter 16. Women are meant to be loved, not to be understood. Oscar Wilde. I watched them out of sight, then started walking slowly. It was easier to walk than to stand still, and there was no place near to sit down. My stump ached, and all the weariness of the past few days hit me. My mind was numb. I continued to move toward the Raffles Hotel because I was headed that way, programmed. The Raffles was even seedier than I had recalled, but I suspected that Rabbi Ezra knew what he was talking about. This or nothing. In any case, I wanted to get out of the public eye. I would have accepted a much poorer hostelry as long as it enabled me to get behind a closed door. I told the man at the desk that Rabbi Ezra had sent me and asked what he had. I think he offered me his most expensive room still vacant, 18 crowns. I ran through the ritual dicker, but my heart wasn't in it. I settled for 14 crowns, paid it, accepted a key. The clerk turned a large book toward me. "Sign here and show me your air receipt." Eh? When did this caca start? "With the new administration, chum. I don't like it any more than you do, but either I comply or they shut me down." I thought about it. Was I Richard Ames? Why cause a cop to salivate at the thought of a reward? Colin Campbell? Someone with a long memory might recognize that name, and think of Walker Evans. I wrote, Richard Campbell, Noviland. "Thank you, Gaspadine. Room L is at the end of this passage on the left. There's no dining room, but our kitchen has dumbwaiter service to the rooms. If you want dinner here, please note that the kitchen shuts down at 21 o'clock. Except for liquor and ice, dumbwaiter service ends at the same time. But there is an all-night Sloppy Joe across the corridor and north about 50 meters. No cooking in the rooms." "Thank you." "Do you want company? Straight arrow, left-hand drive, or versatile? All ages and sexes, and catering only to high-class clientele." "Thanks again. I'm very tired." It was a room adequate for my needs. I didn't mind its shabbiness. There was a single bed and a couch that opened out, and a refresher, small but with all the usual offices, and no water restriction. I promised myself a hot bath. Later. A shelf bracket in the bed sitting room seemed to have been intended for a communication terminal. Now it was empty. Near it, let into the rock, was a brass plate. In this room, on Tuesday, 14 May 2075, Adam Celine, Bernardo de la Paz, Manuel Davis, and Wyoming Knott created the plan that gave rise to Free Luna. Here they declared the revolution. I was not impressed. Yes, those four were heroes of the revolution. But in the year in which I buried Colin Campbell and created Richard Ames, I had stayed in a dozen odd hotel rooms in L City. Most of them had sported a similar sign. It was like the "Washington slept here" signs back in my native country. Bait for tourists, any resemblance to truth, a happy accident. Not that I cared. I took off my foot, lay down on the couch, and tried to make my mind blank. Gwen. Oh, damn. Had I been a stiff-necked fool? Perhaps. But damn it all, there is a limit. I didn't mind indulging Gwen in most things. It was all right to let her make decisions for both of us, and I hadn't squawked even when she did so without consulting me. But she should not encourage this pensioner to defy me. Now, should she? I should not have to put up with that. A man can't live that way. But I can't live without her. Not true. Up until this week, hardly more than 3 days ago, you lived without her, and you can do without her now. I can do without my missing foot, too. but I don't like not having both feet, and I'll never get used to the loss. Sure, you can do without Gwen. You won't die without her. But admit it's stupid. In the past 30 years, you've been happy just this brief time. The hours since Gwen moved in and married you. Hours loaded with danger and blatant injustice and fighting and hardship, and it all mattered not a whit. You've been bubbling over with happiness simply because she was at your side. And now you've sent her away. Put on your stupid hat. Fasten it with rivets you'll never need to take it off again. But I was right. So, what has being right got to do with staying married?
I must have slept. I was mortal tired, as I remember things that did not happen. Nightmares. For example, Gwen had been raped and killed in Bottom Alley.
But rape is as scarce in Luna City as it is commonplace in San Francisco. Over 80 years since the last one, and the groundhog who committed it didn't last long enough to be eliminated. The men who responded to her screams tore him to pieces. Later it was learned that she had screamed because he hadn't paid her. This made no difference. To a loony, a hooker is just as sacred in her person as is the Virgin Mary. I am a loony only by adoption, but I agree deep in my heart. The only proper punishment for rape is death. Forthwith, no appeal. There used to be dirt-side legal defenses called diminished capacity and not guilty by reason of insanity. These concepts would bewilder a loony. In Luna City, a man would necessarily be of diminished mental capacity even to think about rape. To carry one out would be the strongest possible proof of insanity. But among loonies, such mental disorders would not gain a rapist any sympathy. Loonies do not psychoanalyze a rapist. They kill him. Now, fast, brutally. San Francisco should learn from loonies. So should every city where it is not safe for a woman to walk alone. In Luna, our ladies are never afraid of men, be they family, friends, or strangers. In Luna, men do not harm women, or they die. I had awakened, sobbing, in grief uncontrollable. Gwen was dead. Gwen had been raped and murdered, and it was my fault. Even when I had wakened wide enough to fit back into my proper continuity, I was still bawling. I knew that it had been just a dream, a nasty nightmare, but my guilt feelings were undiminished. I had indeed failed to protect my darling. I had told her to leave me. Start walking and don't look back. Oh, folly unplumbable. What can I do about it? Find her. Maybe she'll forgive me. Women seem to have almost unlimited capacity for forgiveness. Since it is usually a man who needs forgiveness, this must be a racial survival trait. But first, I had to find her. I felt overpowering need to go out and start searching, jump on my horse and gallop in all directions. But that is the classic case given in mathematics textbooks of how not to find someone who is lost. I had no idea of where to look for Gwen, but she just possibly might look for me by checking the raffles, if she had second thoughts. If she did, I must be here, not out searching at random. But I could improve the odds. Call the Daily Lunatic, place an advertisement, place more than one sort, a classified ad, a box ad, and, best, a commercial spiel to go out on every terminal with the Lunatic's hourly news bulletins. If that doesn't work, what will you do? Oh, shut up and write the ad. Gwen, call me at the raffles. Richard. Gwen, please call me. I'm at the raffles. Love, Richard. Dearest Gwen, for the love of what we had, please call me. I'm at the raffles. Love always, Richard. Gwen, I was wrong. Let me try again. I'm at the raffles. All my love, Richard. I jittered over it.
Finally decided that number 2 was best. Changed my mind. Number 4 held more appeal. Changed it again. The simplicity of number 2 was better. Or even number 1. Oh, hell, stupid, just place an ad. Ask her to call. If you have any chance of getting her back, she won't boggle at how you word it. Call it in from the hotel office? No. Leave a note there telling Gwen where you are going and why and what time you'll be back, and please wait. Then hurry to the newspaper's office and get it on the terminals at once and into their next edition. Then hurry back. So I put on my false foot, wrote out the note to leave at the desk, and grabbed my cane, and that split-second timing I have noticed too many times in my life again took place. A timing that impels me more than anything else to think that this crazy world is somehow planned, not chaos. A knock at my door. I hurried to open it. It was she. Glory, hallelujah. She seemed even smaller than I knew her to be, and all big, round, solemn eyes. She was carrying the little potted maple as if it were a love offering. Perhaps it was. "Richard, will you let me come back? Please?" All happening at once, I took the little tree and put it on the floor, and picked her up and closed the door and sat her on the couch myself beside her, and we were crying sobs and tears and talking all mixed up together. After a while we slowed, and I shut up enough that I heard what she was saying. "I'm sorry, Richard, I was wrong. I should have backed you. But I was hurt and angry and too stinking proud to turn back and tell you so. And when I did, you were gone, and I didn't know what to do. Oh, God, darling, don't ever let me leave you again. Make me stay. You're bigger than I am. If I ever get angry again and try to leave, pick me up and turn me around. But don't let me leave." "I won't let you leave again. Ever. I was wrong, dear. I should not have made an issue of it. That's no way to love and cherish. I surrender horse and foot. Make a pet out of Bill any way you like. I won't say a word. Go ahead. Spoil him rotten." "No, Richard, no. I was wrong. Bill needed a stern lesson. I should have backed you up and let you straighten him out. However—" Gwen unwound herself a little, reached for her purse, opened it. I said, "Mind the alligator. Careful." She smiled for the first time. "Adele certainly took that hook, line, and sinker." "Do you mean that there is not an alligator in there?" "Goodness, sweetheart, do you think I'm eccentric?" "Oh, heaven forbid." "Just a mousetrap and her imagination. Here." Gwen placed a wad of money, paper and metal, beside her on the couch. "I made Bill give it back. What he had left, I mean. He should have had 3 times as much. I'm afraid Bill is one of those weaklings who can't carry money without spending it. I must figure out how to spank him for it till he learns better. In the meantime, he can't have any cash until he earns it." "As soon as he earns any money, he should pay me 90 days air fee," I put in. "Gwen, I really am vexed about that. Vexed at him, not at you. His attitude about paying for air. But I'm sorry as can be that I let it slop over onto you."
This ends side 1 of cassette 6. Please turn the cassette over and start side 2 at the same point.